Well, good morning everyone. Welcome back. It's 9:30. The inquiry is now resumed. Just a very brief introduction. I assume you can all hear me because I can hear myself reverberating, so you must be able to hear me. My name is Stephen Normington. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Chartered Surveyor who's been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry into an appeal made by Cemix UK Operations Limited. The appeal relates to the refusal of planning application by Hampshire County Council for the proposed extraction of sand and gravel with restoration to grazing land and recreation using imported inert restoration materials, the erection of associated plant and infrastructure, and the creation of a new footpath and access onto Hamble Lane. And the appeal site is located at former Hamble airfield, not with an H, Hamble Lane, Hamble Rice, Hampshire. My role is to carefully consider the evidence provided in this inquiry and to make a decision whether the appeal should be allowed or dismissed. The council's helpfully put some inquiry housekeeping. I can't remember if I saw those last time, but they're there anyway, some housekeeping arrangements. But I will ask the council just to explain if there's a fire alarm test today, and I think there is, and evacuation procedures and location of toilet facilities.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. There is a fire alarm test at 10 a.m. this morning, so it does get quite loud in here, so that will go for a short time. We're not setting a fire alarm at any other time, so if there is a fire alarm, you need to follow officers out of the room. We need to go out the main door and then towards the Great Hall, which is near the Westgate pub, where the fire evacuation point is for those type of events. So just a warning, that can be quite loud in here. Toilets are out of this main door here and then just round to the right and just by the Nightingale room. There's obviously restaurant facilities which are open out on the main concourse as well. Please can I ask that mobile phones are turned off onto silent or off, please. And just finally, obviously this meeting is being recorded for live and subsequent broadcast by the County Council's website. So it is being filmed, so by entering or remaining in the meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and recorded, and for those images and recorded and just being used for broadcasting purposes. Outside of both of the doors here, the full filming and broadcast notification is set out if you would like to look at that in more detail. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. That saved me some work there actually, but thank you for that. Okay, when we left things quite a few weeks ago now, we dealt with ecology, hydrology. We had a site visit, we had lots of interested parties who spoke at the inquiry, we had the openings from the advocates. Today is entirely dedicated to highways matters. So in a while we will hear evidence from Mr Whittingham on highways matters on behalf of the Rule 6 party. This afternoon we'll hear evidence from Ben Howard on behalf of the appellant. I will invite people who spoke at the inquiry a few weeks ago to ask questions of Mr Howard, so they so wish to do so. See what that takes us. I'll notify people at the appropriate time when they can ask questions of Mr Howard, should you so wish to do so. A couple of things have happened since we last met, and I just want to catch up on some housekeeping arrangements just to see that we're all up to speed and we know where we are, and a couple of checks to see where we're going. The council's website is pretty much up to date in terms of the inquiry documents. The last document I think is referred to is, I think, ID 65 on the website. There are a couple of things that's coming over the last couple of weeks that I just want to deal with as housekeeping matters. It is ID 65. First of all, we had an air quality note from the appellant in response to matters raised by interested parties. That's not yet on the website. That can go on as ID 66. We have a further iteration of the planning conditions that I got a copy of yesterday, dated the 16th of June. I think that's probably as far as we can go now on those planning conditions, so I'm going to take that as the final version because it's been through a number of iterations since we last had the roundtable session in here some weeks ago. So we'll take that as the final iteration because I can deal with that now. We also have something that just reminded me that I need to just perhaps record as an inquiry document from looking at and refreshing my mind from some of the introductions from opening statements from the parties. Mr Strone referred to a case of Morgue versus Hampshire County Council. I can't find that on the core document list. There are a number of cases in the L series, but I can't find that one, so I thought it probably just appropriate to put that one on. As I said, there's a link in Mr. Strawn's opening anyway, so it takes you to it, but just to be clear, we can put it in the inquiry document. So that will be inquiry document number 68. And the last bit of housekeeping that I have, I think, is the Section 106 agreement. The last iteration, which I think is the one that's not yet on the website, is a composite of comments from the Rule 6 party, the council and the appellant. I'm not so sure whether we can go any further on that with that now. That is what it is, I think. It's a matter now for the parties, I think, to conclude agreement on that. I'm not going to have a further roundtable session on the Section 106. We've had that. There's been lots of iterations, lots of comments, lots of amendments, and we now have a version that seems to be as far as the council, the appellant and the Rule 6 party can go. So where are we in terms of completion of that now? What's the intention for that? It doesn't have to be this week. I can allow some time after the inquiry closes to oral submissions for that to be completed. But what's your internal procedures?
So the final form of the document is still to be agreed. We'd be optimistic that there should be a document available for you at the end of this inquiry session. The end of, by Thursday, that is. That
won't be the final document signed and grossed, will it? Have you got to go through any procedures internally, or?
So,
if it can, great. If not, I can give you some more time.
Agreed in principle. We would hope at least by the end of this inquiry session.
Okay, well, we'll check on that on Thursday then, just to see where we're at. As I say, I ain't going to write this up next week. So if you do need time, then it's not a problem. As long as we have an agreed timescales to when the final version can come to me that's signed, sealed, delivered. Okay, that's...
So can I... Sorry,
Mr. Strong.
Sorry, if I could just add that there are some further discussions taking place, so we can update you, not perhaps tomorrow or the day after, and come back to the question of whether you get any signed final version by the end of the week, or with a, if you're content, a degree of latitude subsequent to the inquiry. But can I come back to you on the further discussions?
Not a problem, Mr. Strong. I'm quite used to now not having the final version when we're close to oral submissions, so that's an issue. I think that's all of the documents that I had. I'll just check an email, and excuse me, from that's all right, from the case officer. It's something we've already dealt with. I don't have any other matters of housekeeping. Mr. Strawn, is anything that you have? Any matters of housekeeping that I've not raised there that we need to be aware of?
So I think, I hope you may have received a statement of common ground that on highway matters as between the Rule 6 party and the appellant.
I have. That's already recorded as an inquiry document. Okay. We received that some weeks ago, so thank you for that. Thank you. Anything that I need to be aware of from the council's perspective?
Nothing from the... Is it? There we go. Out of practice. Nothing further from us at this stage, so thank you very much.
Mr. Fulbrook?
No, nothing. Thank you, sir.
Wow. That's well done. We're all up to date. I was expecting something to say, well, we've got this, we've got that, but thank you for that. I think the council's been quite vigilant in watching for things coming through with the case officer, so there's been a few documents that have come through since we adjourned last time. They're all on the website, so I'm quite content with that. I've checked it many, many times, and we're bang up to date other than what I've just announced this morning. Right. In a moment, I'm going to ask Mr. Fulbrook to introduce Mr. Whittingham. Before I do that, just a reminder to advocates, if we can very briefly just point us to where we're going in some core documents, because they do some of them take a bit of a time to download, so that might be helpful. Also, Mr. Fulbrook, or Mr. Strawn, depending on where we are, just bear in mind the fire alarm test that we'll need to pause. Also bear in mind the time that the witness might be sat at the witness table, and if we are going on, just think about an appropriate time that we can pause for the witness to have a comfort break. And I'll do the usual reminders about the role of the witness during those breaks. I think that's all I need to say. Having said that then, Mr. Fulbrook, could you please introduce Mr. Whittingham to the inquiry?
Thank you, sir. Yes, and before I do, in terms of documents, obviously I think it will help to have Mr. Whittingham's proof of evidence and summary proof open, Mr. Howard's proof and his rebuttal, and those are core documents D16 and D26, and then ID2 as well, which is Mr. Whittingham's note. And then the highways, the statement of common ground between the appellant and the Rule 6 party. It's an inquiry document. I can't remember very immediately which one that is, but I think you just referred to it, sir. If it helps, it's ID 63 is the statement of common ground.
I have those documents now, thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Whittingham, I'll just introduce you. You've produced a proof of evidence for this inquiry, and at paragraph 1.1 of that proof of evidence, you introduce yourself. So you are Andrew Whittingham, you are a Director of Motion and a Chartered Civil Engineer with over 35 years experience in transport and highways infrastructure planning, with the majority gained in private sector consultancy. You advise clients from the early stages of site appraisals through the planning process to implementation on all forms of land uses, and you work closely with landowners and house builders in the promotion of strategic housing sites in particular. And obviously you are here giving evidence on behalf of the Rule 6 party, the Hamble Peninsula Defence Group. That's right.
That's correct.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Wickham, just to introduce your evidence to the inquiry, and because it's been a while since we looked at these issues, I'm going to ask, if you don't mind, to read your summary proof of evidence, which I'll turn to briefly now. But yes, if you could read your summary proof of evidence for us, please.
Yes, 4.2. Proof of evidence relates to planning application for 7X UK Operation Limited for proposed extraction of sunny gravel, restoration to grazing land, and recreation using imported inert restoration materials. The erection of associated plans and infrastructure and the creation of a new footpath and access onto Hamble Lane at the former Hamble Airfield, Hamble Lane, Hamble Rise, Hampshire. HCC refusal, planning permission dated 22nd of May 2024. My evidence of relation to reason of refusal too, which states, on the basis of the information before the Minerals and Waste Planning Authority, the proposal is contrary to policy 12 managing traffic.
The Hampshire, sorry, sorry, is there an echo? Of the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan 2013 and Policy S11, Transport and Infrastructure, the Eastleigh Borough Local Plan 2022, insofar as the identified impact of the development on the highway network would not be satisfactorily mitigated, and the development would not promote sustainable travel modes. I summarise my evidence on behalf of HPDG as follows. Baseline conditions. I have concerns relating to the detail of the data collected and presented by the appellant in, for example, the transport assessment and addendum, and in the statement of common ground with HCC. These are primarily the reliability of the traffic data used to form the baseline traffic conditions, shortcomings in the analysis of pedestrian and cycle data, and the road safety analysis, we can delete including the which are from that bullet point. I also provide evidence regarding the safety of the existing highway network and the progress of planned highway improvements in the area. Site allocation and policy. I outline the prevailing transport background at the time of the allocation in HWMP in 2013. It seeks to demonstrate the change in background conditions since 2013 and the current conditions the appellant should now be considered against. Sorry, the application should not be considered against. The recognition that at the time of allocation of the site in 2013, there was serious congestion and delay along Hamble Lane and in the wider area, which necessitated transport improvement schemes. The planned transport improvement schemes at that time have not been implemented, nor is there any current prospect of them being implemented. The increased trend in traffic flows along Hamble Lane, the GE Aviation appeal decision is available to guide the consideration of traffic impact along the corridor, and there is a HCC presumption against the development which generates material increases in traffic. Impact on highway safety. I have demonstrated that there is an unacceptable impact on highway safety. There are a wide range of local facilities in the vicinity of the site that generate walking and cycling trips. None of the planned pedestrian or cycle facilities in the LWCP IP have been funded or implemented. There are large numbers of pedestrians and cyclists in the vicinity of the site access, and there are many shortcomings in existing facilities. There are shortcomings in the design of the site access, and again, so if you would delete the which are is incomplete and, so it just starts, the problems identified in the RSA have not been fully addressed. Impact on the road network. I have set out the long-standing concerns of the Highway Authority about congestion along the Hamble Lane corridor, and have explained the substantial highway improvement schemes which were planned at the time of the HWMP 2013 allocation, and have concluded that none of the planned schemes to accommodate development and growth has come to fruition. I have considered a highly relevant appeal decision by GE Aviation, January 2021, which gives the inspector's consideration of the severity of traffic impact associated with development located at the southern end of Hamble Lane, south of the proposed quarry access. The traffic impacts of the quarry development are comparable, and thus for consistency, the Hamble quarry appeal must fail on this test. I have also set out my concerns regarding the appellant's transport assessment, which in many ways are similar to the inspector's and Eastleigh Borough Council's concerns regarding the GE Aviation development. And I then consider the consequences of these errors in the appellant's transport assessment in assessing the severity of traffic impact on the network. Mitigation. I have the following concerns with respect to the proposed contribution and its merit in mitigating the effect of the development as follows. The feasibility of implementing the contribution scheme, the accuracy of the contribution level of the mitigation scheme, the extent to which the contribution scheme will mitigate the otherwise reduction in highway safety and the severity of the highway impact due to the development, and whether the contribution is sufficient to implement the mitigation scheme. I've also considered the extent to which the contribution scheme will mitigate the otherwise reduction in highway safety and the severity of the highway impact due to the development. The applicant nor HCC give any quantification of the extent to which the mitigation scheme will transfer car trips from Hamble Lane to walk and cycle trips. This is important because, as the applicant states, it is necessary to ensure that there will not be an unacceptable safety risk and severe traffic impact. As I have explained above, there are many problems to do with the feasibility and implementation of the mitigation scheme, whether it will be able to be provided within the contribution sum, and whether it will be effective north and south of Hamble Station. I therefore submit the development proposal is not mitigated in the terms required under para 1116 of NPPF December 2024. Overall conclusion, I therefore respectfully conclude that the appeal should be dismissed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whittingham. Now, I'm going to just ask you a few questions to unpack some of that evidence, if I may, and respond to some points that have been made by Mr. Howard in his rebuttal. And the first topic I'd want to look at is the underlying data, if you like, the sort of assessment of the baseline traffic flow And in particular, traffic counts were carried out by the appellant in October 2024. You addressed those in your proof of evidence at paragraph 2.5, where you talk about the surveys coincided with the closure of the M27 Junction 7. And I just thought, in terms of helping the inquiry to understand why that makes any difference, if you might turn to inquiry document 2, and page 3 of that document has a map which shows the highway network around site. And so, just by reference to that map, can you explain to what extent those highway closures or issues might have impacted on the traffic survey?
Yes, thank you. I think the first point I'd like to make, just to explain the diagram, so clearly that goes on, between junction 5, which is on the top northern left-hand corner of the diagram, down to junction 8 to the right of the drawing. The roadworks that were taking place during that period were between junction 5 and junction 7. So you see those arrows there. Junction 8 is the, as you know, sir, the access that serves Hamble Lane and the site. So I think the first point I'd make is that overall, those roadworks were they're long-term roadworks occurring, if you like, adjacent to Junction 8. And clearly you have evidence from Mr. Howard about the slip roads and their overnight closures during that period. The second point I'd like to make is that there were actually works taking place on Hamble Lane during the period of the survey as well. Gas works taking place on Hamble Lane, which would have affected traffic flows. And thirdly, there was actually a crash on the M27 on Monday, the 14th of October. Perhaps a fourth point I'd like to mention is that the roadworks were publicised that particular week, were publicised by the county and National Highways thoroughly in the weeks before at that time.
Thank you. And then just to finish off that point, on the first day of the inquiry, we heard representations from an interested party, Mr. Hillman. He referred to an article in a local newspaper talking about Carmageddon and a week of chaos between the 15th and 18th of August around Hamble Lane. Obviously, you heard that evidence. What bearing does that have on your assessment of the October traffic evidence?
That's something clearly I heard, have borne in mind in my evidence. I think the point I wanted to refer you to, sir, on this plan in ID2, you will see I've drawn 3 red lines. The purpose of that was to indicate that there are route choices. If, for example, a driver is going between Southampton and M27 East, depending on how they find traffic conditions on the M27. And you'll see they could either leave at Junction 8 and go down the first part of Hamble Lane, secondly at Junction 7, or thirdly to Junction 6 and then directly south into Southampton. So that goes to my concern about the variability of traffic flows taken that week when the combination of effects were occurring.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Howard, in his proof of evidence, I wonder if you just turn that up. It's at table 3.3 of his proof of evidence. Which is on page 32. He's dealing with the potential influence of the highway closures on the traffic counts that the appellant undertook, and he says, well, actually, if you look at the days when there were closures compared with the days when there weren't, you don't notice much of a difference. What's your view on what he says there?
I would regard that data as very difficult to interpret, in the sense that, firstly, for the reasons I just mentioned about the variability of flows during that period for different reasons, but also secondly, I think there is an error in that the survey flows were taken over a week. But I think what's happened is that the surveys they actually finished on the 17th of October, the Thursday. And what's actually happened in that table is that the Friday when there were no roadworks has got translated into the period when there were roadworks. I'm sure Mr. Howard will correct me if I'm wrong on that. So I would say table 3.3 is unreliable.
Now, the HBDG commissioned its own automated traffic count surveys in January of 2025, and you give the, it's not necessary to turn to it, but you give some of the data from that to table 2.1 of your proof of evidence, and indeed that's replicated in the new statements of common ground between the parties. In response to that, Mr. Howard says in his rebuttal that you've not distinguished peak flows in your analysis. What's your response to that?
My response is that fundamentally the issue of HGV traffic generated by the working of the quarry is a daily matter. I know that it's important to assess it in terms of traffic capacity in the peak hour, but it is fundamentally for school children, other users, pedestrians, cyclists along Hamble Lane, a daily matter.
Then Mr. Howard, in his rebuttal, goes, it might be worth turning to that if you can, table 1.1 of his rebuttal proof, which is on page 6.
Sorry, could you repeat that? Page 6.
Table 1.1 of Mr. Howard's rebuttal proof. He has a comparison of the 2022, 2024 and 2025 traffic flows at the northern end of Hamble Lane. Do you have that in front of you, Mr.
I do.
Whittingham? You do, thank you. Now he says, well, looking at that, the 2025 levels are similar to 2022. And what's your view of that analysis and its significance?
Yeah, several things. First of all, just to look at the headings, the 2022 flows are actually taken on one day. I know actually that the site access was taken on one day in April and the rest were taken on one day in October 2022, but it's still one day. And then, as I've mentioned earlier, the 2024 were during the roadworks. But taking that as it is, I'd like you to look at the 8 till 9 period. And the south bound direction, you will see that in 2022 the flow was 878, and in 2025 was 1058 vehicles per hour. That's actually I think it's a 29% increase between 2022 and 2025. And similarly, if you look at the two-way flow, the 2068 and the 2162, that's an increase of 15%. And this table, sir, I should have said at the beginning, refers to the top end of Hamble Lane, where it's busiest. So far from showing a drop, to my mind, in the critical hour, at the critical place, that's an increase.
And then just finally on this topic, returning to document ID2, if I may. On the first page, you have a chart showing AADF flows. Do you have that? And again, that's also replicated in the the statements of common ground. Can you just explain in a minute? I think we're done there. So I was in core document ID2, Quarry document ID2.
Yes,
asking
I have
just to
it.
explain what we see in that chart. What's that showing us?
Yes, so this is the average annual daily flow, AADF, for the years 2000 onwards. And you will see that I've inserted a green dot, which is the HPDG traffic flow that was collected earlier on in this year. So you'll see that on the daily basis, that shows a very clear trend. I probably should explain the orange dots. They're interim values, and you will see, sir, that they're not just straight, if you like, interpolations between the black dots. They are actually, it's called estimated. What they actually are the result of quite a complicated stratification of data from other sites. But those other sites, there's actually the way it's expanded and growth to get to that estimated value is actually based on the expansion factors are over 7,500 data spots. So what I'm trying to say is that although they're estimated, they are carefully estimated by the DFT from a huge amount of data for similar roads in similar locations and similar types.
So thank you. That's what it shows us, Mr. Whittingham. What's the significance of it? What's the significance of the pattern that it shows for the highways evidence and for the inspector?
It shows that there's been a very quick recovery, if recovery is perhaps not the right word, increase in traffic flows since the COVID period.
Thank you. Now I just want to move on to ask you a few questions about highway safety. I'm conscious that you have covered much of this already in your proof of evidence, but at paragraphs 4.30 to 4.31 of your proof of evidence, you discuss the implications of the school survey that's been carried out in terms of when people arrive and leave the schools. Mr. Howard, in his rebuttal at paragraph 1.12.3, criticises your analysis here, and in particular your focus on, I think, the period after 1430, because at that point there's a condition which will stop vehicles leaving the site. So what's your response? Do you have a response to his criticism there?
Yeah, so I've presented evidence that yes, there are school children walking past the site access along Hamble Lane during the time when the condition requiring exiting vehicles to be prevented it will occur, and so the condition will be hopefully effective for some of that time. I say some of that time partly because, in my view, it's very difficult to be precise about stopping a loaded vehicle coming out of the site at, for example, 1430. So that's my first point about, if you like, the compliance with the proposed condition in a practical sense. I think the second thing I would say is that the condition relates to a vehicle movement at the site access. Clearly there's a time displacement if for example, in the morning, school children are coming off the train and walking to the Hamble school. It will mean that they'll be walking potentially in a time period that isn't within that condition. And thirdly, what I would say is that it's not a regular thing. You know, if you look at my evidence, which shows the number of school children in the adjacent time periods, if the school children were to be a few minutes early or a few minutes late, that would make a big difference to the fact that you know, they were walking when the condition wasn't operating. So to my mind, it's only a partial remedy for some of the time, and of course it only applies to exiting vehicles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whittingham. Now, you've already looked at the road safety audit in detail in your proof of evidence. I'm not going to ask you to go through that again because the inspector could read that. But I just want to bring up a picture of I think what is proposed to be the highway access arrangement. So that's core document B83. Forgive me, I don't think this is one I warned you about. B83 and page forgive me one moment to get the right page. So I think it's page 14 of the PDF, if you've got that. It's the diagram ITB 13040-SK-006. Do you have that? You have that. So can I just check you've got that? Sorry, it was one that I didn't warn you about. It's really just to give you an opportunity to give any further. You've obviously given observations in your proof of evidence. Are there any other observations about this arrangement from a highway safety perspective that you want to give to the inquiry?
Yes, thank you. I have several concerns, and I think basically they're the concerns that were listed in the safety audit under the problems raised. I think the first one relates to the swept path analysis that's been undertaken, and that's referred to as problem a 2.1 in the roadside safety audit. Road safety audit. When I looked at the swept paths, and there's an example on the following page, the page that Mr. Fulbrook referred to, I can't really differentiate between the swept path of the 16.5 metre vehicle that was originally assessed and the smaller vehicle, which Mr. Howard says will be used virtually all the time. So my conclusion there is that the tracking is still very tight, and therefore my conclusion is that the problem set out in A2.1 still remains, hasn't been addressed. That is that the proximity of HGV to the footway is so near that there's a danger it could become involved with pedestrians or cyclists crossing. The second thing I'd like to refer you to, sir, is the actual crossing. And you will see that it's a sort of staggered crossing at the bell mouth to the junction. Now, I think I'm right in saying the radii of that crossing is about 24 metres. It's a large radii and therefore a large distance for pedestrians to have to cross. And you'll see, sir, that what happens is that going from, say, north to south, and we'll take the example of a pedestrian, the pedestrian waits at the curb edge where the tactile paving is, but then has to look right over their shoulder up Hamble Road to see a vehicle approaching. The reason for that is because they're on the bend, on the curve of the road there. They then have to cross where the arrow points A2.1, and you'll see there's a big distance to cross until they get to the tactile paving on the central island. And you will see that, slightly oddly as well, they cross through a hatched area. They then walk through the protected island and cross to the southern footway. And I calculate the total distance in the road is 12.9 metres. So that's a long time and a long distance to be exposed to traffic. And remember, the condition doesn't prevent vehicles entering the site, i.e. on that dangerous entry point. And then just to finish that point, Mr. Howard says, well, we did consider putting the crossing further into the access road. The result of the large radius is that would be some way into the access road, and therefore the question is, would people do that? The answer is they're most likely not to, in which case they would walk along the road edge, which is really the last thing you want. And it might be said, well, could you put deterrence paving to prevent that? To my mind, the answer is, I don't think that would work. You can't do that across the entry to the access, and therefore it's difficult to see how you stop people doing it. So I suppose what I'm saying is that by virtue of its layout, I believe it is unsafe. And I think when you add that to pedestrians and particularly school children, that becomes a concern.
I understand that during the site visit, although obviously it wasn't present, there was a comparison drawn to the access to the BP site, also I think off Hamble Lane. Is there anything, now you've got the opportunity to comment on that for the inspector, that you would like to say about that access?
Yes, sir. You know, I couldn't be available there, but at the site visit. But I do understand that reference was made to comparing the site access to the entrance to the BP oil refinery further down Hamble Lane. That's a completely different situation. It's not an access that's between two schools, and it has a simple crossover. It's not even a bell mouth. What that actually means is that the distance across for pedestrians and cyclists is small, and nowhere as difficult or complicated as the proposed site access for pedestrians or cyclists.
Moving on then to looking at the impact on the transport network itself. Again, you deal with much of this in your proof of evidence and your analysis at paragraphs 5.10 following, looking at changes to times at particular junctions. I suppose two things. Can you just explain, first of all, the rationale for approaching it in this way, your assessment in this way?
Often assessing the severity of traffic impact is quite difficult. there tend not to be benchmarks. In this case, there is the clear GE aviation decision where not only is there a general conclusion drawn that it fails the test of severe impact, but it also sets out some of the parameters on which that conclusion is made. And it's those parameters to do with delay that I've compared to the junction assessment and delay that the appellant has put forward in their transport assessments. And so that gives us a good guidance on how the test of severity should be applied in this case.
Now, it's my understanding that the data that you've used, obviously, in the appellant's transport assessments, that modelling was based on there being up to 144 HGV movements per day maximum, and that the appellant is now undertaking that there'll be just 126. So what difference, if any, does that have on your analysis of the severity of the impact?
Yes, I don't think it makes any material difference for reason that, as I've said, the baseline traffic flows are flawed. And secondly, and it's a less effect, but the effect of the condition does increase traffic flows in peak hours and adjacent hours. So that will increase the 126 HGVs. And then also, so there's a concern I have about the actual modelling approach and the fact that the modelling software tests junction in isolation, which is fine if junctions are a distance apart and queues don't queue back to adjacent junctions. In this case, neither of those criteria are met. And I was surprised that the County Council stated that it was happy not using the so-called VISM model, because that had been used for two junctions in the decision relating to Satchel Lane, which I have inserted in my proof. And indeed, I did check, Mr. Howard kindly supplied me with the raw data from the surveys, so I could see queue lengths, and queue lengths do back up between junctions. And I think the reference there, if you want that, sir, is, I think it's B82, which is the Transport Assessment Addendum.
Thank you. Now, finally, I want to ask you about the mitigation which is proposed here. Now, in your proof of evidence, you raise at section 6 a number of issues about the feasibility of the proposed mitigation. Again, the inspector would take that as read. Mr. Howard responds in his rebuttal to suggest, well, there are a few issues and there are various compromises that might have to be made. For example, reductions in width, narrowing of the path to avoid or to go around trees, potentially different routes or the non-provision of a couple of routes in relation to the allotments. Just overall, what's your view on the effect of these potential compromises on the proposed mitigation?
My view is that they are certainly compromises to the extent that they make the mitigation improvement, well, not a mitigation improvement. They don't satisfy the tests in the NPPF of mitigating the increase in HGV flows. And I think, you know, when you go through Mr. Howard's alternative suggestions, you couldn't say that any of them comply with LTN 120 in terms of a consistent 3 metre width and indeed Mr. Howard acknowledges that, saying, albeit they're 2 metres in places.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, what when you refer to LTN 120, what is that?
Sorry, LTN 120 is the design guide for pedestrian cycle ways, cycle design guide. Sorry, just to finish that point, if I may, I'm not saying that absolutely everywhere should be 3 metres. You know, the guidance does allow for local narrowing in certain places. But I think, sir, when you look at the mitigation plan that's been supplied, it is covered with notes saying this has to move, that has to move, the trees in the way, etc. And that's at this early feasibility stage. So, which is why I say the mitigation scheme can't be implemented.
Finally, a sum has been proposed, £500,000 to cover the cost of the mitigation works. You say in your proof it's unknown whether the cost of works can be covered by the agreed contribution. Why do you say that? Is there anything more you want to say in terms of that?
Yes, it's kind of very straightforward, really. The contribution length started off as being 200 metres or 220 metres. That's clearly set out. It then seemed to extend to the definition that Mr. Howard put forward in his proof, and in shorthand, the blue hatched area. Then the distances obviously didn't tally. We calculated the distances there were quoted as 741 metres. And then I'm left in kind of further confusion because, and I note this hasn't been submitted to the inquiry, but there is a plan that apparently is agreed between Mr. Howard and the County Council, which has a box round it. You remember there were 4 plans, sir. This one has been put onto one plan, which is very helpful, and has a box round and shows a different mitigation scheme, now including some red shading, and the red shading is a short section on the western side north of the school. So, first point I'd like to make is, and this is not just me saying this is a real frustration of the residents, that it's never been apparent what the mitigation scheme is. It's been described and illustrated differently at different stages. And the point that then follows from that is the £500,000 sufficient to cover whatever the scheme is? And it's kind of strange that the explanation that was given by the County Council to the Regulatory Committee, and that's set out in document CDK 32, I think it's Appendix A. That gives 4 examples, and it's clear those 4 examples are worked upon the basis of a 200 metre length. So it's very difficult to see how the apparent justification for the level of contribution, the question that was sought by the regulatory authority, doesn't tie up.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Whittingham, you obviously referred to some of the evidence from interested parties that the inquiry had already heard. Obviously, a lot was said about the highway conditions on Hamble Lane. Is there anything further you want to say to the inspector in relation to what we've already heard?
Yes, thank you. There was clearly a lot of heartfelt and I would say accurate evidence presented. I did want to just draw your attention to two witnesses, and that was the evidence of Robert Hillman. His evidence is ID 39, and he referred to the October Carmageddon. Not his words, it was the Daily Echo. And also the April survey, so remember this is the 2024 survey, was a week before a bank holiday. And he also made the point about a lack of journey time. So I think those were very important points made. And then secondly, the evidence of Georgie Baker, ID 45, who set out, as she called them, her 4 goals in trying to understand what was going on, basically with the mitigation scheme. And she concluded that on the basis of those figures that the County Council gave to the regulatory authority, she said that the figure was over £1 million. Actually, I think her calculation was slightly awry. It should have been more than that, but making a very clear point that A, the residents are very confused over this, and B, the calculation doesn't seem to tie up.
Thank you, Mr. Whittingham. Sir, those are all the questions I have for Mr. Whittingham.
Thank you, Mr. Fulbrook. Just one thing that perhaps is a matter for yourself, Mr. Strawn, to have a chat about to break some point. Mr. Whittingham referred to the plan that's not before the inquiry, referred to the boxes on the plan, made quite a few points about that. Two choices. I don't have the plan, so I can't refer to it, and therefore I can't rely on the evidence provided. So perhaps it's something that you need to have a chat about at break as to whether that plan should be before the inquiry, which is fine, and I'll leave the evidence as it is. But if it's a plan that I can't rely on, then I can't rely on the evidence, if you see what I mean, because it's not before me. So it's a matter, I think, rather than me say we need that plan, I don't know the status of that plan. So I think it's a matter for yourself to have a chat with Mrs. Straw and then decide whether or not the plan needs to be submitted or it's not.
So, of course, I completely understand, and I'll take that up with my learned friend. I think our position is that we don't also understand the state of the plan. We've seen a plan, but we don't believe it's been submitted to PINS, and so yeah, I'll take that up, Mr. Straw. Okay. I've been remiss in not doing that before. So
thank you very much, Mr. Strawn. I'll come back to that later. Mr. Strawn, your opportunity for cross-examination. Just bear in mind the time period as well, just when you think if there's an appropriate time to have a break for the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm notoriously bad at keeping an eye on the clock, so please don't hesitate to remind me. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Whittingham.
Good morning.
We're going to be referring to the documents that you've already referred to. We might also, sir, go to the Road Safety Audit, CDB 54. And also the Highway Statement of Common Ground with the County Highway Authority, CDD 20, I think it is. Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Whittingham, I'm just going to ask you a few questions, if I may. If you don't understand my question, please say. If you do understand it, please answer it. But I'm happy to rephrase it if you don't understand it.
Thank you.
Good. So can we just agree some common points or agreed positions which may assist the inspector. First of all, the safety of the highway in this location and the assessment of traffic congestion on the highway is the primary responsibility of the local highway authority, in this case Hampshire County Council, correct?
Correct.
And whilst you may not agree with them, and I'll come to any points of disagreement shortly, the County Highway Authority is independent from the appellant, correct?
Correct.
And it has a duty to assess the scheme in light of the information provided and to request further information if it requires it.
Correct.
And the County Highway Authority did that. They did request further information where they considered it necessary.
They did.
Yeah. Well, they do. They did in this case.
Yes, they did in this case. Yes.
And the County Highway Authority's got, I'm going to use a colloquialism, no axe to grind, has it, Mr. Whittingham?
I assume not.
No.
I would hope not.
Well, it's got a duty to assess the scheme's safety and the impact on the highway network, but it's got no other agenda that you're aware of.
Correct.
And so you would totally dissociate yourself from the comments that have been made by others as to willful negligence, I would hope, on the part of the Highway Authority.
I've never said that.
No, I agree, and that's helpful, but you would dissociate yourself from such comments.
Yes.
Yes, good. And in this case, the County Highway Authority is, of course, particularly well placed to make judgments about Hamble Lane and its conditions, having looked at development in this locality many, many times.
Correct.
Good. And having done so, they've set out their position on the scheme in the Highway Statement of Common Ground that the inspector has as CD D20, correct?
Correct.
And that reflects an agreed position between two sets of professional highway engineers, the appellant's professional highway engineers, I-Transport, and the County Highway Authority's professional officers as highway engineers on the effect of the scheme.
Correct.
And that also now reflects the Mineral Planning Authority's judgment, as we know, having been satisfied with the County Highway Authority's position.
That's where we part approach, really, because I don't understand how the Mineral Planning Authority, having requested further information on the extent of the contribution, actually then said that's fine, when, in my view, it clearly wasn't fine.
Well, you may not agree with them, Mr. Whittingham, but they have satisfied themselves, haven't they, about the extent of the information?
I think they've satisfied themselves erroneously.
Well, maybe. I don't think that's right, Mr. Whittingham. We'll come to that, but just to be clear, they have satisfied themselves.
It is a matter of fact that they have satisfied themselves.
Good.
In the process, yes.
And can we just see the scope of what both the County Highway Authority and the Minerals Planning Authority have agreed about the development based on the assessments that have been done? And if you turn up the Highway Statement of Common Ground, so we're going to look at matters of agreement, section 2.1.
Yes.
And in essence, and I know we'll come to your points of disagreement, Mr. Whittingham, in a moment, but in essence, you can see there's various tests set out, and then there's some analysis or description of what's been agreed. And the tests set out the relevant tests for the transportation matters, broadly speaking, by reference to policy, national policy and local policy, correct?
Correct.
So we have, for example, promoting sustainable transport, something that's an objective in national policy, correct?
Correct.
And then we have an assessment of the common ground that the site is and indeed in a sustainable location, opportunities for staff to travel to the site by walking, cycling and by public transport. And those opportunities are then set out in considerable detail. So, for example, employees working at the site will be able to access the site by a choice of modes of transport, walking, cycling, bus, rail.
Yes.
And you don't take any issue with that.
No.
They also deal with the permissive footpath and the restoration of the site. And then at 2.5, the mitigation that you talk about, I know you disagree on that, so I'll come back to that. However, you don't disagree with paragraph 2.6, do you?
Well, I do insofar, I don't in terms, we were talking about in terms of employees to the site. I'm happy to say that's in a sustainable location in those terms. What I disagree with is that it's not in a sustainable location in terms of the wider quarry traffic, etc.
Well, that's not sustainability. That relates to your point about highway congestion and safety of the road. That's nothing to do with sustainability.
Yes. So in terms of employees, I'm happy it's in a sustainable location.
Right. Well, I'll come back to the mitigation. I said I'll come back to that in a moment. That's fine. Yeah. Good. Then we come to safe and suitable access. And there's agreement on the suitability and the safety of the site access by reference to the drawings that have been provided by the County Highway Authority and the road safety audit, isn't there?
So the drawings are provided by Mr. Howard?
Yes, the drawings provide for a site access to deal with the site vehicles coming in and out of the site.
Yes, as set out in the road safety audit.
Yes, and the County Highway Authority, I know you've expressed your reservations about that, and I'll come to those, but the County Highway Authority is satisfied it is indeed a safe access for the proposed use. Correct?
That's an interesting question because I've not seen them sign off the road safety audit.
Well, just read the Statement of Common Ground, Mr. Whittingham.
Yes.
They've got all the information that is part of the application, including the road safety audit. And they've set out safe and suitable access. They identify 2.7, the drawings. They identify the turning arrangements, 2.9. They identify the 2.11, the site access crosses the existing footway and cycleway. Identify the radius, the crossing island. Identify the visibility displays, 2.11 being appropriate. The pedestrian and cycle surveys demonstrating the level of usage, which you don't dispute, I don't think.
The level of usage, no.
No. They analyse all of that as to the material, and then at 2.22 they identify the road safety audit.
Yes.
Right?
Correct. Those are all descriptive points, not agreement points.
Oh. Just read 224. So just read 224, Mr. Whittingham.
224.
Couldn't be more unambiguous, could it? Well, just for the benefit of those who may not have in front of them. In accordance with paragraph 144 of the MPPF, having set out all of that material to which I've just referred, it is common ground that the development proposals provide safe and suitable access for all people.
Yes, I understand that reference to the policy. What I don't see is a reference to signing off the safety audit.
You don't need to sign off this safety audit, Mr. Whittingham. You can see the consequences of the safety audit, what it reports, and then reach a conclusion on whether there is safe and suitable access, which is what the Highway Authority has done, hasn't it?
The process...
Just answer my question first.
the process should be that the safety audit raises problems, the designer then responds to those, the designer's response, and then it's the duty of the overseeing authority to sign that off.
Sign it off. I don't know what you're talking about by signing it off. I mean,
Well,
just go back to 222. Go back. You're not looking at the document, Mister. Go back to 222.
222,
This
yes.
is a statement of common ground written by the council, the highway authority that is, and the appellant. An independent road safety audit dated, I'm not going to read every word, but July 2018, revisited on the 9th of August 2023, of the proposed site access arrangement and pedestrian cycle crossing. The access has been undertaken and raises no residual safety issues. Have you not read this document before?
Sorry, I'm wondering if I'm...
222, 2.22.
Yes, maybe I'm not looking at the same document, but it says...
First sentence, I just read it out. You can.
Yes, I've got that, thank you.
Yeah, so the Highway Authority are satisfied in light of the road safety audit and the responses, and we'll come to it, that there are no residual safety issues.
That's what the Highway Authority says? Yes, correct.
Right, that was what I was trying to get you to agree some 5 minutes ago. But
Okay.
So we can agree, can't we, notwithstanding what you say, but the County Highway Authority, as the responsible local highway authority for safety in this area, have examined the road safety audit and the responses to it, and are satisfied that there are no residual safety issues, and indeed, paragraph 224, it does provide
Correct.
a safe and suitable access
Correct.
for all people. Thank you. Traffic impact, and again, I'll let you look at it at your leisure if you want, but in short, and so there are quite a few paragraphs here, having analysed the data, the trip rates, the methodology that's been used, and the effects of the traffic on the highway network by reference to the counts that are being used, the Highway Authority has satisfied itself that the traffic impacts of the proposal are all indeed acceptable.
They have, correct.
Yeah. And what is more, for the inspector's consideration, the Highway Authority consider that the traffic modelling that's been done to be appropriate and very robust. Do you want to see 2.60?
No, I accept that's what they say.
So it's not, those words, common I think to people in your trade, are indicating that this isn't simply a traffic assessment that is at the margins. They consider, you may disagree, but they consider the methodology is appropriate, but the assumptions that are built in make it robust, very robust, because, for example, they've already identified the acceptability of the traffic impact, assuming 144 HGVs per day at the maximum period of operation, whereas the inspector now knows that it's 126 that are being proposed.
Well, yes, they do say that. Well, Mr. Howard says that.
No, this is not just Mr. Howard, this is the County Highway Authority.
Okay, fine, stand corrected. That's what they say. I say that, yes, that's a reduction, clearly. Whether it's a material reduction is a separate matter, but also because as I say, the baseline and the actual assessment is flawed, then I don't reach the conclusion that the reduction is robust.
Yeah, well, trust me, I'm coming to your allegation that it's flawed, but I'm just trying to work out that you've understood what's agreed. The sequence of events, without taking you laboriously through all those paragraphs, is that the County Highway Authority has concluded that even with 144 HGVs per day, the traffic impacts are acceptable.
Yes, I'm only hesitating because I'm not sure of the timing of their approval, but I assume so, yes.
Well, it's set out in this statement of common ground. They then go on to consider, look at 256 in case you're in any doubt, but I think it's important to recognise this because you don't in your proof. So just, I hope this helps. It's divided into two sections. Under the heading alternative trip rates, everything above that is the trip rate assumptions of 144 HGVs per day, which was what was in fact, I think, recommended to the committee. And then they say, notwithstanding that both the County Highway Authority and the appellant are agreed that the proposed development is acceptable as set out above, so that's all the analysis based on 144 HGVs, the appellant responded to perception of the concerns of residents and then offered to reduce the number in the maximum period of operation phase 2 down to 126 vehicles, even though the Highway Authority doesn't require it and it's already been considered to be acceptable at 144. That's the correct position, isn't it?
Yes, I would say, though, this paragraph doesn't say the CHA considers the assessment robust in terms.
Well, that's a different paragraph.
Okay.
That's the one I took you to at 2.53. So you're wrong about that.
Well, it says on a worst case basis. It doesn't say robust.
The transport modelling undertaken robustly assesses the proposed development.
Okay.
So you're wrong about that.
I'm willing to accept that's the view of the CHA.
Right.
Yes.
But you keep on making claims which turn out not to be correct. I assume you've read this as part of your evidence.
Of course.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So the County Highway Authority is satisfied that there is a robust assessment and that it's on a worst case basis and that it's acceptable with 144 HGVs on Hamble Lane per day. All acceptable, correct?
Correct.
What the appellant has then done is, because local people have expressed concern, although not required because of the acceptability of the higher level, they've dropped the number to 126.
Correct.
Yeah. And then the analysis that then follows in the Statement of Common Ground deals with the effect of the reduction of 126 vehicles and the movement restrictions modelled and set out. So you can see at 259 that models the effect of those movement restrictions in the identified hours that were suggested, or 45 minutes, a period of time. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we just go back to, I'm going to come to your criticisms of the underlying data. It's fair to say that the council have given consideration both to the data, the underlying data that's been used, as you'd expect, in reaching the conclusion about robustness and appropriateness. See, for example, 225 and 2 to 228.
I have it.
They haven't simply accepted our position. They've considered whether, for example, the trip rates and trip distribution are based on empirical evidential basis. In this case, for example, HGV movements based on 3 CMEX sites.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is an appropriate way to do it. You haven't
Yes.
criticised it. Okay, good.
Yes, those are used for the distribution of traffic throughout the day. I don't have an issue with that.
All right. And then if we turn a little bit further on to the use of traffic surveys, 238, the County Highway Authority, again, whose responsibility this area is, they consider that the traffic surveys that were being used, manual classified counts and queue-length surveys, were undertaken in October 2022, and these are considered to be appropriate and representative of typical network conditions for the assessment of traffic if the proposed development to inform the traffic modelling.
They do.
Yeah, and although we're going to have a foray into 2024 data, because you raised it, the assessment is based on the 2022 data, which you, I don't think, have criticised.
Correct.
So there aren't any identified concerns you put forward as to the robustness of that data and what it reveals in terms of traffic numbers or peak outflows.
That's right.
Good. Can we then just go to 242, 241 and 242? I'm going to come to what the October 2024 criticisms that you've made, but just sticking with what the County Highway Authority have undertaken. The further ATCs were undertaken in October 2024 to check the robustness of the 2022 data, and then there's the table identified of observed flows for the inspector from 2017, 2022 and 2024 and differences between those. As a matter of fact, and we'll come to your criticisms of 2024, but as a matter of fact, that data was indeed showing lower levels of traffic than that which has been used to assess the scheme.
That's what the data shows, yes.
And so, of that data, 2017, 22 and 2024, what the data shows, the appellants used the most robust basis for assessment.
Yeah, when you say robust, I mean, you have to remember the 2022 data was 1 day. Therefore, what I'm saying is it's accurate as that day. Clearly, I'm not disputing the validity of the traffic count. What I am saying is that I don't think 1 day is a solid evidence base on which to predict everything that flows from that in the modelling terms. So I accept that the County Highway Authority have taken it as acceptable. My concern is that it is just 1 day, and therefore you have to bear in mind the robustness of that data on all the projections that go forward.
Right. Well, we'll come back to the robustness of the 2022 data. Well, the simple point I was putting it to Mr. Whittingham is that the appellant has not sought to assess the scheme by reference to the 2024 data, which was lower than the figures already.
I agree with you there, yes.
Which is a robust approach, assuming you have new data. If you use the higher figures, it's a robust approach.
Depending on whether you think the 2024 data is reliable or robust, which I don't.
Okay, you don't think it's reliable, we'll come to that. But if you have two sets of data and use the higher one than the lower one, that is robust.
It depends on whether each day is in itself robust or not. I don't accept that just taking two sets of data leads to that conclusion.
There were 3 sets, but leave that aside, Mr. Whittingham. Okay, then we come on to the question of highway safety in terms of the statement of common ground. Paragraph 261. Let's see if we can agree this as common ground. There's a lot of data behind this, but it's right, isn't it, that as set out in the appellant's transport assessment addendum, there have been no accidents involving HGVs along Hamble Lane between December 2016 and November 2021, and indeed in the most recent 5-year period that was taken into account, 2019 through to February 2024.
Yes, I've got no reason to disagree with the County Highway Authority.
Yeah. Well, it's no reason to disagree. I mean, it's based on data that's available, which you could have interrogated if you thought it was wrong.
Yes, I'm happy to accept it's correct.
Yeah. So what is common ground, therefore, in what comes to the levels of HGV usage, there's no doubt that Hamble Lane is used by HGVs currently.
Correct.
Large HGVs.
Yes.
Ones that travel to the oil terminal on a daily basis.
Yes.
We'll come to the numbers, but over that 10-year period, in terms of the safety of Hamble Lane, there have been no accidents involving HGVs at that level using Hamble Lane throughout that 10-year period.
Correct.
And that, Mr. Whittingham, by any stretch of the imagination, is clearly an important consideration if one's seeking to suggest that the existing conditions are unsafe.
Well, existing conditions, it's a factor. Certainly, my main concern is it's a balance between the existing conditions, and you'll know I refer particularly to near the bridge, and the proposed conditions with the site access crossing.
Well, I'll come to the site access crossing in a moment because we've already seen that was been looked at separately by the County Highway Authority. But the existing condition, the inspector's been to the site, but the existing position with the bridge is one that's used by HGVs, pedestrians and cyclists variously, with the results that we can see over the past 10 years.
Those are the statistics, yes. It doesn't allay my concern.
But there isn't an empirical basis in terms of accident data for a concern, is there, Mr. Whittingham?
The accidents, as we've agreed, demonstrate, or the data demonstrates there hasn't been an accident.
Yes, so answer to my question is yes, there isn't an empirical basis for that concern based on the accident data, is there?
No, these are injury accidents. I don't know if there are any other accidents which weren't personal injury accidents, but the premise of your question is correct.
Thank you. And just to help for that context as to the safety of having some additional HGVs of the level we're talking about, for the 4-year period, 126 HGVs per day, we can also agree common ground as to the parameters of the vehicle's usage of Hamble Lane, because it's in the next paragraph. The various survey data, I don't think even allowing for your differences, demonstrate that the Hamble Lane's used between 16,000 to 34,000 vehicles every day, and 375 to 850 HGVs every day. So obviously there are daily fluctuations, but on one day there was 850 HGVs using it, on another day there was, oh I see, based on different locations, so within the range of Hamble Lane.
Correct.
Yeah.
We know that traffic flows, yeah, that's the variation.
Yes. Good. And one can confidently and correctly call it a busy urban road corridor, which is what the County Highway Authority
I would agree with
describes
that.
it.
Yes.
Good. And the mitigation contributions covered by the statement of common ground. I'll come back to your point about costings in a moment, Mr. Whittingham, because we don't think there's any dispute about that. But the council have considered the contribution to mitigation proposals in 2.63 onwards, haven't they? Yeah?
Sorry, yes.
You've read those various paragraphs. The position of the County Highway Authority is that the scheme itself does not cause any severe impacts on the highway network, even without the contribution.
Sorry, it has or it hasn't, did you say?
The County Highway Authority has satisfied itself that the scheme, indeed at 144 HGVs per
Yes.
day, does not cause any severe impacts on the highway network, hasn't it? Even without the contribution.
Oh, without the contribution.
Yes.
My understanding is that the mitigation is to reduce the severe impact.
No, there's no severe impact. It's agreed there is no severe impact from the scheme, even at 144 HGVs per year.
So can you point me to the reference on that?
Yes. $2.54. We've already been there.
2.64?
54.
Oh, sorry.
I don't mind going back over it. It's just every time you say something, it turns out not to be correct. So I'm just worried that you haven't read this document properly, Mr. Whittingham.
No, you don't need to be concerned. It's purely
Well, I'm concerned. Can you
I want
just
to
refresh
check
your
this
memory
point.
then? 254.
Whilst the witness is reading that, Mr. Strong, just have a think about an appropriate break.
Yeah, of course, sorry.
That's very useful. Thank you. So
Right.
I accept
Having
your
now
point.
refreshed your memory.
The County Highway Authority does not state that the impact is severe.
Yeah, and back to what we've already discussed, that's assuming 144 HGVs per day.
Correct.
We're actually proposing 126, as we've been through. And therefore, when we go forward to the contribution, as they've explained in the Statement of Common Ground, it's not a contribution being sought to mitigate a severe impact, because there is no such severe impact, correct?
Yeah.
It's a mitigation contribution seeking to address, as they've explained, their policy, their local transport plan policy, which is to encourage further modal shift. Again, if you need to refresh your memory, please do so. But paragraph 265, in particular, 269. This sounds like it's all news to you, Mr. Whittingham, because so I don't mind. It's just if you need to take your time, but it's clear, isn't it?
Yeah, you see, the reason I'm hesitating is because the Highway Authority is stating that the proposed development would result in additional trips on the highway network that do impact on the capacity of the local highway network. As set out in the consultation response, this level of impact can be cost effectively mitigated through ensuring the appropriate opportunities can be taken to promote sustainable transport modes. Yeah. Therefore, the reason I was hesitating was because I do see a direct linkage in the County Highway Authority's approach between the traffic impact, the impact on the highway network. The additional trips must be referring to either the employees' vehicles or HGVs, which can be effectively mitigated by the proposals.
Yeah, it's very simple. There's a national policy, as you're aware, which identifies that development should not be refused for impacts on the highway network unless those impacts are severe.
Correct.
There are no such severe impacts from this proposal, according to the Highway Authority.
Well, those severe impacts are mitigated by the proposals.
No, that's not.
That's what I've just read out.
No, it doesn't say that at all. I've already taken you to. I want to have a break, so please just focus, Mr. Whittingham. there's an assessment on whether the impacts of 100 the vehicles caused on the road network, all vehicles, creates a severe impact. I'm taking you to the paragraph. It's agreed that there is no such severe impact. Do you want to go back to it?
No, my reading of this is quite clear. The mitigation proposals
I'm not,
avoid
I'm
severe
not
impact.
I'm not asking about your reading of it. I'm asking about the correct position of the Highway Authority. The Highway Authority has satisfied themselves that the effects of this development on the highway network are not severe. See paragraph 253, which is the national policy test.
Correct. And
Right.
the reason being because of the mitigation proposals.
No, it doesn't say that, does it? Look, go back to 253.
Well, it doesn't say, that may be
254.
that may be what that paragraph says, but it follows in the submission that the County Highway Authority have made that the reason for that is because the mitigation proposals have been proposed. Otherwise, what would be their purpose?
Well, that's not what it says, and it's not correct, Mr. Whittingham, but it's interesting that you that's your view. What then follows about the mitigation scheme is, yes, of course, there are additional trips on the highway network, brackets, not ones which are going to cause a severe impact, but there are trips nonetheless. And in accordance with their local transport plan policy, opportunities have been taken to achieve modal shift in respect of those. Well,
I'm saying my understanding of what additional trips mean.
I'm not asking for your understanding. I'm just
Well-
let's break it down then. No severe impacts identified. There will be additional trips. Yes, we agree on that, don't we, Mr. Whittingham?
Yes.
And in relation to those, they explain. Look at paragraph 265. By reference to Local Transport Plan 4, an increased emphasis on policies which support modal shift and manage the demand for road space rather than just supplying the extra capacity to meet this demand. In accordance with that, they therefore have sought a contribution on measures to encourage modal shift, i.e. improving the pedestrian cycle network.
Well, that's what it says.
Good. Okay. Well, that's sufficient for me. Right. So do you want to have the break now? I was just going to have one. Well, my next bit would take 10 or 15 minutes.
Just bear in mind the witness has been sat there for probably around about 2 hours now.
I'm quite happy.
I'm just conscious of other people as well. Have you got a natural break in 10 minutes?
I think so, yes.
In which case we'll have a natural break in 10 minutes and then we'll move on from there.
Let's see if we can just cover this, I think, discrete topic. Mr. Whittingham, you're obviously representing the Rule 6 party or objecting to the scheme, notwithstanding what the County Highway Authority have said, so I understand that. You're a professional witness. You haven't actually given the declaration that you're giving evidence in accordance with those professional witness duties, I don't think. But I assume you are.
I'm happy to state, yes, it's clearly in accordance with that.
Yeah. And is it also fair to say, I mean, you're not only under an obligation to do that, draw things to the inspector's attention which may be adverse to your case, but that's particularly important if you're representing a Rule 6 party of this nature, where it's important that they proceed on objective information.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because a concern we've expressed is about misinformation or concerns being expressed about things which aren't the case. So far as highway matters are concerned, that applies as much as any other subject.
Of course.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's just see whether you have done that, because you've kept talking about this. You're concerned about data collected and the validity of the modelling that's been accepted by the County Highway Authority and the appellant. And is paragraph 2.4 of your evidence. And I've got two points to take about this, but I'll see how we get on in terms of timing. I'll deal with two things. I'm going to come back to the 2024 data criticisms in a moment, but in at 2.4, you refer to 2017, 2022 and 2024 data, and you express at 2.5 your concerns about the 2024 data. And I'll come back to that if I have time before the break. But let's just deal with what you then say at 2.6. HPD also undertook an ATC, that's an automated traffic count, along Hamble Lane between 15th of January and 21st of January between Jerd Way roundabout and the Tesco roundabout. And you then provide your comparison of that data in the table over the page. And at 2.7, that leads to your contention to the inspector, significantly reduced flows compared to that collected. The data collected by the appellant shows significantly reduced flows compared to that collected by HPGG, and you say about a 10% reduction for your 2025 flows. That's the evidence you give, isn't it?
Yes. Sorry, we've got to be careful here because IDT2 updated that data. You've got the graph there.
Well, it doesn't update that data. It's a different count. I'm dealing with the counts you carried out on behalf of HPDG, and you've referred the inspector to the count at Jerd Way roundabout. Sorry, between Jerd Way and the other roundabout.
Yeah. So,
and if yeah, I haven't
Sorry,
asked the question yet, but if let me. If we turn to your figure 2.2, and the inspector wants to understand this data, it's the location. I don't know if you can make it out, sir, but the location is shown with a light blue 3 dots. HPDG ATC1.
yes,
That's the data you present.
yes.
Yeah. And Mr. Unless you are an observant person, which fortunately Mr. Howard is, you may not notice that in fact HPDG also carried out a count at ATC2, which we can identify as dark blue dots on the same period.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you can see that, just it's further down Hamble Lane, much closer to the area that we're interested in terms of safety and all those things you've raised. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. And apart from spotting that in your figure, there's no other reference to the data from HPDG ATC2 in this evidence, is there?
There isn't, because I'm simply choosing the concern was relating to traffic impact. The traffic flows are highest on the sections to the north on Hamble Lane, and therefore that's the area I concentrated on.
Well, you say that's the explanation. I've referred to your professional duties to draw attention to material that's adverse to your case, but let's just see whether it was right not to draw attention to the counts from a HPDG ATC2. You didn't provide those counts to the appellant or the inquiry.
No.
And only if you were eagle-eyed to spot it and then had to ask you for it, as Mr. Howard did, would one get the data?
It was perfect.
Otherwise available, is it?
There's nothing mysterious about it. I just wanted to use the data for the purposes I've explained.
Well, let's see if that's a fair representation of that, because having then obtained it from you, we'll see if the inspector thinks it's interesting, Mr. Howard has then set out the data that you didn't provide in terms of flows from this other counter, which I assume you treat as accurate, at table 1.2 of his rebuttal, sir.
Correct.
And he's provided an accurate summary of that data which you didn't present to the inquiry.
Yes.
And if anyone were interested in understanding whether the Hamble Lane baseline flows have gone up as you were suggesting, they would want to know that from your own survey data from the on Hamble Lane much closer to the appeal site, the precise opposite from what you were claiming is shown, namely that the data collected by yourself in 2025 was showing a reduction in all respects on every movement except the northbound 5 to 8, which has just changed upwards by 20 vehicles. I don't know if you can spot that one, sir, but in every other respect, your own data collated from 2025 shows a lower flow in every direction and lower total flows than the 2024 data collected by Mr. Howard. That's the position, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct from the information.
And that's highly relevant, Mr. Whittingham, if you're seeking to suggest that traffic flows on Hamble Lane as a whole, and in particular where we're concerned with, have actually gone up from 2024. The inspector would need to know that your own data was showing precisely the opposite from a counter just below. Correct?
No, I don't agree with that, because, as I've said previously, my concern is the traffic impact at the northern part of, and the county council, similarly, it's the traffic impact at the northern part of Hamble Lane, and there I've demonstrated there is a significant increase.
Right. So, well, you don't say that in your evidence. You're only concerned with the northern part. But is that your evidence now? That so far as
I do say that.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Is that your evidence now, Mr. Whittingham, that you're not concerned with the traffic flows at the southern, what I call the southern part, but anywhere south of certainly your counter, and presumably therefore all of the section for which we've spent a lot of time looking at in evidence, including Hamble Lane, the bridge, the school.
No,
is that the position?
That's not
then,
true to say that.
Right. Well, then, Mr. Whittingham,
I am concerned about traffic flows on that section,
right,
clearly because of the way they react, the HGVs and the school children and that mix.
Well, then, on that basis, then, Mr. Whittingham, patently, this evidence, which you did not provide to the inquiry, is highly material to that question, isn't it?
My point is...
I don't want the point. Just see if you can agree with the question.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. That, if you are concerned with traffic flows on that section, then the data which you didn't present to the inquiry is highly material.
Well, Mr. Howard has produced that, as we've said, but my point...
That's not
no,
you're not answering my question.
No,
Mr.
I know, I'm coming to that.
Well, this is my opportunity to ask you questions, not for you to make points.
Yes.
Can you just please answer the question?
The answer is, it is important to have that data. That data was supplied originally by Mr. Howard in his transport assessment and addendums. We already have that data.
No.
The point, that data is available for use. The point I was making was I'm referring to the northern end in terms of the increase in traffic flow and capacity issues.
I got the point.
I can separate the two.
I've got the point about it being highly important or highly relevant. I'm not going to let you get away with that answer, Mr. Whittingham. The data we're talking about is the data you collected on behalf of the Rule 6 party, but chose not to include in the evidence, even though you say it's highly material, and which Mr. Howard had to ask you to provide. Correct?
Correct. And
yes.
I think I need to qualify that by saying there was nothing untoward at all in not including that data. I was focused on the point about the traffic impact at the northern end, and we had sufficient data at the southern end from the traffic assessment.
Well, that's the first time that you've made it clear that we've got sufficient data from Mr. Howard, because I think the inspector would think you weren't saying that, but that's not what you've said in your evidence. And whether it's untoward, Mr. Whittingham, I made it clear that it is, and I will now make it clear, highly misleading not to have provided that data, given you now accept its importance. It was misleading, wasn't it?
It certainly wasn't misleading. I never had any misleading intention.
Well, whether intentional or not, it's misleading not to provide it.
I mean, the fact of the matter is I didn't put it in, but I was using that data in the context of comparing the HPDG traffic flow with the DFT count at that point. That was the comparison that I was keen to make.
They're not at the
place
same
on the highway
points.
network.
They're not at the same points.
It is, because, sorry, this graph relates to the DFT point, count point, and I was comparing the HPDG data to that. That was my focus in writing the proof. I accept fully. I could have put in a count lower down. I didn't. It is what it is.
Well, it is what it is, indeed. So is that a convenient moment?
It's for you to tell me if it's convenient.
Yeah, it's convenient for me. I'm conscious of the need to have a break.
If it's a convenient time, then we'll take a break. I'm just mindful of your position. You're not allowed to speak to anyone. Yeah. If you want a comfort break, I think there are some alternative facilities, toilet facilities I'm just conscious of if you need a comfort break, you're going to go into public toilets and you're going to be faced with lots of people. Is there somewhere else that the witness can go? There is. I know there's somewhere else because I know where there are. But I think you probably need to take a comfort break away from everybody else. If that's the safest bet. Yeah. At that particular point, then we'll pause the transmission. I have to now do this apparently, so we're doing Tommy Coop a little bit. We'll resume at 11:35. So we'll just have over a 10-minute break. So we'll resume back at 11:35. We're now adjourned. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It's now 11:35. The inquiry is resumed. Mr. Strawn, would you please recommence your cross-examination?
Thank you. Bit of an echo. Mr. Whittingham, I think, therefore, we've agreed that for locations, broadly speaking, south of Hamble Lane, the data that the appellant has used in terms of numbers for 2022 are higher than any of the data that either you or the appellant has subsequently collected for 2024 and 2025.
Yes.
Which is a robust approach for that, at least that section of road.
Yes, for the southern section.
Well, I come to what you call the southern section. Fine. And then turning to the data count position that you rely upon in your proof, the northern count. That data you provided is simply of traffic flows.
Correct.
What you didn't provide to the inspector was any assessment, although you had the data, of the peak hour flows.
Correct.
And certainly so far as the appellant's concerned, and indeed the county highway authority is concerned, the peak hour are the peak hour when there is most congestion.
Yes.
And that is a conventional focus for the purposes of examining impacts on the highway network, because if the development's acceptable in the peak hours, it's almost certainly going to be acceptable in the off-peak hours.
Well, let's just be careful about what we're talking about here. I can see you're not looking too interested, but the answer is that for capacity terms, you're quite correct. It is the conventional to look at the peak hours, 8 till 9, 5 till 6, etc. In this particular case, what I would add though, and you've heard this from the residents, is that's not always the case, and there's a lot of evidence on that. Peak hours occur, if you like, at other times. Now, I admit I've not proposed any evidence on that. I just asked the inspector to bear that in mind. But I'm happy, for the purposes of the capacity impact testing, the chosen peak hours are the ones that are applicable.
Well, let's just chase that point down, because there's no point having hares running, Mr. Whittingham, if they're not of any value to the inquiry. Yes, residents may have expressed that sort of broad point, but there is evidence available to demonstrate that the peak hours are indeed the peak hours in this location, because there have been surveys done at various points which demonstrate that.
Yes, I'm not going to take issue with the County Council in selecting those peak hours.
Right.
I'm happy with that.
Right. So subject to what I'm going to suggest is immaterial point for the purposes of professional assessment of traffic. The empirical, I don't mean that disrespectfully because people have views, but for an empirical assessment, the highway authority, the appellant, and now you are correctly focused on the peak hours.
Yes, for the purposes of capacity testing.
Yes. And so we should be focused on those. You don't provide the evidence of the peak hour flows from your 2025 ATC1 count, do you?
No.
And again, Mr. Howard had to ask you for the data in order to obtain that.
Well, he didn't again. He just asked me and I supplied it.
Yes, but we should be now agree, Mr. Whittingham, because we agreed that that's the correct focus, the peak hours. You should have provided it and analysed what it was saying in your evidence.
Well, I think we're going over old ground here.
No, this is a different point. You didn't provide any data at all about ATC2. Instead, you provided ATC1, but only total flows, when in fact we are agreed we should be thinking about the peak hour flows. which you don't provide evidence about.
Well, the peak hours are included within the ATC flows.
Yes, but we need to know what the peak... If you're saying 2025 traffic has gone up throughout the day, the inspector would want to know if there's any statistical relevance to that. Not only, well, what's going on at ATC2, which we have addressed, but also, is it going up in the peak hours, which is what this appeal is principally concerned with.
Yeah, I don't understand this line of questioning because the evidence is before the inquiry anyway.
But only as a result of Mr. Howard putting it before the inquiry after having to chase it down for you. I'm just simply now trying to get common ground, Mr. Whittingham, as to the relevance of it.
I may be getting this wrong, but you're portraying it as I somehow resisted presenting or releasing this data. That's certainly not the case.
No, I'm not saying you didn't release it. I'm putting to you a very much simpler point, Mr. Whittingham. You should have presented it if you were going to make the suggestion that the approach of the County Highway Authority and the appellant is not robust in terms of modelling.
So I need to refer to my previous answer to you before the break, which was that I was comparing 24-hour flows from the DFT count site with the 24-hour flows collected by HPDG.
Yeah,
that was my, you may argue that's a blinkered approach, but that was what I was seeking to do at that point in my evidence.
We know that, but the inspector, and we say the appellant and the County Highway Authority are rightly interested in what's going to be the effect of our scheme in the peak hours.
Correct.
Right. Therefore, if you were going to make this point about traffic flows going up, the inspector would want to know, is that actually the case in the peak hours?
And the answer is he does know that from the evidence that Mr. Howard has presented.
I know. He would want to know, wouldn't he?
It seems a reasonable question.
Yes, yes, indeed. And that is now presented by Mr. Howard in the rebuttal proof, table 1.1. And in that respect, the 2022 data that the County Highway Authority and the appellant have used, even for this most northerly section, not repeating all the points about the southerly section, is actually showing higher levels of flows in the peak hours in all cases, save for one example, which is the 8 to 9 two-way flow in 2025. I'm dealing with two-way flows because it's simpler at this point. So just about make that point good and see if you can agree, Mr. Whittingham. 2,150, have you got it?
Sorry, I'm struggling with, right, statements of common ground.
Yeah. So what the 2025 data you yourself collected for the northern end
Yes.
demonstrates that Mr. Howard has used 2022 flows, and the County Highway Authority agree it's robust. That was 2,152 two-way vehicles in, well, there's not even the peak yet, 0700 to 0800. And that's gone down in 2025 to 2,128.
But the peak we're looking at is 8 till 9.
And you get to the peak, I'm just dealing with 07 to 0800, which of course I'm going to come to the significance of the peak because of our restriction on vehicles.
Yeah.
But 07, 0800, when we don't have a restriction in place, the traffic data you yourself has collected shows that traffic levels have reduced between 2022 to 2025, not increased, compared to those that Mr. Howard has used.
Well, I mean, you say reduced, it's very marginal, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't matter.
But technically it's less than.
Yes.
So yes.
And then for the period 0800 to 0900, it was 2,068, what he's assumed, and you have identified 2,162. So an increase of 100 vehicles.
Yes.
Minor, as you just said, non-material. Correct? In the peak.
On the two-way basis, yes.
Yes, it's on the peak. So the data you yourself are collecting 2025 for the northern section, not showing a material increase on your own data.
They do, certainly 8 till 9 shows an increase.
I know that, but a moment ago, I don't know what you say a material increase is. It's the inspector can see it's 100 vehicles from one count from your 2022 versus 2025, 100 vehicles more. Correct? Let's take out the adjectives and let the inspector decide.
Yes.
And then 4 to 5 p.m., two-way flows, assumed 2,090 from 2022. 2025 on your own data, it's gone down again.
Yes.
And then 5 to I think that must be 1,800, not 0800. Just a misprint. It was 1,924, and it's gone down again to 1,785, minus 96. Material or not?
I mean,
Is that material?
I've never been concerned about the evening peak period.
But is that a material decrease?
Well, the capacity testing is all about the morning peak, in my view.
Is a reduction by 100 vehicles a material increase or decrease?
A material. Well, that's 5%, isn't it? Sorry, I'm not supposed to ask you a question.
Well, you are meant to, but I have given up on that.
And it depends what you're talking about, doesn't it?
Well, I'm talking about the data right in front of you, nothing else.
A 5% variation to me is important
So there's
and needs
been
to be considered.
a material decrease then in traffic flows in 2025 in the evening peak?
That's a very difficult question to answer that, I'm afraid.
All right. Well, that's the data you didn't, sorry, Mr. Whittingham, that's the data you didn't present, but which is, if you want to draw any conclusions about 2025 increases, decreases in the peak, that is the data from the northern section.
It's the peak I've indicated has some increases, you've shown decreases, there are some increases.
One increase.
I say an important increase, but what I'm also saying very firmly is that the consideration of HGV traffic is, I said in chief, a daily matter, and that to me is very important. And I don't think we haven't talked about this yet, but it seems to me that in these situations where we know this is a congested network, the CHA has said that a lot, and hence the mitigation. In those situations, traffic flow may well be less. That doesn't indicate that there is no growth occurring. It may well be outside the period simply because the highway network is capacity constrained and couldn't increase in that period. So my view of, if you look at the top end of Hamble Lane, Windhover Roundabout, etc., or down to Tesco, there's no difference between us. That is a congested area of the network, so I'm not surprised that the network is constraining traffic flow in the peak hour, which is why I was keen to show the 24-hour flow to demonstrate there is growth in this corridor.
Well, there isn't. You talk about that. There is, you call it growth. I mean, look, turn over the page to the South Hamble Lane, which you haven't shown. I mean,
we have to take. We've got a lot of data here. Not all of it is comparable with each other, but I think my diagram on IG2 is clear about the extent of growth in the corridor, except at that point at the northern end.
Oh, okay, but we're agreed, contrary to what you said, there's been a reduction in flows on your own evidence.
I'm not disputing the
Hold on,
suppression of
hold on,
flows in
Mr.
these tables.
Hold on, Mr. Whittingham.
I think that answers your question.
No, well, you haven't heard the question. There's been a reduction in flows on the what you call the south end, but anything but the very northern end. I've looked at that data shows, but anything in the southern end, there's been a reduction in overall traffic
southern end,
flows
yes.
and peak flows
Yes,
between 2025, 2024, and 2022.
that's correct.
Thank you.
But that is not my area of concern for the purposes of traffic impact assessment.
Well, I beg to differ in terms of what you put in your proof, but I'm grateful you've now clarified you're not concerned with the southern end, if I've understood it correctly.
In capacity terms.
In capacity terms. Okay, good. Then can we just then turn to the, I said I'd come back to your criticism of the 2024 data itself, even though it's not. So I'm just asking these questions for completeness, even though the 2024 data is not actually used for the assessment, but you criticize it nonetheless. Let's just tackle that. 2.5 of your proof. You repeated this in evidence in chief. These surveys between 11th of October and 17th of October, unfortunately, these surveys coincided with the closure of the M27 Junction 7 and so are unreliable. That's the point you repeated in evidence in chief.
Yes.
And first of all, the inspector will see where Junction 7 is as opposed to Junction 8, the point Mr. Howard can come back to. But just sticking with the claim, as Mr. Howard pointed out, that's just simply incorrect as a statement. The closure did not coincide with these surveys, if that's what you're suggesting. In fact, the first 5 days of the surveys, there was no closure.
Can you take me to that, please?
11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, or 4, if we call it 4, I don't quite know when it kicked in, but yeah, his rebuttal. Yeah, well, I think it's actually in his main proof, in fact. Just trying to find a reference for you. You've got a reference.
Yeah, it's table 3.3
3.3.
of the main proof.
Yep. It's 3.3.5. So he's got data from a period running from 11th of October to the 17th of October. And the closures in this respect were full closure of the eastbound off-slip on the 15th of October to 6 a.m. on Saturday, 19th of October. I think that's referring to what you keep on calling Carmageddon.
Yes.
Unaffecting the data between 11th through to the 15th. That's why I said 5 days. And in particular, the peak hours.
So clearly the
Is that right or wrong, Mr. Whittingham? Is there any reason to doubt the peak hour data for 2024 flows, which we've already seen are actually higher than your own data for 2025, the reliability of them?
Sorry, is there any reason?
Any reason to doubt? Take the 11th of October, which was one of the survey days, no closure on the junction 7 on the 11th of October in the peak hours to affect its reliability.
On the 11th of October.
Yeah, that's why I say I'm just dealing
So
with
this
it.
is when, according to 335, weeknight closures were operating. So I'm just trying to translate that to. I thought we were looking at table 3.3 and 14th, 15th compared to 16th and 17th.
What are you looking at?
Table 3.3.
Yeah, and where are you talking about the night closures?
So I think
During the survey 3.36, there were weeknight closures, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. of the M27 Junction 8 eastbound exit slip road between the 15th of October and 18th of October.
yes. So I'm
So
looking
I'm
at
talking about the 11th of October.
right.
The 2024 data, we've got 2024 data from the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, up to, I think, 9 o'clock, because we're only correctly interested in the peak. That's what we've used the data for. Unaffected by any closures or works on the Junction 7 or indeed Junction 8, correct?
I don't think I've seen that data.
What do you
Be
mean
able
you
to
haven't
answer that
seen that
question.
data?
Because I'm looking.
You've had this proof for, well, I was going to say 4 weeks, but because of the because of the intervening period, it's now considerably longer than that, Mr. Whittingham.
Okay, so can you give me the reference for where that 11th of September data is?
October.
Sorry, October in the proof, because that's what I'm struggling with at the moment.
What do you mean? Just taking you to section 3.3. It said our October 24 survey data is atypical, and then I've taken to your proof saying it coincided with closure. And Mr. Howard, in his proof, because this was in your statement of case originally, responded and said, no, those closures only occurred between the 15th and the 18th, and there are a full 4 or 5 days, I think, where the survey is unaffected. See 3.3.7. And the table 3.3, I think, has got. Yeah, 14th and 15th, unaffected by roadworks, table 3.3, and then compared it to the period where the roadworks were in place.
That's helpful because I'm not sure I can answer questions relating to the 11th of October.
Well, okay, I mean 14th and 15th.
But yeah, no, very happy with that. So what I was saying about this table, if you remember in chief, was that actually it says 16th to 18th of October for the during roadworks period. Actually, it wasn't the 18th, it was the 11th. And what's happened is that there is actually only 1 day in the, 2 days in there, the 16th and the 17th, in that last column. The 18th, the Friday, shouldn't be in that column, it should be in the previous week, and that's an error. It's very clear from the survey data, it's just an interpretation in drawing up
So
this
you've
table.
got the survey data.
Yes, and
Right, so then that back to point. You've got
all
the
I'm
survey
pointing out
data.
is the table is wrong.
Right, fine. Mr. Howard can address that. Can you focus on my point? You're saying all of this data, the survey data, is unreliable because it coincides with traffic works. This is 2024 data. That's just simply wrong for the reasons Mr. Howard has set out many, many weeks ago in his proof of evidence. Correct?
No, the data is unreliable for the reasons I gave in chief, and it's not proved otherwise by this table because the table's wrong.
Right. Let's break it down then, Mr. Whittingham. The date, take the 14th and 15th of October, they're not affected by the roadworks, are they?
In terms of the slip road closures, which is the definition that Mr. Howard is using. What I've said in chief is that there is the main work, a very significant piece of work on the M27, which is occurring all the time, years, which is affecting the reliability of the data in an overall sense. But within that, there is the point I made about slip roads and this table not being correct, and also the gasworks and other things.
Well, the gasworks
that
and
are
other
affecting
things
this
have come in.
data.
They've just come in for the first time. I've got no details about them in your proof anywhere, have I?
About which?
Well, you talked about a gaswork and an accident.
No,
Where's any of that before the inspection?
no, I'm purely relying on the residents' evidence on that.
All right. Sticking with the empirical data before the inspector, the 14th and 15th of October, those surveys during the peak hours, which is what we're measuring, you may have a different view, they're not affected by the roadworks he's identified.
You see, that's where we differ, because my answer to that is no. Roadworks, you're referring to as whether there were overnight slip road closures. I'm referring to roadworks as meaning contraflow systems, lane closures, all sorts of things happening on the main M27 carriageway.
All right. We obviously, I can't take too much time about this, Mr. Whittingham, because these figures aren't even used in the survey. But let's cut a long story short. We totally disagree with you about that. But if you had actually presented the evidence I've just taken you to about your own survey 2025 in the peak hours, it's demonstrating for the peak hours no change. In fact, or I would say no material change. There's that 100 vehicle up and 100 vehicle down.
Well, we've covered
That's
that
right,
ground,
isn't
haven't
it?
we?
That's right, isn't it? So as it happens, the 2024 data is in fact highly consistent with the 2025 data about which you've got no criticism. Just answer the question if you can, Mr. Whittingham.
The simple
Is that right
answer
or wrong?
is 2024 data is affected by roadworks in your terms or in my terms. I think that's an obvious point.
No, that wasn't the question I asked you, was it, Mr. Whittingham? We don't think it is. We don't think it is affected, and you're debating that. So I've just moved on and said, if you had presented the data that the inspector we've been through a moment ago, you would have seen that the 2024 data is indeed very similar to the 2025 data, which you don't think is affected by roadworks.
I accept that.
Right. DFT survey counts, paragraph 2.9. Some very simple points on that. The DFT counts are in fact lower than the counts that have been used for this survey. Sorry, this modelling.
The DFT counts.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was the reference to those counts?
Your counts are in ID2 or in the Statement of Common Ground, don't mind where you look at them. And we've considered counts from 2022, we've considered counts from 2024, considered counts in 2025. The 22 counts we say are higher than the 24 and 25 counts, and we've explored that. 2022, 24, 25, they're all higher than the DFT counts for 2022. You can see that from your own graph.
I don't know for a fact, because I know I've quoted a DFT count on here on a 24-hour basis.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm pointing. The only DFT count, which isn't an interpolation or extrapolation, is the one in 2022, which is considerably lower than the figures that have been used for 2022 modelling, or indeed in 2024 or 2025.
Sorry, I'm just struggling to know where that DFT count is.
It's in your own table, ID2. It's a black dot, and it's about 20, it's somewhere between 24 and 26,000 towards the 26,000 end, whereas your green dot, which is 2025, is in the region of about 29,000.
Yes, I've got the point. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the first thing the inspector can see is that the modelling that's taken place by the County Highway Authority, by the appellant, and even when tested against your 2024 and 2025 figures, which we've looked at, which are actually lower than the ones we use, they're all considerably higher than the DFT count.
Well, I think the
Yes
point...
or no, Mr. Whittingham?
No.
No?
Because,
Okay.
because the point is, if you look at my graph in ID2, what I would say is that's striking that between, well, you know, from 2013 to 2021, we know about COVID, you could say as a very approximate, that's flat. But then you can see the increase. The DFT is...
No, Mr. Whittingham, please
stating.
stick with the question. I'm talking about counts. The only counts that are on that graph are shown in black.
And green.
Yeah, and that's the one I was putting to you. And it's not a DFT count, the green.
That's an HPDG count.
Yes. So just stick with the question. I'll come to the orange dots in a moment.
Yep.
The only counts that DFT done, the latest one was 2022, lower than others previously. But the counts, the traffic modelling that's taken place here, whether it's our 2022 figure or your 2025 figure, which we know is less than the 2022 now, are all much higher than the DFT counts. It's not a difficult point. I mean, it's a question of whether the black dots are below the green.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make this difficult, but if you're referring to, say, the 2021 DFT count,
Yeah.
which is
During COVID.
25,500, say.
Yeah. Your green is
And the green is 29, so
29,000.
yeah.
And we'd looked at what your green actually shows for Hamble Lane, so I'm not going to go over that.
Yeah.
They're all of the modelling that's been taking place, whether it's our 2022 figures, which are higher than 2022, 4 and 2025, we're all in territory above the DFT counts in any event.
See, that's where I'm struggling, because these are daily flows and the modelling's on peak hour, so I'm having difficulty equating the two.
Yeah, that's okay. I can only take it so far. I'll get Mr. Howard to comment. On peak hour flows, which are all agreed are the relevant flows, the inspector's not going to get any help from the DFT count, is it?
No, this is a 24-hour count.
Yeah, and we're all agreed we should be looking at the peak hour flows.
No, I've not said that. I've said that we should be looking at the peak hour flows for traffic capacity analysis.
Okay.
But then outside of that, in terms of Hamble Lane, HGVs, etc., this is repetition, but and the effect on school children, growth is important.
Well, that's where the effect on school children, the figures have gone down.
Okay.
Is that right?
On the section we looked at, yes, certainly.
Good. Okay.
Not on all of it. But what I'm trying to say is, you remember the point I made about 24-hour is important because it sets, and the growth that I think is very evident here, that is important in understanding the peak hour capacity assessment, and the point I made about traffic flows may be relatively steady or slight decrease in some circumstances when you're undertaking the capacity analysis in peak hour, doesn't mean to say the traffic doesn't want to get through, it's capacity restrained. So it is important to look at the bigger picture, which is the 24-hour picture, which shows traffic growth.
No data that you provide to suggest that the peak hour, we've been over this, that the peak hour traffic is anything other than the peak hour with drops off in the non-peaks. You haven't provided any data to contradict what would be the ordinary expectation.
Well,
have you?
I don't need to, though, because table in paragraph 2.26 of the Statement of Common Ground, sorry, our Statement of Common Ground, states that, so I'll just pause a second. Yeah, states that if you look, for example, at the 7 to 8...
Which table are you looking at, sorry?
Sorry, the table in paragraph 226
Below table
of the Statement of
226,
Common Ground. You'll see that the 2022 flow, 2152, 2A, compares with 2128. Okay.
2128, 2152 compares with 2128.
Yeah.
So it's higher. We've used a higher figure than yourself is saying is actually happening.
Well, you know, they're very similar. The point I'm trying to make
higher.
here...
Don't quibble, Mr. Whittingham. We're just testing the validity of the traffic modelling that the County Highway Authority were concerned with. Yep. You're criticising it. The inspector can see for that period, the 07-0800, we've actually used a higher flow figure than you yourself are saying is actually happening in 2025. That's correct, isn't it?
No, because if you look across the table between the two years, yes, very slightly higher, 2025 compared to 2022. But if you compare the figure of 2152 7 till 8 with the 8 till 9 2068, the figure you've used is lower than the 7 till 8 figure.
We're going back over all ground. That's the only one that goes up is 100 by 100 vehicles, 2162 to 2068. But by contrast, the 4 to 5 goes down from 2090 to 2001.
But what I'm saying is that, and I'm not criticising the choice of 8 till 9. You know, you have to choose something. What I am saying is that if you look at the figure 7 till 8, okay, it's not much, but it's higher than the 8 till 9 figure according to this table. And so I don't think you can say we've chosen the highest or the most robust figure. That's all I'm saying. Having said that, I'm also saying that this is indicative of very congested traffic conditions where you've clearly got 2 hours with almost the same traffic flow.
Fine.
I think that's that comes from this table.
Right. Can we just go back to, we were talking about DFT counts and you've just gone back over evidence we've already discussed. The DFT counts, they're all lower than the figures we were talking about. You've made the point you're not sure because you haven't checked the 24-hour flows. I've got there. 24-hour flows from DFT aren't going to assist the inspector in understanding the effect on peak hour traffic, are they? Or whether it's 7 to 8 or 8 to 9.
I say it does because it sets the background. There isn't a like-for-like comparison, I agree,
right,
unless you interrogate the data. But it sets the background about the traffic flow increase on that corridor, the northern section.
In the very northern section you're talking about. Because everywhere else there's a decrease.
Well, I think we've agreed where we stand on that.
Okay, and just because I was curious about this, but in the orange dots you provided for the inspector to show a trend, the DFT itself states, doesn't it, DFT's traffic estimates, which is what those orange dots are, for individual road links and small areas are less robust as they're not always based on up-to-date counts made at these locations. Where other more up-to-date sources of traffic data are available, this may provide a more accurate estimate of traffic at these locations. That's what the DFT states about those orange dots, doesn't it?
It is. I've got the note here.
You wouldn't put that into the Statement of Common Ground, but that's clearly material, isn't it? That the DFT state...
Sorry,
wait, Mr. Whittingham.
Sorry.
you wouldn't have it in the statement of common ground, but the inspector would need to know that the orange dots, the DFT advises that caution about it because they're not based upon individual road links or up-to-date counts of those locations. And if you've got other traffic data, which we do, those are more reliable.
Yeah, this is unfortunately quite a complicated area in the sense that
Not really.
the way these counts work is that the black dots are actually manual classified counts on the road. So they are recorded counts. The orange dots, as I said in chief, aren't simply interpolations. What they are is the result of a huge amount of other data locally on all sorts of roads, and that is stratified into, sorry, it's going to be a bit like this, but into, I think it was 7,500 different categories, which are used to take the manual counted data and provide a suitable estimate at an interim year. So you might say to yourself, oh, it's estimated, throw it in the bin. But that is not the case. The caution that
Well, you might just use the DFT's own guidance rather than make up your own.
No, sorry, I'm quoting from the DFT's guidance.
No, I've just quoted from it.
Yes, you're quoting from growth factors, page 3 at the top.
No, data quality. DFT's traffic estimates for individual road links and small areas are less robust as they're not always based on up-to-date counts made at these locations. Are you aware of any up-to-date counts that the
No,
DFT's
it's not.
done?
Sorry, that is a global statement referring to all DFT guidance collected in the UK and the expansion growth factor.
It's talking about DFT's traffic estimates.
Yes, that's the estimates. So that's talking about the data collected and how it produces estimates within the uncollected, so to speak, the black dots, if you like, in our terms. Now, what I'm at pains to point out, and it is a difficult subject, is that the DFT doesn't just guess, estimate from looking whatever at the interim years. It actually has a vast amount of data stratified into 7,500 different groups, if you like, which can then be applied to the count on Hamble loan. So estimated is not, in my view, a sign that it's inaccurate because it's come from a big, accurate mathematical estimation. And it may well be more average and more accurate than actually the collected data on just one day.
That's not what it says, Mr. Whittingham. I mean, where other more up-to-date sources of traffic data are available, this may provide a more accurate estimate of traffic at these locations. We have such data, don't we, for Hamble Lane?
Well, we have that data. We have the data on the 24-hour basis that was collected by HPDG.
So the data disclaimer that they're identifying DFT is applicable here.
I mean, so I'm not trying to be awkward, but you know, inevitably DTP will say, if you've got other data, use it, which is all this statement is saying.
Good.
All I'm saying is the estimated value, the orange dots, are reliable for the reasons I've given in how they're determined, as well as the black dots.
That's not what the DFT says, but anyway, I've got to move on because we're never going to finish. Pedestrian cycle data. You, in your proof, refer to pedestrian cycle data that we provided in our evidence 2.11. And then you set out more detail of that data. Just to be clear, Mr. Whittingham, the data you're using is the data from our own materials.
Yes.
And it's all in the traffic information that's been provided to the County Highway Authority.
Yes.
And so the high percentage of people travelling northbound to Hamble School in the morning and southbound in the afternoon is not new information or surprising to anyone, including the Highway Authority.
Correct.
Thank you. Safety of the existing highway network, paragraph 2.15 of your evidence. You seek to give a representation of that safety data. You don't refer to what we now know as common ground about the absence of any HGV accidents.
It was written before, yes.
Sorry?
This was written obviously before the statement of common ground.
Yeah, but the data is available in the
Yes.
traffic assessment. You don't bring to the attention, if you're concerned about highway HGVs, the fact that in the last 10 years, no incidents in relation to HGVs on Hamble Lane with any of these pedestrian cars or cyclists.
Correct.
And in relation to the actual presentation of the data, as Mr. Howard has pointed out, with the available information attached, so you've got the, if you wanted, the addendum supplementary transport note in CD 3.3. He has, of course, provided a more granular assessment of those accidents. There are only 2 relating to school children, because it registers when they're school children, doesn't it?
Yes, that's helpful data.
And neither of those accidents involving school children were in fact related to HGVs or traffic as such. One was a cyclist colliding with a scooter, and the other was a cyclist jumping onto deterrent curbing.
Yes.
So again, empirically, the data that has been collated for the past 10 years in relation to interaction with school children, notwithstanding the very high number of vehicles and the high number of HGVs on this road, is not empirically showing an issue of safety concern, is it?
The answer is yes, but my concern is the future proposition.
Yeah, well, on the future proposition, if there were anything inherently unsafe about the road alignment that's being currently used and has been used by a range of 350 to 820 HGVs per day currently, one would have expected some issue to have arisen already.
You say issues, and the answer is no personal injury accidents have been caused in the data. What I'm saying is 2 things really. One, obviously in the future, site access and the issues that go with that, in my view. And secondly, and I would direct particularly to where the road crosses over the railway bridge, and the fact that the footways are narrow, it's effectively a humpback bridge. Pedestrians, school children have to cross either side of that bridge where there's restricted forward visibility. Yeah. That to me is it's a potential collision site, is the best way of putting it.
Well, again, Mr. Whittingham, the inspector would have seen it, but Mr. Howard, in his rebuttal proof, has shown that the current arrangement, and you can go on site because there are lots of HGVs that go down that road. People currently walk across that bridge or even cycle across the bridge with HGVs and LGVs passing without yet incident.
Well, I mean, they certainly cross. I would say there's a fear and intimidation at that point, which doesn't necessarily result in serious personal injury accidents.
Then we come to site allocation and policy compliance, which is covered in section 3 of your proof. Can I just try and again take this shortly? You refer to the the minerals plan of October 2013 and 3.4. The allocation of this site as a minerals site in 2013 with some criteria about development considerations, yes?
Yes.
Safe and satisfactory access, traffic issues to be considered. And then you refer to 30 to 60 movements being referred to. That wasn't a restriction or criteria, was it? Expressed in the policy.
Sorry, would you mind repeating that again?
No. You say the plan was based upon 30 to 60 HGV movements per day. There is no plan restriction on the number of movements per day. To the contrary, there's a requirement for an assessment of safe and satisfactory access and traffic issues to be considered.
When you say planning restriction, not expressed in the plan?
Yeah,
no.
the plan could, it's a very common thing to see certain criteria expressed in a plan.
Yes.
It could say, you know, as for a housing site, you know, up to 100 houses only, or it could say no more than 60 HGV movements per day, or it could say
Yes.
nothing.
No, I take your point. No, there wasn't.
Right, okay. So it was allocated, but just requiring an assessment of the impacts. That's precisely what's happened here, isn't it?
Yes.
And likewise, in the partial update you refer to at 3.6, even though the current scheme is now known about with its HGV movements at the time of the partial update, because the planning application was in, there's been no suggestion that the allocation shouldn't go forward.
Correct.
And it simply refers again to transport assessment, even though this isn't current policy, that's actually been provided.
Well, yes. So just obvious requirement, isn't it?
Well, it wasn't before,
Yeah.
and it's not necessarily an obvious requirement, actually, as we'll come to in terms
So-
of DFT guidance, but I'm just dealing with the additional criteria. A transport assessment, even in the emerging plan, is being suggested. That's being provided here. Yes?
Yes.
It says a routing agreement required. We have such a routing agreement here.
Yes.
And it says consultation has suggested people walk and cycle, and these should be considered through the transport assessment, Satch Lane. That has been considered here.
Yes.
Right. Traffic issues include walking and cycling. Management of traffic and congestion, that's been considered here.
Yes.
And traffic issues regarding school traffic and pedestrians at the school and Hamble Primary, and the management of traffic on Hamble Lane, that's been considered here.
Yes.
Right. Policy presumption 3.18, short point. HEC presumption against development, you refer to at 3.18, a decision report dated the 12th of March 2019 at section 3.2. That presumption against further development, subject to a preferred scheme for improvement, did not apply to the minerals allocation at Hamble Airfield, as you identify, although not in the same paragraph, at 324 over the page.
Sorry, 324.
324, yeah. Sorry, it's 323, I think. Sorry, I said 324, 323.
323.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is. It's a difficult one to understand, this, I admit, because, or inconsistent.
It's not difficult, Mr.
It's
Whittingham.
inconsistent because
It's not difficult at all. The site was, let me just put it to you and then you can, the site has been allocated since 2013, and the County Highway Authority has always been of the view that that allocation is not subject to the policy position about precluding additional development beyond what's already allocated. That's right, isn't it?
no, I don't see it as clear as that, I'm afraid. I look at my paragraph 318, and it says inappropriate from a traffic perspective for further sorry, I should read the whole thing I've highlighted. Therefore, until at least the preferred scheme for the northern section has been implemented, it is considered inappropriate from a traffic perspective for further development to be allocated or permitted along Hamble Lane, and that was in 2019. So that seems to me to refer to the draft plan.
Yes,
in terms.
but then you get the the clarification, or whatever you want to call it, but the clear position of the Highway Authority, which is what this is dealing with, saying that that has never been applicable to Hamble Airfield allocation.
Yeah, the problem is...
Nothing unclear about that, Mr.
Well, there isn't on that statement. The problem is, if you look at the decision report I referred to, the residents have been very keen to understand this point, and FOIs say clearly the same, which I've referred to in my proof. And then this latter one that you refer to, I agree, doesn't say that that is the policy relating to allocated sites. Right. So in other words, it's each 3 points are sort of true in their terms and therefore inconsistent. Therefore, I would say there is definitely a doubt over whether, it seems to me, I say that looking at those 3 things together, the decision report is the one that clearly I place weight on, and it says in terms, it refers to allocated sites as well.
You're then just picking and choosing, Mr. Whittingham, but can we just,
let's
just deal with it, let's deal with it as a matter of principle. The allocation itself creates a presumption in favour of development, doesn't
Correct.
it? Yes. And regardless of whatever interpretation you put on it, if in fact the assessment is done of traffic congestion and safety and conclusion is it's safe, there would be no reason and justification for refusing permission in any event on this ground.
Well, I say differ, don't I? I say that the inspector, it's a difficult one, I agree, because the County Council has been inconsistent in the way it set this out at various times and with various requests.
Mr. Whittingham,
the inspector will have to decide.
I think you misunderstood my question. We don't think there's any inconsistency. You do. I've moved on from that and said whether or not there's consistency or inconsistency, it matters not. If there's an assessment which demonstrates safe access and no severe impact on the transport network, then as a matter of policy, the proposal should be granted planning permission.
And that is the point about the transport. If a transport assessment is provided, it says in the draft, it says in the draft plan, a transport assessment should be provided. I agree that has been provided.
You want to just focus on my question again?
Sorry?
Do you remember what my question was?
I think you'll have to repeat it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. If you please just answer the question rather than your question of own making. I made it clear that we take a different view about the decision report and your interpretation of it. And I'm just putting it doesn't matter for present purposes if the transport assessment concludes that this is can be done safely and without a severe impact on the highway network, then in transportation terms it should be granted planning permission.
Well, it doesn't say naturally planning permission, does it? What we're talking about is the confines of a traffic assessment being required in the draft plan, which is a further step from the original plan, the 2013 plan.
Mr. Whittingham.
And that doesn't, but alongside that, you've got this policy, which is not affected by that.
Try again.
You've got the policy statement very clearly saying what is...
I'll try again. Do you remember what my question was?
Well,
as a professional transport witness, Mr. Whittingham, if there's a safe access to the site for all users, and if their traffic congestion is not severe, then there's no basis for an objection on highway grounds, is there?
Well, if all the policies of the plan, etc., yeah.
Well, which plan policy is being offended?
Your premise is correct that if the national planning policy policy is followed, then there is no reason. But obviously there are other policy considerations outside that which apply.
Can we then turn to highway safety and the access to the site, which I need to deal with you. Paragraph 4.14. proposed access was heavily criticised during the stage 1 road safety audit, and then you made points about the swept path analysis, and you made those points again today. Yes?
Yes.
The road safety audit that you're talking about, the so-called heavily criticised road safety audit, is at CDB 54, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, and let's just, as a matter of principle, road safety audit is a way of examining the safety of, in this case, an access arrangement. It's submitted, then some independent auditors visit the site and look at what's provided. They provide some comments, and then the designers come back to the auditors with either changes or comments, and then the auditors then come back in response.
Yes.
Right. The so-called heavy criticisms were in fact just 3 points about this access, weren't they?
Yes.
The first one can see on page 4. Problem, geometric parameters do not allow for a small deviation, even a small deviation from swept path illustrated. And you can see the location plan where the swept path was showing the lines up against the curbs. Correct?
Yes.
In accordance with that practice, there was a response to it. Referred to the swept path analysis being undertaken for a 16.5 long articulated vehicle, majority being 20-ton rigid vehicles, only 10 metres. Swept path analysis had then been undertaken and then shown on drawings SKO 13, and the auditor's view in response to these additional swept path analysis was clear, although you don't refer to it. Confirmation that majority of vehicles that access the site will be 20-ton rigid vehicles which can manoeuvre safely at the proposed junction, and that articulated vehicles will not be regularly observed but can be accommodated, addresses the road safety concern at this stage.
Yes.
And as Mr. Howard has pointed out, you're referring to the wrong drawings in your proof because the correct drawings are in CDB 83, SK 014 and SK 016, which were provided.
Well, I was hoping we weren't going to trade that, but there are wrong references in Appendix A1 of the thing as well. So it is quite difficult to work through the drawing reference. But that being the case, if you're asking me the question about swept paths.
Well, I'm asking you about your so-called heavy criticisms by the independent road auditors. That road auditors, safety auditors, are content that indeed any safety concern about the swept path is addressed by two things. One, that you can in fact manoeuvre a 16.5 vehicle around.
Yes, I see that.
And secondly, that is actually not the normal vehicle that's going to be used for the vast majority of the time anyway.
Yes, and the point I was making in chief was that from the swept path analysis that's appended to the road safety audit for the smaller vehicle, you can't actually tell the difference on that swept path to the larger vehicle, and in my view, it has the same problems as identified in the location plan with those red circles.
Well, we disagree, and Mr. Howe can speak to that, but I'm just picking up what the independent road safety auditors disagree with you as well. But leave that.
Sorry.
Go on.
Do you mind if I just add one thing? And I hope it's not a confusing point, but as far as I understand, this audit is all made on the original location of the access, the site access. I see Mr. Howard's nodding.
Yeah.
It was moved, I think it was 5 metres to the south, and clearly there was the supplementary audit that then followed. My understanding is that the access arrangement didn't change. So the access arrangement didn't change. It was simply translated south with all its same geometry.
Yeah.
So therefore, the concerns in this safety audit about these points, and the questions I raised, the concerns I raised, are still valid with the
There
audit to
aren't
the
any
south.
concerns in this audit because they've been addressed. I just showed you to it. Yes, it's true you don't draw attention to any of that in your proof, which is why I'm saying a lot of what you're presenting is misleading. If you had been fair about it, you talked about a heavy criticism, you would have actually told the inspector, as well as those people you're representing, that the raid safety audit auditors are in fact satisfied that this is a safe access on swept path analysis. See, auditor's view of design organisation response dated 2nd of December 2022, which mysteriously you've left out of your evidence.
Yeah.
That's right, Mr.
It is right.
Thank you.
The auditors have responded with no concern. County Highway Authority responded with no concern. But I've looked at this fresh from a professional point of view. And as I say, the swept path analysis and all the other things we've talked about remain a concern of mine.
Right. You're in a minority of one, obviously, Mr. Whittingham. We can look at so far as professional witnesses are concerned. I'll leave the inspector to judge about who's correct about that.
Of course.
But in any event, that is a point of detail rather than principle against the scheme.
No.
You can make a wider access if the County Highway Authority or indeed the auditors required it.
You see, I look at the swept path analysis, the drawing 13 you refer to, in the safety audit.
14 is the latest one. It's in CD.
SKO 13 I've got.
It's in CD B83. That's why I'm saying you're looking at the wrong drawings. 14 and 16, SKO 14 and 16, CD B83.
And
Is that what you're looking at?
I'm looking, with the blue lines.
What drawing number are you looking at?
At 13, SKO
Well, look at
13.
the right drawing then.
That's the one that came with the safety audit that I had.
No, because there were updated drawings provided. SKO 14. Well, this may explain it. You're just looking at the wrong drawing. CDB 83. You went to this in evidence in chief.
I'm going to have to get a delay while I look at that on the portal.
Well, you went to it.
Yeah, no, I've been looking at the safety audit that I've got printed off. So it looks like there's a discrepancy somewhere.
Well, the discrepancy is you're referring to the wrong drawings, which Mr. Howard pointed out in his rebuttal.
If it would help, if Mr. Howard's got a copy that I could look at.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm anything to speed it up. So have you got the?
I've got it up just for the avoidance of doubt. Can you give me the drawing number and the page reference?
It's CDB 83 page. I've got 18 of 22. SK 014, and then the one next page, page 19 of 22. This is before Appendix A. Is SK 016.
Got them. Yep.
And one on the left is showing a vehicle going in. The gaps between the blue and the red are this is for a 16. That's the rigid. That's the 10-meter vehicle, and then the one on the right is the vehicle exiting, and then SK 016 is the articulated lorry. Sir, which you can see illustrated. Again, gaps between the red and the blue.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the confusion I think that's arisen here is that, perhaps on my part, the safety audit was conducted on, the 29th of November 2022. But this plan is dated the 31st of July 23, so it couldn't have been a safety audited plan in the original safety audit.
Right, so you've been looking at the wrong drawings, is that right?
No, I think I'd been looking at the drawing, which was 13, that went in the original RSA, but drawing 14 has been produced subsequent to the RSA.
Right, do you have any issues with drawing 14?
Sorry?
Do you have any issues with drawing 14?
I don't know whether it's the same or not. Presumably it's different, but I don't know. It's certainly not the one that was audited. But, I mean, perhaps Mr. Howard will be able to explain it, but the point I was making was that looking at the large tipper swept path versus the 16.5 metre swept path, I can't see any difference.
Well, you're not looking at the right drawings. I can't really
Well,
take
either
this.
drawing, should we say. On both drawings, I can't see the difference, and therefore my concern about how tight the junction is remains.
Well, I mean, the swept path, I mean, so you'll see, I'm sure you've seen many swept path drawings, you can see where the axles of the vehicles pass through the junction, even for the 16.5 metre, which is not the intended vehicle. All right. Back to, I've got to try and finish this, Mr. Whittingham, but the so-called heavy criticisms of this access. The second point that was raised in the road safety audit was the suggestion that you might put the access, the crossing, further into the junction.
Yes.
Further into the site. That was raised, a recommendation relocated. That was responded to on page 7 of 15 of CD B54, and the conclusion accepted by the auditor that indeed with the highway code and the principle of giving way, the likelihood of a HGV arriving when school pupils pass is slim, relocating the crossing point away from the design, contrary to the design guidance, and though the residual risk remains that of the majority for junctions that observe HGV traffic, i.e. just the standard position. So nothing inherently unsuitable or unsafe about this access.
On the contrary, absolutely there is.
You say there is?
There is.
Right. So you think there is, not the auditors?
The auditors seem to have been reassured on that point, having raised a concern.
That's my point.
I think that's wrong.
Okay. Again, you can be in the minority, but I just want to understand.
Sorry, if I can just amplify my answer, for the reasons given in chief, that the junction is of such a design that it doesn't work either pushing the crossing into the access or as it's shown in the application, for the reasons I set out.
And obviously we disagree, but I can't run through everything you've said, but can I just deal with this point that you raised in chief for the first time about the width of the crossing, and just see if we can agree this. The width of the crossing, you say, is about 12.5 metres, but with a pedestrian refuge in between.
No, that's the actual distance measured in the carriageway, so the two crossing components.
The width of the person crossing, what they have to cross in terms of carriageway is 12.5 metres, but in between there's a pedestrian refuge.
Correct. So they're exposed to HGVs.
For a period of, you say, 12.5 metres.
For a length of 12.5 metres, yes.
But it's not a total period.
It's not the total crossing.
They cross 6 metres and then cross 5 or 6 metres, or 5 and 6 metres.
It's taken from the edge curb to the central crossing, and then the central crossing
edge to the other curb.
I think it's about 9 metres and 3 metres.
No, it's 12.9 metres
Yes, but
in the carriageway.
yes, but you're not in the carriageway for the full 12 metres. You go across one part of the carriageway
No.
and reach the pedestrian refuge.
No, there's a 7 metre, I think it is length, in the crossing, physical crossing, additional to that 12.5 metres.
Yes, that's the point I'm putting to you, Mr. Whittingham. If you're coming north to south, you cross 7 metres of road, and then you reach the pedestrian refuge. Correct? Approximately, I mean, doesn't...
I don't know, it's 12.5 in total on both sides in the carriageway with 7 in the middle.
Yes, so the time you're exposed to the crossing is about, I think it's about 7 metres. It's the first one. Then you're in the pedestrian refuge, and then the next bit you cross is about 3 metres.
Perhaps we should check outside. I measured both legs, if you like, as 12.5 metres.
Combined, I'm just trying to split them up.
So that's in total, we're excluding the pedestrian refuge.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yep.
so for the first section, you cross for whatever it is, 7 metres or whatever, then you're in the pedestrian refuge, and then you cross another section, which is 3 metres, or thereabouts.
I think, yes, there's 3 parts to
Right.
it. It may be where we've got a slight difference is because the radius coming into the access is so large, there's a judgment to be taken where you take
I'm
the
not
drop.
really interested in the precise differences. I'm just
Okay.
interested in the broad parameter.
Yeah,
You cross
sure.
one section, then you get to pedestrian refuge, then you cross another section. The combined time you say is 12, but there are 2 sections that make up that element.
Yes.
Right. As a matter of fact, on Hamble Lane, we already have HGVs passing into the oil terminal. That has a access arrangement, which we can measure, the inspector would have seen, is broadly speaking about 12.5 metres right across with no pedestrian refuge. Correct?
I haven't measured it, but
You have.
I haven't measured it, no.
Does that sound about right? Do you want to look on the plan?
I'm a bit surprised, but let's carry on.
You're surprised. Okay. And that's in circumstance, an existing arrangement, which, as we know, has not resulted in any accidents, personal injury accidents.
I haven't looked down there, I don't know.
All right. And then Ensign Way. So do you know that's just south of our access, entry into a business park? Do you know what the full length of it with no pedestrian refuge is?
I don't.
Again, about 12 metres. You can measure it off the plan if you want.
Okay.
So in contrast to all these 2 other existing examples, the distance of being, as you would say, exposed to a carriageway is less in both cases than both cases I put to you.
Well, on the face of what you told me, I would say very similar.
No, because ours has a dedicated pedestrian refuge between the 2 carriageways for exiting and entering vehicles. The other examples have no such refuge. You just have to cross. No one's saying it's created a problem, but you just have to cross the entrance for both exiting and entering vehicles. Which
I understand the point you're making. It sounds to me like they're all about 12 metres as the point in the carriageway.
Yeah.
Happy with that as a sort of the way to go forward. What I am saying is that if you look at the circumstance of this access and all the concerns I have about looking right over your shoulder, crossing on a big radius, crossing into a hatched area on that northern side, that says to me that situation is completely different from, for example, the BP oil terminal, where you've simply got drop curbs and people just walk straight across. Now, sorry, just finish that point. That is the sort of style of crossing that we're encouraged to do. You know, that is that sort of straight across crossing. Right. This one is totally different from that. The 3 sections to it. Hence, it's unsafe when you use the route that's indicated. It's also unsafe if, as the safety audit pointed out, you cross along the road edge because that's the quickest.
No. So a long answer, Mr. Whittingham.
Apologies.
Were you pointing to any identification, any policy, any standard that says this access is unsafe, as compared with the road safety audit assessment, which says it's safe, and indeed the county highway authority?
I use my professional judgment for the reasons given.
Right. And the point about crossing and looking over your shoulder, if you are crossing the oil terminal entrance or Ensign Way, and you're crossing from the south going north, you've got to look over your shoulder as well as look forward.
No, that's totally different because
I'll
the
let the inspector
access
be just-
is perpendicular, and you're crossing. You can look left and see what's coming out. You can look right and see what there is. This is on such an acute angle that you have to look over your shoulder to see the incoming HGVs.
Only have to look over your shoulder to make that crossing. You don't have to look that way because you're only crossing to a pedestrian refuge. You just simply look to your right to see if there's a vehicle, which has to give way in any event.
I come back to my point. The oil refinery is a very simple crossover junction, whereas this is actually quite a complicated junction that's been the subject of safety audit, I agree, has been found to have concerns. They've had concerns. I don't say they're adequately dealt with and can't be.
It hasn't been found to have concerns. It's been found that those concerns have been addressed.
Apologies. The auditor has found those concerns have been addressed.
Thank you. And that was the third point about deterrent paving, so-called heavy criticism. Again, identification about deterrent paving being installed was a suggestion, recommendation, and the design organisation, the designer said that can be done, and the detailed design, and the road safety audit said, great.
Yeah, I understand that totally.
So
But, to me, it's making the making the best of a bad job.
Well, that's not what they say, is it?
That's my view.
I know. That's not what they say, Mr. Whittingham.
It isn't.
No. Right. So the road safety audit and the county highway authority acting on the road safety audit and the appellant have in fact designed what is, by all of consensus, a safe access.
Yes.
Thank you. Then we come to the I'm almost there in terms of finishing. The mitigation scheme, I'm going to ask you about finally. Sorry, I've got two things to ask you about, sorry. First of all, the mitigation scheme, Mr. Whittingham. Mr. Howard and the Highway Authority have identified a mitigation scheme. We discussed the reason for it. I'm not going to go back over that. But can I just get you to understand what you're saying about LTM 120? Both the County Highway Authority and Mr. Howard are content with a scheme in principle that's shown in the Statement of Common Ground, which shows what's proposed. Correct?
Yes.
And the County Highway Authority have confirmed that their costing of it, as is Mr. Howard's, in his evidence, is £500,000 covers it with a considerable degree of contingency.
That's what they say.
Yes. And you've got no reason. That's their confirmed position, Mr. Whittingham, despite seeking to say, well, they were only costing 200 metres. They've clarified that's not the case. They've costed the whole thing as covered by £500,000, as has indeed Mr. Howard.
Okay, so we need to unpack that a little bit.
We just need to answer the question. That's right, isn't it?
They say they're happy with it, yes.
They're saying they've costed it and it would be covered by £500,000 with contingency. That's right, isn't it?
They costed it twice. I am coming to an answer. They've costed it in the table we are all familiar with, which sets out the cost, the contingencies, and relates to the 200 metres.
No, but that's the error you're making, Mr. Whittingham. You have treated it as being a cost simply of 200 metres,
No.
hold on a second, as have others, They have confirmed that's not correct. They have costed the whole thing at £500,000 plus contingency.
Yeah, this is unfortunately where the difficulty is. The 200 metres is in so many places, starting with the regulatory committee, that I have to assume that table is correct. Now, I know your view is it's not, but it is written in so many places, FOIs, all sorts. To my mind, there is no doubt that table, the 500k, is premised on 200 metres, and indeed that is written in terms in the regulatory committee report, which refers to the western side of Hamble Lane only,
Completely
and other measures in the village.
Right, completely disagree,
I am
Mr.
getting
Whittingham.
there.
You're not answering my question.
I know.
Go to the statement of common ground.
I am getting there. The second thing is that that scheme is now, I think, 741 metres, which was set out in inquiry document, and I can give you the reference to that. And that was justified on the basis of 4 examples that the County Highway Authority gave. Now, I hesitate to use the word, but it is patently obvious to me that that doesn't result in the full 741 metres being only £500,000. Sorry, this is a really long answer, but I think it's important.
But it's not the question I asked you.
And I'm now left with a confusion because there is apparently another plan. So the answer to your question is, firstly, there is no real source of how the 500,000 was calculated. It's simply a table in relation, I say, to the 200 metres. And secondly, when you look at the there isn't a defined plan. So the contribution isn't explained to me, and neither is the work that it belongs to.
Right. Can you try answering my question? The statement of common ground that the Highway Authority signed has identified that the works that they've proposed and costed would cost £500,000 with the heavy contingency. Correct?
Well, that's what the statement of common ground is, but as I understand it, the situation's moved on from that.
Well, I don't think it has, Mr. Whittingham. You're seeking to suggest there's some confusion in relation to 200 metres. We don't think there is. The County Highway Authority doesn't think there is. So understand that you may seek to create that confusion, but there's not confusion in their mind. Can you just deal with the second point of mine? Mr. Howard himself costed it. And he confirmed that the cost of those works, on his own assessment, would be well within £500,000 with a healthy contingency. Correct?
No, I think, and you may point me to it, I think he said, I concur with the Highway Authority from my experience. He didn't say he'd costed it.
All right. And the third point, Mr. Whittingham, is that you haven't put forward any contrary costings.
I don't need to because the Highway Authority has.
Well, they have, I've already explained, set out their agreement to the statement of common ground. If you think they're wrong, you haven't produced any evidence to suggest that a scheme of this kind would cost more than £500,000 with a healthy contingency, have you?
So, in the document I'm referring to,
just focus on my question. What are you looking at?
No, I haven't put forward any evidence,
No.
but I do rely on K32 Appendix A, which is the County Highway Authority setting out 4 similar schemes and what the cost would be to justify the 500,000 contribution.
Yeah.
Now, if you go through that calculation as, sorry, bear with me a second.
I think it'd be helpful to me. Hold up K32 if that's what you're referring to, because if you're going to refer to figures from a table in there, then we need to see it.
Okay, well, can I refer to the evidence of Georgie Baker, ID 45?
I thought you were going to K32.
Well, this is probably an easier way of doing it.
Well, should we go to K32 first?
We can go to that as well. Sorry, I haven't got that in front of me. But I can remember what it says.
K32 is the evidence of Lisa Kirby.
It is. And in Appendix A,
the County Highway Authority quotes 4 schemes, it puts up to justify the level of contribution. If you go through the mathematics of that, sorry.
Okay, I
So I
have.
was saying, if you go through the mathematics...
Just 1 minute, while Mr. Strong gets there too.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, so I'm looking at 26th of February 2025, Appendix A to the Council's planning statement.
So this is, yeah, this is their statement, the County Highway Authority statement,
Yes,
right? This is the one.
and it's got the 4 examples.
Yes.
Now, the point I'm making is if you work out the cost per metre of those schemes, you will see that it applies to a 200 metre length.
No, because they're, for example, the Elmley Road one is a new segregated cycle track being created.
Sorry,
Not, where are we creating a new segregated cycle track in this scheme?
what I'm doing...
No, compared like Mr. Whittingham. I don't,
Yeah.
just answer my question.
Well, I think...
Why are you saying that this is actually demonstrating, isn't it, that they think the cost estimates for what is being proposed here are indeed covered by £500,000. You can see that on
My point is, those are the
sorry, no, just stick with the point. This document you've referred to is the County Highway Authority confirming, isn't it, that the cost estimate is £495,000. See page... Yeah, £490,000 with contingency. And they then give some examples of other schemes, but including, for example, a new segregated cycleway. So every scheme's going to depend upon what's being proposed, isn't it?
2 points there. First point, I didn't choose those. The county put them forward as justification for the contribution.
Yeah.
Second point, there may well be, excuse me, there may well be new cycle footway, because it's often the way you have to do it, and maybe even cheaper than reconstructing an existing.
Well, that's just pure speculation.
But
Can we agree?
But the point is, if you look at the cost per linear metre, and I'm sure the inspector will, of those 4 examples, you will arrive at £500,000 equals 200 metres.
Well, I don't know about that, but
That is the fact. I can produce a note if you want.
It may be, I don't know about that, Mr. Whittingham, but it's irrelevant in this sense, because those aren't the works we're proposing here. Can I just try another tack? We've got the County Highway Authority identifying that £500,000 is sufficient. Why on earth would the County Authority say that if in fact it was going to cost more?
It's a very difficult question to answer that.
It's not.
My supposition is that, I mean, as I said earlier, it's very obvious to me it was based on 200 metres originally. It's transpired it's longer than that in the evidence given by Mr. Howard and shown on the plan, on his plans, the 4 plans, and it's now different on a plan I saw that Mr. Howard sent me, but apparently is not in the inquiry. So in other words, I am finding it difficult to answer your question because it seems to be a muddle.
Right. We don't think it's a muddle. We don't think the County Highway Authority are anything other than satisfied with the costing, and we agree with the costing. But just testing it this way, if the authority thought it was cost more, they would simply ask for a higher contribution, wouldn't they?
Well, I don't know if that's a realistic prospect.
Why not? What's unrealistic? If they can produce a costing, they've identified what they're proposing. They've costed it. If they thought it cost more than 500,000 a month, they would just ask for more. It's as simple as that.
If that's the way the 106 is expressed, I don't think it is at the moment. But you're suggesting that it is flexible, then that may answer the problem.
You're just not answering the question, being deliberately obscure. It's nothing to do with the 106. They've sought a contribution for £500,000 to do the works they've identified.
Yeah.
If they thought it cost more, they would ask for more.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to repeat myself. In my view, they've based it all along on 200 metres. They have realised, or maybe they haven't even realised, but when the mitigation scheme went up to 741 metres, they still didn't click that when the justification was put forward in those 4 examples, it still equated to a cost of 200 metres.
Right.
And I'm afraid that's the way I see it.
I know the way you see it, but it's just completely unrealistic for the reasons I've just put to you. We've already agreed they've got no axe to grind. If they thought it was going to cost more, they would be mad not to have asked for more.
All I can say is...
Yeah, they would be mad, Mr.
They have no axe to grind.
They would be mad
it's
to
just
ask...
inconsistent.
They would be mad not to ask for the correct sum if there was any substance to what you're suggesting.
I agree.
Yeah, okay, right, good. So then I said I want to just finish because I'm very conscious of the time, but please just help me just finish.
I'll try.
In terms of the effect on the highway network, and your reliance on the GE aviation case, can we just agree some basic principles to assist the inspector? First of all, the appellant has assessed impacts of delay, as you put it, in relation to each of the junctions in question.
Yes.
And the council's seen the effects of that in terms of delay and is satisfied that the impacts are negligible.
Yes.
You may disagree, but that's the position. And then in terms of those impacts of delay, which have been looked at, occur in the context of a conservative, I call highly robust assessment. In this sense, they're based upon 144 HGVs rather than reduction to 126, correct?
Correct.
They are temporary in the sense that they only occur for the phase 2 works.
Correct.
And that is a period, I think, of 4 years.
I thought it might be 6, but I may be wrong.
It might be 6, thank you, 6 years, correct. And so for those 6-year period, even if you got to 144 vehicles, which you're not, you get to 126, you would get those periods of delay, seconds that are calculated for each of the junctions. That is in direct contrast to a scheme for residential development, which by definition is looking at traffic impacts which are permanent.
Correct.
And any inspector considering a residential scheme such as GE Aviation is considering granting planning permission, which would mean those delays persist forever, subject to any future changes, in contrast to a temporary extraction of minerals.
Yes, I understand that point.
Yeah, okay. Finally, in relation to the impacts that are being assessed, of course, the baseline of assessment, i.e. the current congestion levels were referred to in GE Aviation's assessment, I think in all cases were much higher than the ones that are predicted under the current surveys.
Sorry,
yeah, I'm just taking for a junction, an example of a junction you referred to in the GE Aviation case, which was adding a minute delay to a existing delay of 2.5 minutes. And I think at that junction, the baseline in the traffic data is showing actually
a current delay of 117 seconds,
Oh, I see.
and an average increase of 2 to 3 seconds, and a maximum increase of 23 seconds. So the total delay from our scheme for that temporary period is less than the baseline that was assumed for GE Aviation. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, it's as per my evidence. I think some
That's correct,
will be
isn't it?
similar. I don't know without referring to, but
You've not looked at that.
do you mind if I just check that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
The GE Aviation part is of the inspector's report that you refer to in your proof to help you. I think it was at .5
Yeah.
of your proof, paragraph 44, Hamble Lane, north arm of the Tesco roundabout junction, increased time delay over a minute to give an overall delay of 3.5 minutes. That's why I said for that junction, for a permanent grant of permission for residential, the inspector was looking at an existing delay of 2.5 minutes and an increase of a minute.
Yes.
And you've not looked at our assessment of the current delays and the increase we're proposing.
Yeah, I think just
Is
to
that
make sure.
right?
Yes, I would say it's a comparable. The GE decision is a comparable. What's the word I'm looking for? Comparable statement of the level of severity for this to guide the inspector on these cues.
Well, I mean, just test that as right. I mean, it's not comparable in the sense it's a temporary period for
accept
assuming
that.
maximum,
Yes,
etc.
agree
But
that.
look at the same paragraph 44. I'll just give you the two examples he gave. In the morning peak, which is what I think you're concerned with, at the same paragraph 44, the worst affected junction would be the A3025 Portsmouth Road right turn with nearly half a minute time delay and an overall delay of 3.5 minutes. Do you see that?
Yes.
If you go over the page, under our scheme, Hamble Lane, Portsmouth Road, assuming all the worst case for 144 vehicles, etc., the Portsmouth Road approach shows an increase from 117 seconds to 140 seconds. That's the maximum, not the average. Correct? This is 5.11 of your proof, over the page.
Sorry, 5.5.
5.11.
Sorry,
So it's the
5.11.
same junction.
Yeah.
The residential was turning a 2.5 minute delay into a 3.5 minute delay. You've extracted from our evidence 5.11, Portsmouth Road approach shows an increase from 117 seconds to 140 seconds. Yes?
Yes.
That's a maximum delay, not the average delay, which I think is 2 to 3 seconds or something.
I don't think that's right. I think the 2 or 3 seconds is on a particular arm.
No? Well, the other, yeah, okay.
I think we're mixing apples and pears here.
Fine, but then the point I was putting to you a moment ago, with our maximum delay, assuming 144 HGVs, no other mitigation,
Yeah.
the total delay is 140 seconds, moved up from 117.
Yes.
That 140 is 2 minutes 10, compared with 1 minute 40 or whatever it is. Yes.
Yep.
The 2 minutes 10 is a lower delay than was already assumed to be the case in GE Aviation.
It is.
So what the inspector was finding an intolerable delay increase by a minute. In fact, the current position at that roundabout will be, even with our scheme added in, a lower delay than that which the inspector was treating as the baseline in GE aviation.
I understand your line of thought. I'm simply saying we are very fortunate in this case that we have the GE decision, which gives some sort of indication. I'm inviting the inspector to compare the two situations and bearing in mind my view that the traffic impact assessment you say is robust, I say is based on the flawed baseline data.
Well, we've been through that,
And I know
because
we've been
this
through that.
roundabout would be covered by the lower traffic flows that
Yeah.
we're talking about. So that's a bad point, isn't it, Mr.
I think we
Whittingham?
better not go through there again.
No,
You have
that's
my
a
view.
bad point, isn't it, Mr. Whittingham, for the reasons we already
No, we
discussed?
have discussed that before, and I've agreed the traffic flows, etc., etc., etc. But also, you need to bear in mind the 24-hour growth and the.
Well, that's
everything
got
else we
nothing
talked
to
about.
do with these. These are peak hour congestions, aren't they? You're nodding, correct?
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for a question.
These are peak hour.
Yes,
Right.
I've agreed that.
It's nothing to do with 24-hour traffic flows. And if you are saying that this is a relevant comparator, the relevant or comparison or the baseline, you say you understand my point, is that even with our maximum delays for 144 HGVs at that junction, we're not even at the level of the pre-existing delay that there was going to occur at GE Aviation absent any development.
So, I'm trying to be very careful not to go over old ground. But we did talk about traffic flows in relation to, we separated north and south aspects of Hamble Lane. So
No, Mr. Whittingham, we're going off track. Do you
No,
understand my question?
So there are instances on the tables where traffic has increased from 2022 on the northern section. Leaving that aside though, what I am saying is that I think it's a fair comparison to compare the information I put in my proof in terms of delays with
I'm doing
the
that,
GE
Mr.
decision.
Whittingham. I'm doing that, and that's why I asked you the question.
And I accept that sometimes the flows in the baseline with GE were higher than the predicted delays with this application.
Yeah, well, there were two junctions. I've just given you one
Yes.
of them. One of the two junctions,
Yes.
even with, you assume, all the worst case of our scenario, more vehicles than we're actually generating, the resulting delay is less than the baseline for GE Aviation with no development. That's factually
The answer
correct.
is yes.
Thank you.
I'm simply inviting the inspector to look at the changes as well.
I can accept that, but I think the point, you just got to the point, and it's an important point for me, is the baseline less? And that's the point that we're asked. And it's a simple question, yes or no.
The answer is yes.
Thank you.
I think I would invite you to look at the change as well, though.
Thank you, sir. I'm conscious of the time. There are obviously other healthy points of disagreement between Mr. Howard and Mr. Whittingham, but I don't think I need to traverse them all.
If you're sure, I don't want to deny anybody the right
Okay,
to.
let me just check. I'm happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions because I think my questions have been picked up. Mr. Fulbrook, it's back to you for re-examination.
Thank you, sir. I'm conscious of the time, but fortunately I don't have very many questions by way of re-examination, so I don't think I will be too long. First question for you, Mr. Whittingham. You were taken to you were taken to core document D20, which is the statement of common ground between the Highway Authority and the appellant, and taken to various parts of that, and it was suggested to you, as I understood it, that the County Highway Authority did not accept in that document that there was a severe impact on the highway network and that the mitigation being proposed was to encourage further shift. You were not taken to paragraph 2.72 of that document. I wonder if you could just have a look at that and give me your comment on that, if you may. So that's core document D20, paragraph 2.72.
Yes, I've got that paragraph.
Does that affect your view of what the County Highway Authority's position was?
Yes, so the county authority is saying falls below the severe test.
And what makes it fall below the severe? What are they saying makes it fall below?
Well,
the severe?
because of the mitigation in the form of that condition. Is the way it's expressed in there.
Okay. You were then referred to the automatic traffic counts that were carried out on behalf of the HPDG, and you focused on traffic count 1, location 1, and not on location 2. You were taken to task for that. I just want to understand, can you just explain again why it was that you have focused on traffic count 1 and why it is that the increases that have been observed in that traffic count or you've observed are, in your view, significant?
Yep, simply because, like I said, I was focusing on the traffic capacity aspect of this, and traffic flows at the northern end of Hamble Lane are the highest. And on the second part of the question, there was no intent whatsoever. That was my focus, and the evidence on the lower part is before the inquiry.
You referred at one point to Mr. Howard's proof of evidence in his table 3.3. If I could ask you to turn that up, that is page 32 of Mr. Howard's proof.
Yes.
I understood you were trying to say something about the Friday, that the Friday should be in the left-hand column, but you were slightly cut off, I think, when you were trying to explain that. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to go back to that and finish a point if you wanted to.
Yeah, so what's occurred here is that in that final column, the during roadworks column, Friday the 18th wasn't actually counted. What was actually counted was Friday the 11th, and therefore shouldn't have been included in that right-hand column because it was unaffected by roadworks Friday. I think it's a simple mistake in a way that's been made in this table that traffic count companies have a habit of portraying a week's data, but it maybe didn't come out very clearly that actually the Friday, it was the first Friday, got transposed into being the Friday at the end of the counted week, if that makes clear. So we've actually got, that's a long way of saying, Friday the 18th wasn't counted, Friday the 11th was, and so that column is incorrect. It's the wrong Friday's gone into that column, basically.
Okay, and then finally, there was discussion of the swept path diagrams and the diagram that appears in the road safety assessment, and then you were taken to the latest drawing in core document 82. And this might be a question for Mr. Howard to answer, but you already said, I think, that the change to the junction was that it was moved. I think it was moved to the south by something like 5 metres. Are you aware of any other changes that were made to the layout, the junction arrangement, after the road safety audit?
No.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Rourke. It's now just about 1:30. We've still got a fair bit of highway evidence to get through from Mr. Howard. I'm suggesting we take a break until 2:15. Would that be okay with people? Two, I'm not, you don't need to look at you, you're done.
I agree.
Are you okay with 2:15, Mr Fulbrook? If we have 45-minute break.
So yes, I'm obviously very keen to make sure we get through the evidence. So yes, can manage that.
All right, in which case then we'll adjourn. We'll resume back in this room at 2:15. So for the purpose of the recording, we can stop at that point and we'll see everyone back at 2:15 sharp. Thank you. All right, it's 2:15. People can please take the seats. The inquiry is now resumed. I've just got a couple little bits of housekeeping and one omission that I forgot about. Housekeeping, simple ones. Just a reminder that I need the SLA compliance statement when we get the final version of the signed 106 agreement. We left a point hanging over lunchtime about this plan and whether or not it's something that needs to be put in as an inquiry document or not. What's the position on that plan, Mr. Strong?
So the position is, we actually propose that it be attached to the statement of common ground with the Rule 6 party. They objected, and so I was a bit surprised then that Mr. Whittingham referred to it. So from our perspective, there's no issue with it going in. Indeed, we thought it was helpful. I don't know whether the Rule 6 still object to it going in, otherwise it would already be in. Perhaps they can tell you in a moment. And just to be clear, so far as we're concerned, all it does is put onto one plan all of the four, I think they're 4 drawings that are attached to the statement of common ground, so that you can see, and there's a red line which reflects the drawings, so you can see it as one red line of the extent of the drawings that were attached to the statement of common ground. And there's one other arrow which Mr. Howard had added to the plan, the southwestern end, to refer to what's described in one of the plans. So we think it's probably helpful, and Mr. Whittingham has referred to it, but that's really all it does.
I mean, your answer, Mr. Fulbrook, because clearly Mr. Howard's not relied on it in his evidence to date.
Yes.
Unless he tells me something different. But Mr. Whittingham has.
Yeah, no,
So what do you want me to do with that plan?
So the first point is we don't object to it being admitted. We think it'd be helpful for you. And just to explain, I've had the chance now to take instructions from Mr. Whittingham, which I couldn't do before he was on the stand. But the position is, I think we object to it. There's been crossed wires, I think, and it may be on our part, but we object to it going in the statement of common ground because I think on the basis that it was a new plan, we didn't think it was the right place for it. That may be that it's probably our fault in terms of our communication, but we do not object to you seeing that plan because I think it is, as Mr. Strong describes, it's an amalgamation of the 4 plans that were attached to the statement of common ground with a big red box around it saying these are the ones that are covered by the £500,000.
So we can have it as an inquiry document.
We can say exactly.
If that can, perhaps it's not something you can do now, but if we can have that tomorrow morning as an inquiry document, that would be helpful. Then it squares that evidence, and it is an helpful piece of information for me. Saves me looking at 3 or 4 plans by the sounds of it. Any further housekeeping matters from any parties?
Sorry. One document, which is a response we sent to Lead A, that's the Rule 6 party solicitors, in March 2025, just dealing with the £500,000 contribution. They asked us, what does it cover? We responded. And bearing in mind that there still seems to be an issue being taken about that, we'd like you just to see what we told the Rule 6 party in March in a solicitor-to-solicitor correspondence. I'm just having that printed, but and I've spoken to Mr. Fulbrook about that already.
I think I probably... I got copied into lots of things that the appellant sent.
Okay, you may.
I'm not suggesting I'd have to troll my emails because it wasn't registered as an inquiry document. I was copied into the correspondence, so I may have it. As
you may well do. You're absolutely right. So
I haven't got a problem in.
If we could convert it into an inquiry document, that's probably easier to refer to. I think it's being printed as we speak, but I haven't got it right.
No problem.
Just yet.
You can probably tell I'm an hard copy man, I'm afraid. Probably because of age. Mr. Lewis, anything from the council I need to be aware of, other than just a reminder from my part about the SLA compliance statement?
Certainly. All noted, sir, and nothing further from us. Thank you.
Mr. Fulbrook, anything I need to be aware of before? I'm not going to invite Mr. Howard first off. I've got something else to say.
No, sir, thank you.
Thank you very much. In which case, can I invite Councillor Brad Baines to come and take a seat at this table. This is not me opening up interested parties to speak again. It's something I completely forgot about, and thank goodness Councillor Baines reminded me that he couldn't make the interested party speaking opportunities when we were here in April. And I did promise by email to Councillor Baines that I would give him the opportunity, particularly as an elected representative, to speak. So it's my fault that I didn't mention it earlier, but it's something that thankfully Councillor Baines reminded me of, and it's something that we had agreed in writing to anyway from PIN's perspective. So we're going to have an interested party presentation from Councillor Baines. I'm going to have to do the things that I said to everybody else, Councillor Baines, is that if you have a transcript of what you might be about to say, then it would be helpful if you can let the council officers have a copy of it, and I'll record it as an inquiry document. I also need to ask you if you'd be prepared for to answer any questions that Mr. Strong might ask of you.
Yeah.
You don't have to do. If you don't, it may reduce the weight of the evidence that you give in my reliance on that evidence. But I'll ask you again at the end, see how you feel. If Mr. Strong has any questions, he may or may not, but I'll ask you that point. So, whenever you're ready, you present your presentation.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me the time to speak today. My name is Brad Baines, and I have the privilege of being an Eastleigh Borough Councillor for the Hamble and Netley ward, where it is my responsibility to represent the views of the local community, and that is what I intend to convey to you today. This resilient community has endured the prospect of a quarry being built in the heart of the village for a long time. I've spoken to countless residents about the toll and impact that this has had on them, their families, and on the Hamble community as a whole. This impact today is really and truly immeasurable. I've had conversations with local residents whose mental health and anxiety levels have massively depleted due to the constant worrying of whether this quarry will be given the go-ahead, as well as the future impacts that this could have on them and their loved ones. I've spoken to countless families and their children who now worry about their futures here in Hamble, something that no child or parent should be having to think about due to a quarry application. The sheer proximity of the site to the schools has imposed an extra layer of concern for many of the pupils that attend or are due to attend the schools, some of whom have spoken during this process and have rightfully stated that you wouldn't build two schools next to a quarry, so why would you build a quarry next to two schools? In my capacity as a member of Hampshire County Council, I had the opportunity to speak at the Regulatory Committee meeting last year. I am extremely disappointed that members, especially those that sit on the Regulatory Committee, were not engaged by council staff when the decision was made to overturn the Regulatory Committee's decision from last year. Many residents have also expressed to me their disappointment and loss in confidence in both Hampshire County Council and in CEMEX for the way this entire situation has been managed. I have not spoken to a single resident who is in favour of the proposed quarry. All locally elected members are fully against the proposal. All three parish councils objected to the allocation in the Minerals and Waste Plan as well as the detailed application, and I've seen first-hand democratically elected Hampshire County Council members at the Regulatory Committee meeting refuse the application last year, yet somehow we are in this position today. Every conversation I have had with local residents has one running theme: that this proposed quarry is in the wrong place, in the heart of a beautiful village right next to two brilliant schools. In the deputation I gave at the Regulatory Committee meeting, I expressed concerns around the impact that the quarry could have on our emergency services, and after hearing the Police and Crime Commissioner's comments during this inquiry, that the proposed scheme would have a negative impact upon the constabulary's ability to ensure its critical functions are resourced correctly to respond to the public, and in turn asking for this application to be denied, I remain very concerned about the negative impact that this proposed quarry could have on our emergency services when accessing Hamble. I also have concerns over the application from a fire service perspective, and this is an issue I understand personally as a former retained Hampshire firefighter myself. The Hamble Fire Station is a retained station, with crew and vehicles not always being available for deployment, meaning that full-time crews from outside of the immediate area, such as those from Southampton and Fareham, would have to be called in to respond to incidents on an increasingly congested one-way in, one-way out access road. This is especially a concern given the frequency that Hamble Lane is at a standstill and is hard to pass at its narrowest points. My concerns around the effects this application could have on our emergency services remain as prevalent today as they were when I last spoke on this topic last year. Local residents deserve so much better than what they've had to endure during this process. The effect that this has had already on so many families locally is immeasurable. My hope is that even though this site is in the Minerals and Waste Plan, it does not automatically mean that an application will be approved, and my view is that the weight and range of objections is such that I would hope the inspector will refuse this application. Our role as local councillors is to listen to the views of local residents. I have listened intently, and the overwhelming, unanimous consensus from local residents remains as clear today as it was during the first conversation I had about this application, that this quarry is not in the right place, and that this application should be denied. Thank you again, sir, for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baines. Would you be in a position to answer any questions? Should Mrs. Strawn have any?
I'll do my very best.
Mrs. Strawn, do you have any questions for Councillor Baines?
I don't, thank you very much, sir, because we've covered a lot of these topics in more detail in other evidence.
In which case, can I thank you for your contribution, Councillor Baines? As I said, that if you can let Amy just have a copy of what you said, if you wish, and I'll record it formally as an inquiry document eventually, my eventual decision. But thank you for your contribution to this inquiry. Appreciate that. Thank you. I'll let you just 2 minutes to move back. All right. We'll then move on to the main business this afternoon, which is the evidence from Mr. Howard. Are you all right? I'll wait 1 minute.
So I was just going to give you that correspondence, if that's all right.
If you're going to refer to it as well, thank you very much indeed. This will be inquiry document 70.
I'll take that. 70. Thank you.
And this is correspondence from Lee Day, dated 19th of March, and correspondence from Clyde & Co. back to Lee Day, dated the 21st of March.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you for that. I think everyone has those documents now. So with that in mind, Mr. Strong, could you please introduce Mr. Howard to the inquiry?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So you should have from Mr. Howard a proof of evidence and rebuttal to which we're referring. We're also going to look at Mr. Whittingham's proof of evidence, and we're going to look at the documents we had open with Mr. Whittingham as well. I don't know if you put them away, otherwise I will just refer to them as necessary. Thank you very much. So you are Mr. Ben Howard. You've got an honours degree in geography and a master's degree in transport planning and engineering, and you're a member of the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transportation.
Yeah, that's correct.
You're a partner at iTransport LLP with responsibility for development planning projects, particularly with regard to transport, highways, traffic and parking issues, providing advice on schemes at all stages of the planning process. You've worked in the field of traffic engineering and transport planning for over 16 years. You previously worked for a local highway authority, Hampshire County Council.
That is correct, yes.
And when you were at Hampshire County Council, you're responsible for advising a number of other planning authorities on the highway and transport implications of development proposals.
Yep, that's all correct.
You explained that in 2017, iTransport was appointed by the appellant to provide highways and transport advice in relation to the planning application and you explain you're familiar with the site and the surrounding network, and you have also explained you got some experience working in this area because you worked on a project in relation to Hamble Lane, a planning application which you've given the reference for.
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Howard, you've explained the scope of your evidence. I don't ask you to read that out. What I might ask you to do, if you're happy with this, sir, is for Mr. Howard to pick up in his summary section of the proof, that is summary and conclusion, on page 47. And Mr. Howard, there you've set out the principal policy context for highways and transportation matters. Paragraph 115 of the framework, which I won't ask you to read out because it'll be familiar to most people. Paragraph 116 and the tests as to when development should be refused, and then policy 12 of the Minerals and Waste Plan, and then strategic policy S11 of the Eastleigh Borough Council local plan. And having identified that policy context, you then set out, by way of summary of your evidence, on the way what you've concluded. And I'd ask you to read from promoting sustainable transport at 4.2.2, please.
Yeah, certainly. So under 4.2, we deal with the assessment of the appeal scheme, and we've taken it against the sort of four headings, which are the key transport tests from the MPPF. So promoting sustainable transport, safe access, the design of the transport elements of the scheme, and then traffic impacts. So starting on 4.2.2 and promoting sustainable transport, there are opportunities for staff to access the site on foot, by bike and by public transport. New permissive path connections are proposed, which will provide routes for pedestrians away from existing roads. A contribution in the sum of £500,000 has been agreed to be paid by CEMEX in order to provide mitigation in the form of improvements to the walking and cycling provision in the vicinity of the proposed development. The proposed walking and cycling improvements will maximise the opportunity for staff to access the site by travelling on foot, by bike and by public transport. The improvements will also make walking and cycling journeys to Hamble Primary School and to Hamble Railway Station more attractive and improve facilities along a route which could be used by pedestrians and cyclists as part of a longer journey to access other destinations. This will encourage people to walk, cycle and use public transport, i.e. the railway network, via Hamble Railway Station. These mitigation measures will provide a lasting benefit to the area as they will remain in place, whereas the extraction and restoration operations of the proposed development are temporary only. Appropriate opportunities to encourage sustainable transport have therefore been taken up in the context of the type of the proposed development. So moving on to safe access. So safe access has been provided to the site. The form of the access is consistent with other junctions along Hamble Lane, and visibility can be achieved in accordance with the relevant design standards. The site access has been designed to accommodate HGV movements. The provision of an island in the centre of the access enables pedestrians and cyclists to cross one direction of traffic at a time to minimise the impact that the access has on pedestrian and cycle movements along Hamble Lane. The pedestrian and cycle refuge island within the centre of the access has an area of approximately 26 square metres. This provides space for 20 pedestrians, assuming broadly 1 square metre per pedestrian, or 8 cyclists, assuming broadly 2.5 square metres per cyclist. Surveys have been undertaken to determine the level of use of the footway cycleway on the eastern side of Hamble Lane in 2017 and 2024. The space available within the central island is adequate to cater for the level of use along Hamble Lane. The site access will cross the existing footway cycleway on the eastern side of Hamble Lane, but will not obstruct it. Across the exit to the proposed development, pedestrians and cyclists walk a short distance around the radius before crossing to an island in the centre of the access. They will have appropriate visibility to vehicles exiting the site, and vehicles exiting the site will have appropriate visibility to pedestrians and cyclists. Across the entrance to the proposed development, pedestrians and cyclists will cross on the alignment of the existing footway cycleway to the island. Pedestrians and cyclists will also have good visibility to vehicles travelling southbound on Hamble Lane, and vehicles will have appropriate visibility to pedestrians and cyclists. An independent road safety audit has been undertaken. The designer's response to the road safety audit and the amendments to the drawings undertaken appropriately address all the recommendations which have been raised as part of the safety audit process. Moving on to the design of transport elements. So an appropriate amount of car and cycle parking has been provided. The layout of the site ensures there's sufficient space for vehicles to enter the site and wait at the weighbridge so as not to queue back onto Hamble Lane. Wheel washing facilities are proposed and space has been provided for a significant number of vehicles to wait on site, so there is space for them to wait if they come to depart when there are restrictions in place around school drop-off and collection times. Traffic impacts. The site is allocated in the Hampshire Minerals and Waste Plan. Minerals, by their very nature, are only found in certain locations and are a finite resource. Their extraction and associated traffic impacts are also temporary. The impacts of the appeal scheme need to be considered in this context. It's acknowledged that slow rolling queues currently occur along sections of Hamble Lane in the weekday morning and evening periods, and that journey times along the corridor are impacted by congestion. In the morning and evening peak hours, there are circa 1,350 to 2,350 vehicle movements along Hamble Lane, and so we touched on that this morning, that the difference there is between the northern section and the southern section. That's why there's that range in the data. Annual average daily traffic flows are circa 16,000 to 34,000, with flows being higher towards the northern end of the corridor. Between 375 to 850 HGVs use Hamble Lane every day. The increases in traffic as a result of the development are low in absolute terms and likely to fall within the daily fluctuation in traffic flows along this corridor. The proposal will not change the character or operation of Hamble Lane. Specifically, it is currently a busy road and people's journeys in a car at peak times are impacted by congestion and queuing. As a pedestrian or cyclist, the experience of travelling along Hamble Lane is one of travelling next to a busy road where there is a constant flow of traffic. This will continue to be the case with the appeal scheme. Hamble Lane is used by school children, and it is proposed to restrict HGVs from leaving the site within the 45-minute window surrounding drop-off and collection periods for the Hamble Primary School and the Hamble School. The agreed time periods where HGVs would be prevented from leaving the site are 8 till 8:45 and 2:30 till 3:15. This will significantly reduce the effects of the proposed development of Hamble Lane when Hamble Lane is used by the majority of children and accompanying parents, carers from Hamble Primary School and the Hamble School. This also further reduces any interaction between HGVs and school children at the site access and along Hamble Lane. In this context, I do not conclude that there are unacceptable safety impacts or that the impacts of the development in terms of an increase in congestion will be severe. And then in terms of a conclusion, I therefore conclude that there are no transport grounds to dismiss the appeal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Howard. Sir, Mr. Howard also prepared the rebuttal proof of evidence. I wasn't going to get him to read a summary of what's in that, because if you're happy, I'll just ask him to deal with a number of topics that have become the focus at the inquiry, particularly today, Mr. Howard. So, sir, if I may, first of all, Mr. Howard, it's not in dispute, I know, but the position, so far as the County Highway Authority is concerned, is set out in CD D20 in the Statement of Common Ground, where there's an agreement with your conclusions as to safe access and no severe impact in terms of congestion. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
So we're dealing principally with the objection from the third party and any residents or other representations. Can I just take it in turn from a number of topics that have cropped up? First of all, that of safe access that you were talking about a moment ago. And can I just get you to comment initially on the concern about the access way crossing the existing Danny King cycleway, and also potentially pedestrians crossing, walking along the east side of Hamble Lane?
Yeah, certainly. I think first though, it's just worth noting that there's a number of points where...
might just need to move the mic, you're speaking quite quickly and...
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, firstly, there's a number of points where access is already crossed the Danny King cycleway. If you recall, when we were on our site visit, we pointed out the access to Hamble Oil Terminal, which is near the start of the Danny King cycleway, around 1.5 kilometres further south as you travel along Hamble Lane. In my view, this is a much lower standard provision than we've designed our access to our scheme, but it's crossed on a daily basis by people walking, cycling to shops, work and school. There's no safety issues with this access. We also heard in Mr. Whittingham's evidence about Ensign Way, which is 200 metres to the west of the oil terminal, which serves a number of employment uses. And again, people...
Do you want to just slow down? Is there a plan you could refer us to?
There's probably one of the easiest plans is in Mr. Whittingham's proof.
Which we've got open. Yep. figure 2.2.
Yeah, so figure 2.2. So effectively where it says Hamble or Rice, if you follow the...
Hold on a second.
If you, where the L is from Hamble,
Of Hamble or Rice, yep.
if you follow, there's a grey line, which is the road. That is effectively the access road into the oil terminal, and then you can see effectively a sort of a series of grid of lines that sit below Hamble. That's where the oil terminal is.
Thank you.
Again, we pointed that out so when we were on the site visit. And then Ensign Way is effectively, well, it's 200. The access to it is 200 metres to the west along Hamble Lane. And again, you can see where those series of brown buildings are on the plan, where the road heads to the south from Hamble Lane. That's the access for Ensign Way.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Could you then just deal with the question of crossing of the access that you're providing? I think you've covered this in more detail in paragraph 3.2.7 of your evidence. And 3.28 dealing with departures and arrivals. And you having set out, I think, a number of pedestrian and cycle movements that have been surveyed, which I don't think are in dispute as a result of, at least with Mr. Whittingham on table 3.2, you then deal with what is likely to be experienced at 3.2.7 and 3.2.8. Can you just briefly summarise the position?
Yep, no problem. I think so. It might just be useful to have. We had the drawing of the access out earlier, which is in CDB83, I think it is. Yeah, CDB83.
Thank you.
And then it's drawing ITB 13040 SK006.
Might give a page reference if you can. Which is on page, I think, 13 of 22.
Perfect. And yet, so I think Mr. Strawn referred you to table 3.1 and then paragraph 3.2.7 and 3.2.8 of my proof of evidence. Effectively, in that table, we deal with how many HGV movements arrive at different times of the day and in the different phases of development. Obviously, with phase 2 being the period when there is a higher level of extraction and infill. And effectively, what that table shows is that taking... So I won't go through all the tables, otherwise we'll be here for a long, long time. But effectively, across all of those time periods and across those different phases of the development, you've got one HGV every 5 to 12 minutes entering and exiting the site. So in terms of the sort of experience of a pedestrian or cyclist travelling along Hamble Lane, if you're travelling northbound, just using that as an example, you would be walking or cycling along the footway cycleway on the eastern side. You would get to the crossing, you'd obviously look to your right along the access road into the site. And then in the periods where we have got higher levels of HGV movements and the sort of peak periods of the day, there'd be one HGV leaving the site every 5 minutes. So for most of the time, even in that period, you'd be looking to your right, you wouldn't see an HGV. And then you'd cross onto the refuge island in the centre of the access. From that point, you'd obviously be looking northbound to vehicles approaching to turn into the quarry. And again, one HGV movement every 5 to 12 minutes coming into the scheme. So again, there'd be huge gaps effectively where you would cross both the exit and the entry to the quarry, where you wouldn't see or interact with an HGV movement. It's also worth noting that in terms of the HGV restriction on vehicles leaving the site, obviously for the school periods when there are much higher numbers of pedestrian cycle movements on the footway cycleway on the eastern side of Hamble Lane, you'd look to your right between 8 and 8:45, just using the example for the morning peak, and there'd be no HGVs exiting the site because they would all be held within the site. And then when you come to cross the entry to the scheme, again, we're obviously being clear on the fact that we're not restricting HGVs arriving, but based on the assessment work that we've done, that we've agreed with Hampshire County Council, you're looking at effectively one HGV every 15 minutes arriving in those periods when it's busy to do with the school.
And perhaps, so that's south to north. I think Mr. Whittingham was referring to some concern going north to south, if you were travelling north to south, which I think probably is more, there are more people doing that in the afternoon peak rather than the morning peak based on your surveys. But just dealing with that, can you just explain the, in the busiest period, really what the position is the other way around?
The movements that you're crossing or you're looking to cross between don't change, but effectively instead of, if you're walking northbound, you're looking north at an HGV that's coming southbound on Hamble Lane and then is turning into the scheme. If you're travelling southbound, you're just effectively looking over your right-hand shoulder towards an HGV approaching. But again, because of the straight nature of Hamble Lane and where the footway cycleway sits, you've got good visibility to a vehicle travelling southbound coming towards you.
Anything unsafe about that, Mr. Howard?
No.
Sorry, she's just gone off. And then, can we then pick up a concern that was expressed by Mr. Whittingham about, or Rule 6 other residents, the application of Rule 170 and H2 of the Highway Code, and how that operates for this access?
Yes, so can I just take you to image 3.1 and then image 3.2 of my proof?
Give a page number. So at page 44.
Yeah, I've got
Page 29. Yeah, sorry, image. Yeah, in fact, there are probably two images, 3.2 as well.
You've only got one image.
Go to the one on page 29. Yeah.
I can just see, sir, sorry, from your page, it looks like the second image is not printed for some reason.
Is what you sent me. But I can pick that up on the electronic copies.
Is yours marked up? No. We've got a fresh copy which isn't marked if you'd like to.
It's easy because I'm waiting for that.
Don't know why. It's so odd that it hasn't come out on your. How strange. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the images there, sir, sorry, they're taken effectively from the Highway Code, and from those images, there is effectively an explicit acceptance that because you're giving priority to pedestrians crossing the side road of a junction, that vehicles will actually have to wait on the main road while people are crossing. So you see that in the top image, with the car effectively indicating left and being on the main road. And again, in the image on the bottom, where there is a person crossing the road and someone is turning left into the junction, again, the vehicle effectively stopping on the main road to give way to someone crossing. And
you've described that interaction in more detail in 3.2.10, 11 and 12, 13 and 14 of your proof preceding those tables. Can you, again, just briefly comment on whether there's visibility for HGVs and pedestrians and cycleway between each other in the access design?
Yeah, I mean, we've done specific drawings effectively of pedestrian visibility and cycle visibility, which were submitted as part of the plan application. Hamble Lane itself, so it's obviously very straight in that section. So yeah, there is very clear visibility for HGVs travelling southbound, turning left into the access, so they can see people crossing, and equally when people are coming to cross the access and an HGV is leaving the site again, there is very good visibility.
And can you help with a criticism that was made for the first time, I think, in evidence in chief by Mr. Whittingham, which was to suggest, well, it's the distance that you have to travel across the junction that was his concern, the combined distance. You recall that? I don't think that's articulated in this brief, but he referred to a total of 12.5 metres of crossing of the carriageway being the combined distances without the junction included. Do you recall that?
Yes, yeah.
Can you just comment as to whether the two extents of road that you cross are unusual or difficult or very long or,
No,
as he put
I
it,
think-
of concern?
I think from our perspective, they're entirely consistent with other crossings on Hamble Lane. We had a quick look, sir, when Mr. Whittingham made the comment that effectively, if you're crossing the access to the oil refinery, you are crossing a distance of sort of 11 to 12 metres, with having to give way to traffic coming out of the site and coming into the site. If you cross Ensign Way, there is an island in the centre of that, so you're crossing two streams of traffic, so you're crossing them separately, but effectively the width you need to cross at our proposed access is completely in keeping with those accesses. And we have the benefit that we're only crossing one stream of traffic at a time.
And so far as you're aware, Mr. Howard, in the research work you've done, has any of these existing junctions and arrangements given rise to any safety issue or injury or concern that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Then can we turn to, rather than just take your word for it, let's just see what process was followed in relation to the design access arrangements, the design of the access arrangements. You referred to the road safety audit in your evidence, and so that's CDB 54, which we had up over. Mr. Whittingham agreed that the road safety audit process is to submit the design, independent auditors then audit it with comments, and then a response is provided and the auditors then respond to the comments. Right. Do you agree that that's the process?
Yeah, that is the process. And again, when you look at the sort of structure, if you like, of the road safety audit, effectively, it's the first point or the first section of the audit. So if you turn to page 4, you can see effectively that is. Maybe a few seconds to find it. Yeah, so section 4, effectively, that is the auditor. There's some images down the bottom and a location plan where they have identified the comments on it. There is then in blue over the page, on page 5 at the top, there is the design organisation response. And then just underneath that, again in black, is the auditor's view of the design organisation response. I can go through them, but I think we obviously went through them earlier just to say that the auditor effectively agrees with our recommendations on all of the points.
Yeah, just 2 points therefore on it. First of all, Mr. Whittingham described the audit as heavily criticising the access that was proposed. Is that a correct characterisation of this document?
No, it's in the same way that any safety audit that we would commission, it raises points to be considered and addressed, and then we have considered them and addressed them.
Thank you. And then in relation to, I think the only, the 3 points that were raised, Mr. Whittingham accepted that the road safety auditors on the swept path analysis had accepted there was no road safety concern. You recall that because we went to the black box comments. Can you just help the inspector with what the relevant drawings are and how they came about, and then what they actually show so far as swept path analysis is concerned?
Yes, the drawings there in the back of CDB 83, I think, which is...
CDB 83 is the supplementary transport note dated 10th of August 2023.
That's the one. So it's drawing 14 and drawing 16, sir, that you need.
Yep. And can you just explain what these drawings are showing and why you consider the swept path analysis is safe? Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. That's my fault. That's fine.
Yeah, so if we deal with drawing 14 first, and I think there was some question from Mr. Whittingham about the confusion between what vehicles were shown on what drawings. So on drawing 14, if you look in the sort of bottom right-hand corner of the drawing, there is effectively a block there in the drawing that shows the type of vehicle that's been tracked. So that one on drawing 14, as you can see, is a large tipper. And then on the left-hand viewport of the drawing, we're showing the large tipper effectively making the left turn into the site. The light blue hatch, if you like, is the extent of the sort of body overhang, and then the darker blue lines are the wheel tracks. So from my view and interpretation of the drawing, what we're showing there is effectively that the vehicle can travel southbound on a Hamble lane, and it can make that left-hand turn. There is tolerance between the vehicle body, the vehicle wheel tracks, and then that inside curb radius. And then there is also tolerance to the island as well in the centre of the axis. And then with the movement on the right-hand viewport, which is the right turn out of the site, again, there's tolerance between the wheel tracks and the body and the curbs on that right-hand movement. And then turning to drawing 16, that's effectively, it's the same drawing setup, sir. So again, bottom right hand corner, 16.5 metre articulated vehicle you can see in the block there. And again, what my take from that drawing is that we're showing there is effectively space for that vehicle to turn left into the site. We've got tolerance to the curbs on both sides, and the same for the right turn out. I think it is just worth noting, and that's the comment and the response that we went back to the auditor on, to say that most of the vehicles, a very significant majority of them that will be going into the site on a daily basis will be the tipper vehicle. So that first drawing, it's much less frequent that you have articulated vehicles visiting the site, but we obviously design the access so that in the event that one does turn up, it can be accommodated by that access.
Thank you. And then just the sequence of drawings. There was the initial road safety audit of the junction arrangement when it was, I think, a little further to the north. Then it was moved a bit further to the south. And the relocated junction was then submitted back to the auditors, as I understand it, from Appendix A.
Yeah, so we moved the access effectively, which again Mr. Whittingham did refer to just respond to some comments on the impact of the access and the construction of the access on one of the trees to the north of the access there. So when we moved the access, we effectively went back to the auditor and said, we've amended the design, it doesn't change the principles of the layout of the junction. We've still got the island, we've still got very similar, if not identical, curb radii. All we've done is effectively moved it. Can we just confirm that on the basis of those updated drawings, so it was the general arrangement drawing and then the supporting swept paths, that didn't introduce any additional comments from the safety auditor? And then there is a letter that is in Appendix A of CD B83, which
just
is
after those drawings,
yeah.
Appendix A, yep.
Which is effectively the auditor just confirming that they've looked at the drawing and that they're happy with it.
Thank you. So unless there are any questions on that, the second issue was about the potential to relocate the crossing further into the site, the second issue raised in the road safety audit, and in CD B54, that was then subject to the blue text on page 6 of 15, and then a response from the auditors as to whether or not they accepted that explanation. Just briefly explain the point of view again, Mr. Howard, as to how and why it is the arrangement's been arrived at in the way it has.
Yeah, I think the auditor was effectively saying that there's one option is to consider is to effectively relocate that crossing further along the access into the quarry.
It could just perhaps could that be done if it were thought necessary? Is there any problem in principle?
Yeah, no, it could absolutely be done. Yeah.
Is there any reason to do it though?
I think our view was that on balance, what we proposed is a better solution. There's two issues with diverting it into the site. Is effectively you're making everyone that's walking north-south along Hamble Lane travel into the site, and you probably have to do it around 20 metres so that you've got space for vehicles to pull off of the road before you cross. So you're taking them 20 metres into the site to then cross, to then come back 20 metres and taking them off the desire line, which is obviously not in the sort of spirit and the context of design guidance and where we want to be in terms of encouraging pedestrian cycle movement. And then there's also the point, if you do that, you probably wouldn't provide a sort of island separating vehicles coming in and vehicles coming out. So instead of pedestrians crossing one stream of traffic and having to give way to one stream of traffic coming in or coming out, you'd have to give way to both directions. And that's that's effectively the narrative that we've set out to the auditor in that response. But then also just picking up on the point of what's the likelihood of, or the frequency, if you like, of HGVs coming in and out of the site, which we touched upon already. It's one every. We were talking about slightly different numbers obviously there because it was before we reduced the number of HGVs, but it's sort of one vehicle every 5 to 12 minutes.
Thank you. Anything unsafe in your view about having the arrangement as it is with the pedestrian island in its location with that level of traffic?
No.
Thank you. And then finally, there was a recommendation of installation of deterrent paving at the edges of the junction, and that was subject to the blue text considered, and there's a potential to install if considered necessary. Just picking up that is the deterrent of travelling on the verge and travelling on the wrong side of the pedestrian guard railing. Just to be clear, there is guard railing proposed, isn't there, in relation to this access way as you approach the junctions?
Yeah. So we've shown guard railing effectively to the north and south, and then also on the island, just to deter people from doing that movement anyway.
And the recommendation in light of the response, confirmation that deterrent paving could be provided and will be further considered, addresses the road safety concern at this stage. Any residual issues that you're aware of from the road safety auditors on any issue about the safety of the junction you're proposing?
No, none at all.
Mr. Whittingham nonetheless said, well, he didn't accept that this was a safe junction and referred to saying that this was being done contrary to design standards or anything, something of that kind. Are you aware of any design standards that he's referring to which would indicate that this junction is unsafe or contrary to standards?
No, I'm not.
Thank you. Then can we turn to safety more generally? Mr. Whittingham suggesting that the predicted increase in HGV usage along Hamble Lane will have some sort of unacceptable safety impact on the use of Hamble Lane by pedestrians or cyclists, in particular school children. Can I just get you to comment about that? I explored the accident records for the past 10 years so far as HGVs are concerned, and he agreed no incidents involving any personal injuries and or the like with HGVs. And that's also set out, I think, in the Statement of Common Ground at paragraph 2.61 with Hampshire County Council. Can I just get you to comment, Mr. Howard, in light of that data, as to whether you consider the Hamble Lane with taking existing levels of HGVs as creating some sort of unsafe environment for pedestrian and cycling users?
Yeah, so I was going to just take you to 2.6.1 and 2.6.2 of the Statement of Common Ground between us and the Highway Authority. Mr. Strawn slightly beaten me to it.
Yep.
Have you got it? Yeah. Yeah, so in just dealing with the use of Hamble Lane at the moment, so it's under the subheading of highway safety. So it says Hamble Lane is currently used by between 16 to 34,000 vehicles and between 375 to 850 HGVs every day. The number of accidents along the corridor in the most recent 5-year period, but this is not uncommon for a busy urban road corridor carrying 16 to 34,000 vehicles. The proposed development will result in a negligible increase in traffic using Hamble Lane across the course of the day, and this will not materially increase the risk of accidents because of the negligible change in vehicle movements. And then, yeah, again, in 2.6.1, the point that we've made, even in the context of all of that level of use at the moment by HGVs every day, there's no accidents involving HGVs between December 2016 to November 2021, so it was effectively the first set of accident data that we requested. And then again, we updated it from March 2019 to February 2024, and again, no accidents involving HGVs in that period.
And can you just put that in context that you referred to that volume of HGVs using the road and then the addition of HGVs from the site using the road? Can you put that into context as to whether that creates in your mind any safety issue or as to the usability of the road in its current form?
No, it doesn't. I think effectively the point is, the level of vehicular use and the level of HGV use on the road is already incredibly high. And if there was an inherent issue with the design of the road that made it unacceptable to carry HGV movements, you would expect there to be accidents involving HGVs, which there aren't.
And you've also considered, I think, from the accident data, the users or such accidents as there have been along this stretch of the road, including those involving school children, and that's covered in your proof of evidence, I think, and the addendum supplementary transport note. But again, just briefly summarise what those accidents were in that data so far as school children are concerned, whether it's affected by that sort of records or affected by anything the appeal scheme is proposing.
Yeah, so there were only 2 accidents involving school children. One of the accidents was effectively where a scooter hit a cyclist on the cycleway, which was just to the south of the Mallards Road junction. And then the other accident involving a school child was a cyclist effectively trying to jump up the curb and then landing on deterrent paving and then falling off. And again, not accidents that would be exacerbated by the development.
But then perhaps can I just ask you to help with the current experience for a pedestrian and cyclist walking along, say, Hamble Lane, just deal with first of all the pedestrian and then with the cyclist as to what the current situation is and then what would be the situation with the appeal site operating at its maximum.
Yeah. Sir, can I just take you to paragraph 3.4.5 of my proof? It's quite a long paragraph, so I won't read it all out, but effectively, the sort of key point there is effectively when you are a pedestrian, if you're undertaking a 50-minute journey, you're already passed by about 370 vehicles and around 5 HGVs. As a result of the proposed development in the busiest phase of extraction and infill, that 15-minute journey, effectively, in the busiest period as well during the day, that will change to still around 375 vehicles and then around 7 to 8 HGVs. So again, it's not a case that you're walking along a very sort of quiet road with no vehicle movements, no HGV movements. That isn't the case. Effectively, you'll continue to walk along a busy road with all of those vehicles, irrespective of the appeal scheme. And then again, just dealing with the journey of the cyclist, obviously on a bike, cover a lot more distance, a lot quicker. So we've looked at just 5 minutes. So again, as a 5-minute journey as a cyclist, at the moment you're probably currently passed by about 1 HGV, and in the future you'd be passed by 2. And there's also, at the same time as being passed by an extra HGV, you've been passed by 125 vehicles in that 5-minute period.
Thank you. And in your rebuttal proof, I mean, the inspector I know has been on site, but you've given some images of the current road conditions and people on the footway being passed by vehicles, including in the proximity of the railway bridge. I think that's something Mr. Whittingham raised, that some issue with the railway bridge. Is there any known issue in safety so far as the data is concerned with the use of the railway bridge?
So there's no accidents at the railway bridge in the most recent 5-year period. And the image, so I don't know if you've got it yet or not.
I think it's on page 13 of your rebuttal proof, image 1.2, which is a photograph of, or looking towards the railway bridge from the western side, isn't it? Taken at 08:12, so that's in the morning peak.
Yeah. So effectively that is stood to the south of the railway bridge. You can obviously see the railway bridge in the distance in the photo. It is harder to see in the image because it's obviously in print, but what you've got is an HGV that's travelled southbound over the bridge. There are some pedestrians on the eastern side or the right hand side of Hamble Lane as you look at the picture, walking to school. There's then a pedestrian on the left hand side walking up to the train station. Again, it is hard to see, but if you zoom into the image, there's also an LGV that's travelling northbound going over the bridge, and then there was also a cyclist on the carriageway going over the bridge at that time.
Thank you. So in conclusion, Mr. Howard, do you have any concerns about the safety of the road network with the introduction of the appeal scheme, even when operating at its maximum?
No.
Thank you. Can I turn to traffic impacts and congestion? And Mr. Whittingham criticised the data used for the traffic modelling, you recall that, and you referred in your proof and in the statement of common ground to data that's been collected in 2016, 2017, 2022 and 2024. I think that's right, Mr. Howard.
That's correct.
And the modelling you've explained, as 2.42 of the Statement of Common Ground explains, that the modelling is based on the 2022 traffic data, and the County Highway Authority considered that to be very robust.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
And I think things have been clarified a little in the sense that Mr. Whittingham has now explained that he has no criticisms of the use of 2022 data for what was loosely described as the south part of Hamble Lane. Do you recall that, Mr. Howard?
I thought it was a bit further than that, to be honest. I thought it was
the south, anything other than the northern end. So
I thought Mr. Whittingham was comfortable with all of the 2022 data that we'd used. I didn't think he had any issue with any of it, even at the northern end.
Well, you may well be right, Mr. Howard. It's been a long morning for me. But can I just take it in stages? The 2025 data that HPDG collected, you then sought the further detail of and covered in your rebuttal proof of evidence, I believe. And can you just briefly summarise what you understand the 2025 data to show in terms of whether your modelling work is robust or not?
Yeah, it's, if I just take you to the rebuttal proof, and I've got it's page 6 where table 1.1 is located. So we've summarised there effectively in the time period. So we've looked at 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 4 to 5, and then 5 to 6. The 2022 flows, which we collected and we used for the purposes of the traffic modelling for the plan application. The 2024 data, which we collected, and then the 2025 data, which the HPDG collected. And this is all the data, for the northern end of Hamble Lane. What that effectively shows is that the traffic flows that we used in 2022 between 7 and 8 were higher than the HPDG surveys in 2025. Between 4 and 5, the 2022 flows were higher than the HPDG surveys in 2025. And then between 5 and 6, again, the 2022 flows were higher than the HPDG flows. So the only flow where there was a lower flow that was recorded was between 8 and 9. And the difference was, I think we referred to it earlier, as around 100 vehicle movements, which is correct.
Is that material?
No.
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear what you said.
Oh, sorry, no.
Yeah, okay, just your voice turning off. Thank you. And then that's right at the northern end. You then had to seek the other ATCT count, which Mr. Whittingham hadn't provided, and that's captured in table 1.2. And just briefly explain what that data shows in terms of your modelling.
Yeah, effectively, again, it's the same table. We have just added effectively a 24-hour AADT comparison onto the bottom of it as well, which we didn't do with the previous table. But this effectively again shows that the 2022 flows between 7 and 8, 8 and 9, 4 and 5, 5 and 6. The 2022 flows are all higher than the 2025 flows. And then again, if you actually compare the 2024 flows, looking at the daily flow, the 2025 daily flow there is lower in 2025 than when we resurveyed it in 2024.
So just putting all the material you've got, there's a vast array of data, obviously, that you collated, Mr. Howard, but I think the criticism still made, or was made in the evidence, that somehow your modelling is invalid or based on unreliable data. Can I just get you to comment on whether you think there's any force in that criticism?
I think the data collection result partly from the determination of the application, or the length, sorry, of the determination of the application, but also just because of the interest. The data collection that we've done has been extensive. I think we've referred to it in my proof that it's probably the most extensive data collection we've ever done for a scheme that generates fewer than 30 movements in the peak hours.
Thank you. And the County Council Highway Authority is satisfied that the modelling based on that is very robust, I think is their words. Do you agree or not?
Yeah, I think so. So just to give you a reference there, paragraph 2.4.2 of the Statement of Common Ground, which it does literally say the 2022 traffic data used are therefore very robust.
Can we then turn to what the effect of the scheme is at its maximum worst case scenario? In a sense, that is overstated because it was based on 144 HGVs, as I understand it, Mr. Howard, where in fact 126 is now the proposed maximum, but you did model for 144, so we'll stick with that. Can you just, again, you've already given us, I think, numbers of vehicles per day on Hamble Lane, so 16,000 to 34,000 per day, and then 1,350 to 2,350 in the peak hours. I think that's broadly speaking the parameters we're talking about. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And can you just therefore explain as quickly or as effectively as possible to the inspector what the congestion effects are, assuming that the scheme, if it were to operate at its maximum, would be in terms of the number of additional HGV movements in the respective phases, years 1 to 2, and then 8 to 13, and then the other phase 2.
Yes, so if I can just take you to the Statement of Common Ground again, so CDD 20, and then it's paragraphs 2.4.5 to 2.51 that I'm going to refer to.
Yep.
Yeah, so effectively we've gone through there just describing the impacts of the development on each of the junctions, so Hamble Lane, Satchel Lane, Hamble Lane, Hound Road, Hamble Lane, Portsmouth Road, Hamble Lane, Lionheart Way, the Tesco roundabout, the Windover roundabout, and then the M27 junction 8, and then the key point is that the impact on the average delay at junctions along the corridor is between 1 to 6 seconds, looking at each of those junctions.
And if we just turn to the common ground with the county, 2.54, just to give an overall description of that. It's explained as by way of common ground that those vehicle increases that you talked about, 25 to 35 vehicle movements, equate to 1% to 3% increase along Hamble Lane. And then you say this is likely to fall within the daily fluctuation in traffic flows along this corridor. Can you just explain and contextualise that, particularly for local residents who experience different conditions on a daily level? What do you mean by that in terms of the scheme operating at its absolute maximum?
Yeah, I think those numbers that we've talked about are effectively they're more than the peak hour increases because they were based on the higher number of HGV movements. But in the sort of busiest period of extraction and infill, we're talking about effectively an extra sort of 25 to 35 vehicle movements. And in the context of 1,350 to 2,350 vehicles that use the corridor at the moment, it's effectively a 1 to 3% change. It's also, that level of traffic is effectively a level of traffic that you'll get if you survey the Hamble Lane for 365 days of the year. You would get variations in traffic flow every single day across every single hour. And again, just the reference in that paragraph of the statement of common ground where we've agreed with the County Highway Authority that that change is likely to fall within the daily fluctuation of traffic flows along the corridor. It's a negligible increase in vehicle movements.
It might just be a convenient time at that point just to deal with the concern expressed by the Police and Crime Commissioner and also councillor concern about fire access or indeed any blue light service. I think the suggestion is that our additional traffic may cause some delay or some additional delay to any blue light service or indeed the Police and Crime Commissioner coming out of their access. Can you just comment on Mr. Howard's whether that's correct or not?
No, I don't think that is correct. I think the point that has been made and that we're not disputing is that Hamble Lane is already it is a busy urban corridor. I think we asked Mr. Whittingham about that and he agreed that point. It already experiences queuing, it already experiences delay in the peak hours, and that we're adding effectively such a small amount of traffic to that we're not going to change that situation.
Thank you. And then I think the other criticism Mr. Whittingham sought to make was, notwithstanding these models and junction assessments that have been done in agreement with the Highway Authority, he said, well, you should have done a micro simulation model or for some of the junctions Visim modelling or something different to that which the council has agreed. Can you just comment on those suggestions, either micro simulation or different modelling?
Yeah, and we've dealt with these in paragraph 1.13.6 of my rebuttal proof, sir. I don't know if I give you a few seconds just to turn to that.
1.1.
So 1.13.6.
So I'm going to say 13.6.
Yeah.
I think that's on page 19. Yep.
Yeah, so we've referred to, sir, in that paragraph effectively an extract from the guidance on transport assessment, which is in Appendix B of the document, and that effectively it says that if a development generated an additional 30 vehicle movements, that you might not need to do traffic modelling. Again, we're generating a maximum of 26 HGV movements in an hour. That's not for the duration of the development, but only in years 3 to 7. We agreed the scope of the modelling with Hampshire originally at the sort of pre-application stage. They actually only asked us at that stage to model the Hound roundabout, but then following significant local interest, we extended that to include the sort of entire corridor up to the motorway. Again, just the point we've already made that it's the most extensive modelling we've ever undertaken for a development generating 30 movements. Following the kind of continual local concern, we did look to try and build a micro simulation model, and the software that Mr. Whittingham referred to is effectively one of the suites of software that you can use to build a micro simulation model. But with the data that we collected, which, as I say, come back to the point, already been incredibly extensive, we couldn't cost effectively build a model, if you like, of the corridor. I think the process of trying to do that modelling just reiterated to us why it wasn't proportionate effectively to the impacts of the scheme. So we started trying to break out the number of HGVs into 5-minute time segments, which you need to do to sort of put into the modelling, and you're ending up needing to put in half an HGV or 0.2 of an HGV making a particular turn. So yeah, I think our view, again, supported by the County Highway Authority, is that what we've done is entirely proportionate and entirely appropriate.
Yeah, keep your voice up and clear because it's dropping a bit, or at least so far as I'm concerned. Good, okay. And then there was reference to, by Mr. Whittingham, to comparing your analysis with that from the inspector dealing with the GE aviation proposal, which you covered, I think, in your proof of evidence, the original proof of evidence at 3.4.12. We agreed, or I agree with Mr. Whittingham, some differences between that and what's proposed here. But can I just get you to comment on why, if you say, even if you do compare it with GE aviation conclusions, there is no severe impact?
Yeah, I think, sorry, in 3.4.1.2, I think that's the first difference that we highlight, that this is an allocated site for mineral extraction, and that minerals are obviously where minerals are. They can only be extracted where they exist, and the extraction is temporary. That is a different situation to proposals for residential development that can occur anywhere, and the effects aren't temporary, they're permanent. And then in 3.4.13, it was a different policy position, if you like, where the county council as highway authority were seeking money towards capacity improvements at Windover and Junction 8. Their strategy for dealing with congestion on Hamble Lane has completely changed since the GE aviation appeal, with the county now proposing to deliver improvements aimed at achieving mode shift, not delivering capacity improvements along the corridor. I think, again, in 3.4.1.4, we also note that national policy has continued to shift away from delivering improvements aimed at effectively providing more capacity, because all that does is encourage people to drive, and to deliver schemes that contribute to achieving mode shift, which is exactly what we're proposing. The impacts are actually, again, we dealt with this a bit in Mr. Whittingham's evidence this morning. The impacts are also different. So in the appeal decision for GE Aviation, the inspector refers to the Tesco roundabout and then the Portsmouth Road junction in quite a bit of detail. So for Portsmouth Road, the increase the inspector was considering in the morning was a delay in the baseline of 3 minutes, and then increasing to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The delay we're modelling, which has been agreed with the County Council, is a baseline of 117 seconds and then increasing to 140 seconds. So as the point was made earlier, effectively our scenario with the additional traffic from the development is a lower baseline than the inspector for GE Aviation was considering. And then the Tesco roundabout, again, also explicitly mentioned in the GE Aviation decision, where the inspector refers in the evening peak, which again Mr. Whittingham did point out that is not a concern of his, and to do with the fact obviously that the development that we're proposing generates very few movements in the evening peak, where the GE Aviation decision referred to 2 minutes 30 in the evening peak, increasing to 3 minutes 30, whereas we're adding a handful of seconds effectively in the evening peak, just because it's a very, very low number of movements associated with the scheme in that period.
Thank you. Then if we could turn to the vehicle cap, or the restriction of exiting the site. Mr. Whittingham previously was suggesting that it would be ineffective because the majority of pedestrian cycle movements are outside the periods of the restriction. That was what was set out in his paragraph 4.34 of his proof. Can you just tackle that? Is that correct or not?
If I can just give you a reference to the table in our proof, it's table 3.2. Which is on page 26. Have you got that? Yeah. So effectively here we've summarised the 2017 pedestrian cycle movements which we surveyed on the eastern side of Hamble Lane, and then the 2024 pedestrian cycle movements again in the same location, and then we've effectively averaged the data on the far right hand column there. As you can see, from 7 in the morning, if we just look at the average, just to avoid lots and lots of numbers, you've effectively got between sort of 7 and 7:15 4 movements, and then even from 7:45 till 8 o'clock, so the 15-minute period before the cap would come into force, you've got 11 movements, and then at 8 till 8:15, when the cap would be in place, it jumps up to 47 movements, so quite a significant increase there. Again, 8:15 to 8:30, 35 movements, and then 8:30 to 8:45, back down at 10 movements, and then you can see, sir, from 8:45 up till 9:30, you're talking about sort of 5 or 6 movements, and then we jump then down to the afternoon period, so at 2 o'clock, 2 movements between 2 and 2:15, between 2:15 and 2:30, 2 movements, and then the cap would come into force at 2:30. If you look at the data in the table, so it looks like that's coming in a bit early, but the reason for that is that the Hamble School have different finishing times. So on the day when we did the survey, it's the day that they finish later, which is why you get that spike in movements at effectively between 3 and 3:15, where there's 75 movements. And again, the cap would be in force at that period, and then you're back down to sort of 8 movements.
Thank you. Finally, just before we move to the mitigation scheme, there was reference from Mr. Whittingham that for your 2024 data, your table 3.3 is incorrect, and I dealt with this question of whether the 2024 data is affected by traffic works on the M27. Do you recall that?
Yes.
We had an exchange about when the works came into place, and you covered that in your proof of evidence, and his response on table 3.3 was to say, well, your 16th to 18th of October is actually including 16th and the Friday being the 11th of October, not the 18th of October. So the data's wrong. Can you just help the inspector on that, please?
Yeah, I think Mr. Whittingham has correctly pointed out actually that we had included the Friday from the week before when it should have been the week after, but we've just quickly rechecked those numbers and the impact that has. And I don't know, so have you got table 3.3 in front of you? Effectively the 8 to 9, so the column on the left hand side, which is the 14th and the 15th of October, which were unaffected by the roadworks, that's 1928. That is correct. All of those numbers on that left hand column, if you like, are correct. It's the ones on the right hand side that just need to be updated. So the 1907 becomes 1927, which is effectively a difference of 1 vehicle between the days when it was unaffected by roadworks. The 6 to 7, the number instead of being 1883 becomes 1903, which again is 11 vehicles different to the comparison where we've looked at the day unaffected by roadworks. The 7 to 10, the number 5611 becomes 5570, which is a difference of 60 vehicles, but again we're comparing a 3-hour period. So again, not a significant change, and very, very similar to the data we've reported in any event. 4 till 7, the 5678 becomes 5687. Again, very, very small change. And then in terms of the day, that 22343 becomes 22175. So again, very comparable to the days unaffected by the roadworks.
A lot of numbers there. Does it affect any of your analysis or conclusions?
No.
And then finally, Mr. Howard, the mitigation scheme, a lot of discussion about that. Can we just pick up in your proof, paragraph 3.6.10, as to why the contribution is being made for the mitigation scheme? I think it's described in 3.6.10, but just please could you summarise the position?
Yeah, so we've said in 3.6.10 that we're delivering improvement that is consistent with the overall strategy for reducing congestion. It's part of the route identified within the LC WIP, which is the local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, which seeks to deliver walking and cycling improvements to encourage mode shift. And it's logical because we're targeting improving access to Hamble Station and the schools. And again, we're providing a long-lasting benefit once the development's been completed.
And then there's a suggestion that the mitigation scheme can't be delivered. You call that, and you cover that in your rebuttal proof of evidence, but perhaps you could just assist with, if you want to do it by reference to the plans, but just the apparent suggestion is, well, because you can't deliver it to LTM 120 maximum standards, 3 metres throughout, that it's therefore not deliverable. Can you just comment on that as an approach?
Yeah, so I think we've referred to the mitigation scheme in the rebuttal proof. So in 1.1.15, which is page 22.
Page 22, yeah, there's a photograph.
Yeah, there's a photo.
I hope you got the, you have got that photograph, sir. Yep.
That's not the right one.
Oh,
Page
you're missing
22?
another photograph.
It should,
Oh, yes.
is that page 22?
That's strange, isn't it? So you seem to be missing some of the photographs from your...
That's the only photograph I've got.
Yes, that's the one on the next page. So if in front, just a bit further up the desk, there's the same copy of the proof, which is complete. I don't know why yours is printed out without all the photos.
Is that the proof or is that the rebuttal proof?
Oh, that's the rebuttal. Sorry. Yes. That's very strange, isn't it? Is that marked up? 22. I think that was marked up. One of these. I thought he was marking one of you. I've ripped out that page and given it to you. So do you want a hard copy again? So. It is odd. I'm sorry about that. I know. I don't know what's happened there. Sorry about that. I think everyone else has got the copies. Yeah. So they're getting nods. It's just you. The only person who has to decide the case doesn't get the material. Okay. So image 1.3.
Yeah. I think in the HPDG had a number of criticisms of the scheme. Again, dealing with effectively the top end of the scheme. So this is. If you were stood on the platform for Hamble Station and then started to travel.
The station's behind you. You're looking back.
Yeah, and travelling. Yes, we did walk that on the site visit, as you say. I think one of the criticisms is about whether it's feasible to deliver the width of the path on that section. I think it's our understanding actually that Hampshire County Council are effectively the freehold owner of the land on the, I'm going to say the right-hand side of the image because that's an easier description, but effectively to the west of Hamble Lane in that section. So they could deliver, our understanding is they could effectively deliver the improvement using the land that they're the freehold owner of. If for some reason they couldn't do that, I think it's our view that you could still deliver some widening on that section by widening into the verge on the left-hand side. You might not be able to, you probably wouldn't be able to achieve 3 metres, but you could certainly widen the existing path. And as you can see, so in the photo that was just taken on a site visit, that path is currently used at its existing width by pedestrians and cyclists. So I think even if you can't deliver an improvement to 3 metres there, that doesn't mean you can't deliver an improvement at all that would still encourage people to walk and cycle. So that was the northern end. There was then a comment in relation to the lay-by. I think again we don't think the lay-by this sits effectively just to the south of where the tree is in the photo of image 1.3. So it's at the top end. It's used by people to drop off at Hamble Station at the moment. Again, there are some trees within the highway verge that sits behind the existing footway cycleway. But again, our view is that you could widen into that verge. You would have some local pinch points around the trees, but that is entirely in keeping with a lot of the character of the footway cycleways along Hamble Lane, because you have got those mature trees, and still deliver an improvement there. And even if the whole width doesn't achieve 3 metres, because you've got some localised narrowings around the trees, that it would still be wider than it is at the moment, and thus an improvement. And then the last criticism was effectively the section towards the south, which again, we spent quite a bit of time looking at when we were on the site visit. Again, there's an image in 1.4 there. There was a lot of concern raised by third parties about the impact on the allotments. We think there are a couple of options there effectively. One is to deliver a footway cycleway improvement within the highway verge. So there's quite a generous highway verge that is public highway, and again we've taken a photo of that in image 1.4. So one option, if you didn't want to deliver the route through the allotments, the County Council could deliver it within the existing highway verge. Again, there are trees there, but there's no reason you couldn't have narrowings around those existing trees. The route could be delivered within the allotments, as shown on the feasibility drawings. Our understanding is that land is effectively within the freehold ownership of Hampshire County Council, and again would be within their gift to deliver, and that would be delivered on the access path to the allotments, not actually taking land from the allotment plots. Or alternatively, there is an option to just effectively focus more of the contribution of £500,000 to delivering more extensive improvements on the other side of Hamble Lane. So it would still get you from, if you're doing a journey from the primary school, for example, up to along Hamble Lane to the north of the appeal scheme, we could still deliver the crossing as envisaged, but just cross people over to the eastern side, effectively deliver more improvements to that footway cycleway.
And finally then, Mr. Howard, thank you, just on the cost, the suggestion that it's been wrongly costed, only 200 metres would cost £500,000. So I'm not going to get Mr. Howard to read out the letter, but just in summary, what the letter deals with the appellant's understanding of the costing. You yourself have obviously been dealing with the County Highways Authority, and can you just explain your understanding of how the costing's been done, and the suggestion that it's merely based on a 200 metre figure, not the entirety of the scheme? As to how can you help with that, please?
Yeah, I think firstly, sir, if I just give you another reference, which is 2.63 of the Statement of Common Ground. So this effectively sets out our understanding of the works to be delivered with the contributions. It says this will be used by the CHA to deliver the following highway mitigation works. So improving the existing shared use footway cycleway on the western side of Hamble Lane from the railway station to the access to Hampshire Constabulary's headquarters. Providing a new shared use footway cycleway on the western side of Hamble Lane from the access to Hampshire Constabulary headquarters to the south to the Hamble rail trail. And so if you remember, we stood there when we were out on site and just pointed out that location to you. And then improving the existing shared use footway cycleway on the eastern side of Hamble Lane from the access to Hampshire Constabulary's headquarters to the south near the primary school. And again, the last points were there, crossing improvements within the extent of the works listed above. So that is our understanding effectively, and the County Council's understanding obviously of what that £500,000 contribution is going to be used to deliver. And then the letter referred to by Mr. Strawn effectively sets out that 200 metres that was referred to in the table was effectively a typo. It's part of the scheme, but it's not the entire scheme. And yeah, I won't read out the letter, but it's 2 pages effectively confirming those points.
And your own experience, paragraph 1.4.3, not just as a practitioner in private practice, but also having worked for a local authority, indeed Hampshire County Council, you've explained at 1.4.3 that you consider from your own experience that the figure requested for the works in question are indeed a reasonable sum with a considerable margin for contingency. Is that
Yeah,
right?
That's correct, yeah.
If the council were wrong about that and thought it would cost more, can you think of any reason why they wouldn't have asked for more?
No, I can't.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strawn. It's 3:45. I suggest we take at that point a break. If you need the facilities, it's embarrassing having to ask if you need facilities, but if you do need facilities, then the council can take you some that are a little bit more private than public ones for obvious reasons. So at that point, I suggest we just take a 10-minute break. It's 3:45. We'll come back into this room for 15:55, 5 to 4, and we'll start then with cross-examination. So at that point, we'll adjourn and we can pause the recording at that point. Thank you. just wait for the council to return. Yeah, I work on my computer. I think we did say 1555, didn't we?
Yes.
Could we just chase the council? Right. I think everybody else got the message, but one particular party. I do apologise because we started the recording at 15:55 as well, because that's the time we said. So it's probably unfair. I could embarrass them by starting, but I won't. It's probably unfair to do that, so we'll just give them a moment. Just while we're doing that, just perhaps to remind you that if people who have participated in the inquiry who do have any questions for Mr. Howard, I'll enable that facility at the end of Mr. Fulbrook's cross-examination questions. So if there's any questions for Mr. Howard, I'll open it up. But just a reminder that those are questions, not statements, not reiterating. They are genuine questions. If it's anything else, I'll close it down. So just be mindful of that. Right, it's just gone 15:55. Ms. Fulbrook, do you want to start with cross-examination?
Thank you. Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Howard. Could I ask, I know Mr. Strawn did as well, you just to speak as clearly into the microphone as possible, because I had some feedback from those behind me that they were struggling to hear you during your evidence in chief. Thank you. Sir, Mr. Howard, I think not an entirely complete list of documents I'm going to take you to, but I think most of them are as follows. So I'm going to be looking at Mr. Whittingham's proof of evidence, the statement of common ground between the County Highways Authority and the appellant, which is core document D20, Mr. Howard's proof and rebuttal, the supplementary transport note, which is core document C3, the RSA, road safety audit, which is core document B54, and also inquiry document 2 as well. So that's most of them. There may be a couple of extras, but that's most of them. So, Mr. Howard, to start off with, just to agree some parameters, I suppose. I mean, clearly the inspector is faced here with experts who have different views on highway safety and the severity of the impact on the highway network. Ultimately, the inspector has to make a judgment about which he believes is the correct answer. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there may be scope for differences of judgment, and it's for the inspector to weigh up the evidence and reach the conclusion that he thinks is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Let's start then with looking at how the sort of baseline traffic conditions have been measured. The statement of common grounds, core document D20, which I don't think is necessary to turn to, but effectively it refers to surveys carried out on behalf of the appellant, and I'm talking here particularly about surveys carried out in October of 2024 initially. So that's what I'm going to focus on for now. That was carried out between the 11th and the 18th of October 2024. I think that's right, isn't it, in terms of dates?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we don't need to turn to it, but the sort of raw data, if you like, is presented in the supplementary transport note at core document C3. So I'm not going to go to that now, but just so that the inspector knows where to find it. Now, we have spoken, heard at length, that during the course of that survey period, that window, the 11th to the 18th, there were highways works. So between the 9 p.m. on the 15th and 6 a.m. on the 19th of October, the N27 junctions eastbound off slip was fully closed. And that, I think, is acknowledged in your proof, paragraph 3.35. Is that right?
Let me just check the dates.
That's fine.
Yes, we had the full closure of the eastbound off slip between 9 p.m. on the 15th to 6 a.m. on Saturday the 19th. So again, 5 days of the surveys effectively unaffected by that closure. So we did the surveys from the 11th to the 18th.
Yeah. And so the survey took place over 7 days, and obviously only 5 of those were working days. And I think, is it fair to say that the concerns about congestion are particularly acute on working days because that is when congestion is at its worst?
Yeah, effectively the peak hours, which again was obviously the information that we've put in when we've looked at the differences between the 2022 surveys that we've done, the 2024 surveys, and then the 2025 surveys. We've done that analysis of the peak hours, that's correct.
Yeah. And so just in relation to your 2024 survey, I think it's right then that of the working days surveyed, 3 of the 5 were affected by this closure.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, the closures then affect the majority of the working days surveyed, and the working days are the ones where you have those peak hours that are perhaps of most acute concern.
I think we've obviously looked at, in table 3.3, we've done a comparison to the difference between unaffected days by the roadworks and then effectively the affected works. And so we obviously, Mr. Whittingham picked up the slight discrepancy, but then we've moved back through the numbers. That effectively compares peak hours, and we've then looked at peak periods as well, and then we've then looked at 12 hours. That gives a comparison between only working days.
Yes, so let's turn to table 3.3 of your proof of evidence. Which is page 32. And I know, obviously, in evidence in chief, you helpfully corrected the figures in the right-hand column. Now, clearly there are, so there's a couple of points. The first is that because you now only have 2 days surveyed without the highways works, you only have in terms of the comparison, you've got 2 working days to compare rather than, let's say, 5 working days. So it's a bit hard to do that comparison. Would you accept that?
I think the point, though, is that we're comparing effectively working days affected by the roadworks versus days unaffected by the roadworks.
I can see that, but in terms of establishing a sort of reliable baseline, you've only got 2 working days that are unaffected that you can use as that baseline, as opposed to, let's say, 3, 4, 5. It's a smaller number than you could have.
It is a smaller number we could have, but equally we are comparing it against data that we've collected in 2016, 2017, 2022, and then Mr. Whittingham's data collected in 2025. So it's not a case that this is the only data that's been put forward to the inspector and put forward to Hampshire. It's part of a package of information, effectively.
Yeah. Well, just focusing on this data, because it does have a role in your modelling, which I'll come on to in due course. But, I mean, obviously the inspector can make his own mind up about the sort of significance of the differences, but there is more traffic during the days unaffected by the roadworks than the days before, isn't there?
I mean, I think the difference is we've obviously corrected the numbers. So if you look at unaffected by roadworks, 8 to 9, 1,928 movements, and then the corrected data for the day affected during the roadworks, 1,927 movements. So there's a difference of 1 movement.
Yeah, for certain. I mean, that's for certain time periods. That's right, but there are differences.
There are, but they're incredibly small.
Okay. Yeah.
I think coming back to your point on the peak hours again, 6 to 7, the difference between the days unaffected by the roadworks and the days affected by the roadworks, we're talking about 11 movements.
But the problem is, I suppose, when we talk about days unaffected by the roadworks, we have to be careful about what roadworks are going on. So clearly, those are the days unaffected by the closures to which I referred earlier. But as Mr. Whittingham said, it's also right that there are works to resurface junctions 5 and 7 of the M27 is a large scheme that's ongoing, so that can sort of has a persisting effect, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the scheme to effectively resurface parts of the motorway has been going on for years.
And also, we do have the evidence from Mr. Hillman, who's quoted the local news report about Carmageddon, which suggests that those days that were surveyed there were particularly acute problems on the local highway network during that period.
Yeah, I think that's what's been reported, and the problem is that if you look at the data and actually look at the empirical evidence, that isn't borne out by the traffic data. I say, the difference between 8 to 9 on the days affected by the roadworks, and then the difference between 8 and 9 on the days unaffected by the roadworks is one vehicle.
But those I think those were, again, the inspector will have to look at Mr. Hillman's representation for himself, which is inquiry document 39. But I don't understand that the Carmageddon referred to there just refers to those roadworks as a more broader problem on the highway network, which clearly was remarkable enough to gain attention in the local newspaper.
Sorry, what's the question?
Well, you're suggesting that is you're going back to your comparison between the 14th and the 15th and the 16th and 18th, but the the report on the congestion issues that people are facing, I think, refers to sort of several days of impact, which does not just, it talks about a week of chaos. So that's an October 19th, 2024 article to suggest that the transport issues were more wide-ranging than the ones that you've just done a comparison on in your table.
I think all we've done is effectively we've done a survey and then we've done a comparison to respond to the comments that have been made about the impact of the closures. We've then compared days unaffected by roadworks and days affected by roadworks, and that's what that table summarises, and it shows very limited change. I think so. Just coming back to the overall point on it, though, is that we did the surveys in 2024 effectively to respond to a criticism that the data that was collected in 2022 was out of date, was becoming quite old. The 2024 data isn't the data we've used for the traffic modelling. That was all based on the 2022 data, which Mr. Whittingham acknowledged in his evidence that there are no issues with the 2022 data.
Well, the 2022 data, so you say the 2024 data has not been used in modelling, but I think it's in the transport addendum, but it's been used by you to underpin what you say is the robustness of your 2022 data. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, we've effectively used it to say this is what we collected in 2022. Now time has passed. What are the conditions in 2024? We've used it as effectively a check on that data. Yes. And
I think the point is made is that you say what the 2024 data shows is there's been no significant increase, if you like, in traffic during that 2-year period, which you use to justify not having regard to or taking into account any potential growth in the use of the highway network in your modelling. That's right, isn't it?
Well, the data that we rely to effectively say we don't need to apply traffic growth per annum, that was pre-doing the 2024 survey. That was effectively something that we put in to Hampshire County Council as part of the evidence in the transport assessment addendum to say, actually, if you look at the historic trends on Hamble Lane, there hasn't been that growth. So I don't think it's fair to say that we're just relying on the 2024 data for that. It was all the data that came before that led us to conclude when we did the traffic modelling to support the plan application that we didn't need to apply growth when we did the 2022 surveys.
But I think we could say it's very least growth.
I think we've effectively just used it to say the data that we collected in 2022 is appropriate and robust, which again, I think when we've gone through the evidence this morning from the data collected from the HPDG for 2025, again, for the peak hours, that makes the exact same case that we've made with the 2024 data.
We'll come to that. I suppose the point I'm making, we'll come to the 2025 data, but if when the inspector looks at other data points that he has, so for example, the 2025 data and the DFT data, and thinks well, actually perhaps that does demonstrate some kind of increase in traffic on the network, then that does undermine the robustness of your reliance on the 2022 data without accounting for growth. We'll come on to detail, but in principle, that would be right, wouldn't it?
Well, I think the 2025 data does not show growth.
Yeah,
that's the point we've gone through this morning.
Well, I want to take you through the 2025 data because it does show growth in some areas. But in principle, if the inspector had concerns about the what you say is the lack of growth or increase in use of the highway network, then he would be right to have concerns about the robustness of your reliance on the 2022 data with no allowance for growth, wouldn't he?
Sorry, can you rephrase the question?
No,
Sorry.
I realised I was going on for a while. It's been a long day, hasn't it? But I'm just talking in principle. We'll come to. I accept you say the 2022, 2024 data, 2025 data doesn't show growth. But let's say if the inspector has concerns, thinks it does, or he's doubts about that, shows growth. If he reaches that conclusion, then he'd also have to have some concerns about your decision not to allow for growth in your modelling based on the 2022 data, wouldn't he? In principle.
I think if you're saying if the inspector comes to the conclusion that the traffic data that we've used and the modelling that we've done is not robust and not appropriate, then you'd have to disregard the data. But that is not the position. We've spent considerable time working with the Highway Authority, agreeing the scope of the surveys that we need to do, agreeing the scope of the assessments, agreeing what needs to be accounted for in terms of growth, committed developments. And as you know, the County Council are entirely satisfied with the work we've done.
Okay, well, let's look now at the 2025 data. So if we go to Mr. Whittingham's proof of evidence of table 2.1, so I appreciate that's not broken down into peak flows, and we'll come to the peak flows, but overall, the amount of traffic measured in the 2025 data is higher than was measured in 2024 on a sort of daily basis.
Mr. Whittingham's obviously sat to your right and he'll correct me, but I think that data is not comparing like for like, and I think that's why the note was submitted prior to the opening of the inquiry back in April, because I think that is comparing it's referred to as October 2025 CEMEX total on the right hand side, but I think that should be October 2024 CEMEX total. I think that is comparing effectively AADT, which includes traffic from Saturdays and Sundays, which I think the data that's been put in is just weekday data.
So this is AADT. IDT is AAF. So you can take whichever you want. So this includes weekends. The ID2 doesn't.
All right. So I'm being told this does include weekends and ID2 doesn't, but I mean, I'd suggest to you overall, I mean, Mr. Whittingham says that the paragraph 2.7, the HPDG figures show traffic is more than 10% higher than in the appellant survey. Do you accept that?
I think as a comparison of daily AADT, so it compares effectively Wednesday to Wednesday, Thursday to Thursday. Yeah, the HPDG data is higher. That is effectively though 24-hour data. That is not the peak hour data.
Yeah, no, on the 24-hour data it's higher. Yeah, so there's an increase there. So let's go to the peak hour data then, which I think is your rebuttal table 1.1. That's your table 1.1.
Yep.
Right. Now, I mean, there is. I mean, Mr. Whittingham highlights an increase between 8 and 9. So, key peak time southbound, an increase of 235 between 2024 and 2025. That is a significant increase, isn't it?
So you're comparing 2024 to 2025?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 235, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a 2024 to 2025 comparison. That is not a 2022 to 2025 comparison, again, in the context of us doing the modelling based on the 2022 flows.
No, but there is still an increase on 2022 as well in that particular southbound flow, is there not?
yeah, from 8 till 9 is the period when there is an increase, but from 7 till 8, from 4 to 5, from 5 to 6, there's a reduction between 2022, reduction from 2022 to 2025. And then again, looking at Hamble Lane to the south, there's a reduction in all periods. I think Mr. Whittingham referred to it, but it's a point to note, sir, that 8 to 9 is referred to as the sort of critical hour. You'll recall from our movement restrictions for the scheme that we're actually restricting vehicles leaving from 8 till 8:45. So for a significant period of that hour from 8 to 9, which is the one period where the HPDG data is higher, we're actually preventing HGVs from leaving the site. So our peak period is actually 7 till 8, which is again where traffic flows in 2025 were lower than the surveys that we did in 2022.
Well, I'll come back to the effect of the condition that you're introducing in due course, but the point is that 8 or 9 is a key peak time, and there is an increase even on the 2022 figures within that time period demonstrated by the HPDG data, isn't there?
Yeah, 8 to 9, there's an increase of 94 vehicles between the 2022 surveys that we did and the 2025, but that's the only increase in all of those 4 hours.
And then obviously there's other evidence, potentially growing trends in the DFT data, so that's inquiry document 2. So if I could actually turn that up. Do you have that, Mr. Howard? Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, we'll look at the last sort of DFT actual recorded data, which is, I think it's about 2021. And there's a recorded figure of something like about 25,000. You see that black dot there. And then there is the HPDG data in green. And I think like it's been said, that's not comparing like for like, but it is a data point at least, which indicates some level of growth. Do you accept that?
Yeah, I think the 2025 data, it is clearly higher than the count data that was done in 2021.
Yeah. So there's been some kind of growth since 2021.
If you look at those particular 2 surveys, but you would expect, given COVID in 2020 and the restrictions in 2021, that there would be an increase in 24-hour data. But again, coming back to the point, that isn't the data we've used for the traffic modelling. The modelling is all based on the peak hours. This is only reporting the change in traffic flows at the top end of Hamble Lane, not at the southern end of Hamble Lane, where there's been a reduction in every single peak hour, and also a reduction in 24-hour flows.
Just that you mentioned COVID there, but clearly if you look at, for example, I'll use the word estimated crudely, but the orange dots, and Mr. Whittingham was at pains to say these are very much informed estimates. I mean, even those, particularly the most recent one, is either the same or slightly higher than the pre-COVID period, isn't it?
I mean, the DFT disclaimer on that data, in my mind, is incredibly clear that effectively, Mr. Whittingham explained how it's calculated, and I'm not disputing that. But the point is, it's not calculated from traffic survey data on Hamble Lane, or necessarily traffic survey data on roads within Eastleigh, roads within Southampton, roads within Portsmouth. It's calculated at a national level or a regional level, and then used to inform those predictions.
Yeah, I mean, it's a prediction, sure, I accept that, but it's not an uninformed prediction, and it's a prediction that suggests that growth is potentially on its way up to above pre-COVID levels on that prediction.
The DFT disclaimer says that if you have more locally sourced data, that you should use it.
Okay. Well, overall, we'd say certainly that there is evidence that undermines the robustness of your assumption that there's no traffic growth post-2022. And the inspector can form his own view on that, I suppose, in relation to the evidence, unless there's anything further you want to say.
I think we disagree about the growth point. I think we've pointed to the traffic modelling, the peak hour data that we use for the purpose of the traffic modelling. We've not just presented data for 8 to 9, 5 to 6. We've actually presented data from 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 4 to 5, 5 to 6 to give those kind of shoulders and that extra data. And that all shows, again, apart from that 1 hour where there was a flow that was 94 vehicles higher at the top end of Hamble Lane, all of those other peak hour periods, it was lower in 2025 than it was in 2022. And again, going back to the sort of count data at the southern end of Hamble Lane, it was lower in 2025 than all of the survey data we collected in 2022. And that's not our data, that's your data.
I mean, I suppose it's finally worth noting one of the problems with survey data that relies on traffic counts is it doesn't account for the speed of the traffic moving. So if you've got, for example, high levels of congestion, you will potentially record fewer vehicles than you might if the traffic was free flowing. So is that a sort of limitation, would you accept, on the robustness of that kind of data?
Yeah, as a point of principle, that is correct. We did, after that point was raised, just do a quick comparison. It is hard because you're trying to find count sites that were either undertaken in exactly the same location or a very, very similar location. We did look at the speeds in 2025 to the south of the Mallards Road junction, and then also the speeds that we counted in 2024, and the sort of hypothesis effectively of you would expect... make sure I get this right way around, you'd expect traffic flows to be lower if the speeds were lower. And when we looked at it, the traffic speeds in, check what we'd written down. Hang on. Yeah, so the flows this is the count site by Mallards Road, so the flows in 2025 were lower, but the speeds were higher. I can read those speeds out if you wanted, if that would help.
Well, it's up to the inspector really. I mean, if you could give a reference to what document you're referring to, that would, I'm sure, be helpful.
So the speed data we've effectively had to, because it wasn't a point that was raised until it was raised by Mr. Hillman, I think. The speed data, the 2025 data is the data that's been collected by the HPDG, which I think we've appended to the rebuttal brief, if I'm correct.
And that speed data, obviously I'll let you turn that up.
Sorry, what was that?
No, carry on. I think you're turning up the speed data.
So in our rebuttal brief, the ATC data is in Appendix A for 2025. The 2024 flow data was included in the supplementary transport note that we did, but it's only the flow data that we submitted because, as I say, until Mr. Hillman had made the point, we've not looked at the speed data there, but we'd be happy to obviously supply that if the inspector would like to see it.
Well, I'll leave that for him, but it does seem to me that there is a slight, you accept in principle, there is a potential issue with speed affecting the number of vehicles that you count. And as I said, we would, and in harmony with a number of other local residents, express some concern about the way in which that's been managed.
Yeah, I think in principle, I'd agree with it. I think the point is that when we've tried to check whether that is borne out by the data that we have, we found that it isn't.
And as mine, those checks relate to Mallards Road or land south of Mallards Road, but they don't therefore take into account the northern section of Hamble Lane, which is of particular concern to Mr. Whittingham.
It was the point that we could actually effectively provide a comparison between what we thought was like for like data. So.
All right, I want to move on to pedestrian and cycle use of the highway. So Mr. Whittingham has disaggregated the data, I think, for pedestrian and cycle use in his proof of evidence. So I've asked you to turn that up. I'll find you the right reference for that. It's from paragraph 2.11 onwards, so page 7 of his proof of evidence. So I think you accept in your rebuttal that a very high percentage of the people using the shared footway and cycle provision are children, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, the data here, I think it came out earlier in Mr. Whittingham's evidence, the data that's been presented here is effectively the data that we have collected.
Yeah. I mean, and Mr. Whittingham has used that to come to a figure in paragraph 2.14 of his evidence of 77% of total pedestrian cycle flows along the shared footway provision are children, and during the peak PM period, 89% are children. Given that's based on your data, I don't suppose you dispute those figures, do you?
No, we don't. I think there was in the statement of common ground between us and the highway authorities, there's a explicit acceptance of that point. I'll just see if I can find you the reference. Yeah, I think in just to give an example, in paragraph 2.1.17 or 2.17.
This is called document D20, is it, the statement of common ground?
Yeah, so we've said between 3 and 3:15 there were 65 pedestrian cycle movements, with 98% of these movements in a southbound direction. This suggests the majority of these movements were associated with the Hamble school to the north of the site. And then we've gone on effectively to give a commentary on the rest of the data.
All right. I just want to ask you now a few questions about policy and about the way in which Hamble Lane has been treated by the County Highways Authority particularly, and the Minerals Planning Authority as well. So the site, obviously, as we know, was allocated in the 2013 Minerals and Waste Plan, and I think you accept in your rebuttal that that allocation was underpinned by a strategic traffic and transport assessment, which indicated the site might generate 30 to 60 HGV movements per day. Do you accept that?
That is correct, yeah.
Yeah. Now, what is being proposed now is between 90 and 126 movements per day, and that is, on any measure, significantly more than was envisaged, if you like, at the time of allocation.
Yeah, and I think if you go back, though, and look at the detail of what's in the strategic transport assessment, it doesn't include capacity modelling, sir, that says, the TA, if you like, that was done to support the Minerals and Waste Plan, tested 126 movements and found that to be entirely unacceptable. It effectively says, based on the amount of material that was thought to be on the site at that time, some assumptions about timescales for working the site, and then some assumptions about the number of tons, if you like, of material, for want of a better word, that you would put into vehicles, that it could be around 30 to 60 HGV movements. It's not a case that number was almost worked backwards from this is the limit that could be delivered on the site. That's not how the TA for the Minerals and Waste Plan derives that number.
But to the extent it could be said that, well, the allocation provides some kind of in-principle acceptance a certain number of HGVs accessing the site, to the extent you can say that at all, that wouldn't go any further than 30 to 60 HGV movements, which was what was being thought about at the time, would it?
The strategic TA refers to 30 to 60, and I think, again, if there was again, this came up this morning, but if that was a limit, there would effectively be part of the policy would be written to say, the site is allocated with no more than 30 to 60 movements.
Yes, I mean, clearly it doesn't say that, and obviously we are here because the inspector's got to make a decision about what is appropriate and what is not. But as far as people were looking at, to the extent that people looked at this issue upon allocation, they looked at it on the basis of 30 to 60 HGV movements. Nobody considered, no one considered 90 to 106. That's something that's obviously left for the inspector to determine whether that's acceptable or not. That's the point I'm making, essentially.
Yeah, and I think that's correct. Effectively, though, we have done a huge amount more technical work than was done at the time of the allocation in the Minerals and Waste Plan to determine what level of movements are acceptable. We assessed, as we again touched upon, the original assessment work that was done was 90 HGVs in the quieter periods, increasing to 144. We've now reduced that back to 126. There is a huge body of technical work and of evidence that has assessed that 126 vehicle peak period, if you will. It's assessed at 144, but we've now reduced it to 126. There's a huge body of evidence that underpins why that's acceptable.
I just want to look further at how the Hamble Lane in particular is treated by the local planning authority. So Mr. Whittingham refers to various policies at paragraph 3.8 of his proof of evidence. So if you'd like to turn to that. Well, that's where he starts anyway. Yeah, so he's referring first of all to the Eastleigh Strategic Transport Study 2015, and it's recognised there, as you can see, that the whole of Hamble Lane suffers from serious congestion, isn't that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it identifies the potential for strategic improvements, but as I understand it, none of those strategic improvements have actually happened.
That's correct.
Yeah. And then at paragraph 3.13, Mr. Whittingham refers to the Eastleigh Local Plan 2022, so fairly recently adopted 2022 Local Plan. And that also describes Hamble Lane as suffering from serious congestion, doesn't it?
It does. I think the one point I would say in relation to that, and it was dealt with, it's not been mentioned, I think quite a bit of time has been spent on the GE Aviation decision, sir, but there's also the Satchel Lane decision on Hamble Lane. If I just try and find you a reference. So it's in my proof of evidence on page 37 at the bottom of the page, so paragraph 3.4.15 or 3.4.15, sorry. So I'm actually going to refer you to 3.4.16, sir, sorry, which is on the next page, so 38. So there's some quotes in italics which don't have paragraph numbers, but if you go to the fourth paragraph down, this is effectively where the inspector refers to that very paragraph and says, I was also referred to where the supporting text in the local plan considers that there should be no significant additional development in the Hamble Peninsula because of, in part, transport constraints. This is a recognition of the congested nature of Hamble Lane. However, this does not take the place of considering the individual traffic impact of a proposal. And as I've set out above, the County Council did not present empirical modelling evidence on this matter, despite its support for the position of the Borough Council. So effectively there, the inspector for that appeal has considered that position and referred to the fact it doesn't take the place of considering individual applications on their merit.
I mean, so while we're there, I suppose I would also highlight to you that the inspector found that all additional delays compared to the baseline in that case would be under 10 seconds. And obviously we'll come to the extent of additional delays in this case, but that's a helpful threshold potentially to bear in mind. So that's the Eastleigh Local Plan. So concern again then being expressed about congestion. And then paragraph, just back to Mr. Whittingham's proof of evidence, paragraph 3.18, he refers to a decision report which essentially sets out a policy position of the County Highways Authority, which is that until certain improvements have been delivered on Hamble Lane, it's considered inappropriate for there to be further allocated or permitted development along the lane. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And it's just relevant to note that is a reference there to any further development. There appears to be no distinction made between, let's say, minerals development or residential development or any other kind of development. That appears, read at face value, to be a policy position against any kind of other further development, presumably traffic generating further development along Hamble Lane.
Yeah, I think if you read that paragraph, I think, again though, if you read the report, also the paragraph in the committee report that effectively confirms that the site is not included in that policy position, I think there is also a point on the general policy of the county council and nationally and other county councils, that since that decision in 2019, we are moving further and further away from delivering highway capacity improvements as a way to deal with traffic congestion. On the basis of effectively, if you provide lots of extra capacity, you make it much easier for people to drive, that they will do that, and are moving towards delivering walking and cycling improvements, public transport improvements to try and get people out of the car. So there's quite a change in position since 2019 when that was written, which again is sort of enshrined in Hampshire's local transport plan 4.
But it's still the position of the County Highways Authority, because they did make this clear at the committee, in the committee report, that, you know, although they say, and I'll come to this in a second, but they say, well, this is an allocated site, so it's an exception, but we do maintain that policy, there should be no new development along Hamble Lane. That was their position in relation to the committee report, wasn't it?
Well, what was written in 2019 just refers to it, from a traffic perspective, further development to be allocated or permitted. Again, as I say, Hampshire have confirmed in the committee report that they are effectively excluding the site at Hamble Airfield from that position.
Yeah, but you say the position's moved on, but the position is, well, it hasn't moved on, save apparently in relation to this development. That's the position, isn't it? This is accepted because it was allocated.
I think the position of we're going to provide lots of extra highway capacity along Hamble Lane, my understanding, and certainly from what we've discussed with the County Council, that is not their position anymore. They are moving away from delivering capacity improvements on the corridor to delivering walking and cycling improvements, public transport improvements. So I think that position is different to what was reported in 2019.
Yes, but what I'm talking about, what was reported in 2024, the committee report, and obviously we've got a snippet from that at paragraph 3.23 of Mr Whittingham's proof, which says the Minerals and Waste Planning Authority has been advised that the Highway Authority has always recognised that Hamble Airfield is allocated and so was therefore excluded from any policy position. It's not saying we've abandoned our policy position, is it? Just saying Hamble Airfield's excluded because it's already allocated.
Yeah, that's what the sentence in the committee report says.
Yeah. Well, obviously, let's just look at the logic of that. So, the first point is, on the one hand, they're telling developers you can't develop on Hamble Lane because it's too congested. But on the other hand, they're saying, oh, but we do have some headroom for hypothetical allocated development to come forward. That just logically doesn't make any sense. They wouldn't have acted in that way, would they?
I think this comes back to one of the points about this is different to other types of development. The minerals are where the minerals are. They cannot be extracted from anywhere else. The impacts are temporary. Residential development will be permanent. And again, Hampshire have adopted their LTP4. I have to check the exact date for when they've adopted it, but it was certainly since after 2019, which talks about there's a quote there in the Statement of Common Ground 2.65. Which says we need to decarbonise the transport system and promote and transform cleaner, greener and sustainable forms of transport. This means doing things differently. I think that's the point I'm making. And again, reading more of the quote, it will represent a shift in approach and will require an increased emphasis on policies which support modal shift and manage the demand for road space rather than just supplying the extra capacity to meet this demand. So the point I'm making is that I think that their position has changed fundamentally as an authority, as has the position of nationally and other authorities since that was written in 2019. Okay.
Well, let's just break this down a little bit, because you say the position is different for minerals as opposed to residential. So to some extent, there's a slight difference between permanent and this not being permanent. We're still talking about a number of years of impact, though, as a result of this development, aren't we? I think something like 6 years at the worst. And then other perhaps less severe impacts.
Yeah, that's correct.
So there's that, and also you say, well, the minerals are where they are, but that doesn't change the effect of the additional vehicles on the highway, does it? Yes, the minerals are where they are, but it doesn't change whether those additional vehicles are capable of having a severe effect or not, does it? That makes no difference.
I think the point is when you're deciding to sort of allocate, housing development, other types of commercial development, there is a sort of greater option, and you can choose to allocate sites in different locations based on a number of factors. When you're choosing to allocate sites for minerals, they can only be sites where there are minerals.
Sure, but in terms of deciding whether highways impacts are going to be acceptable or not, which is what the inspector has got to decide, the fact that this is a mineral site makes no difference to the actual impact that the vehicles are going to have on the highway network compared with, say, residential. Say that there will be more HGVs.
I think there's a difference between every application, because we've made a comparison to the GE Aviation decision, where effectively they're talking about the impacts the inspector was considering there was 900 to 1,000 vehicles generated by the scheme every single day permanently, and we're talking about 90 vehicles or 90 HGVs a day in the periods when there is less extraction and restoration, and then that kind of peak period of 126 movements. So I think there you have to consider every application on its merits.
Well, I think what we can at least agree on is that it is recognised that Hamble Lane is and remains a congested highway network, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you are proposing to add 126 at peak 126 daily movement of HGV to that network, aren't you?
We are, but that is in the context of 16 to 34,000 vehicles that use it already every day.
Yeah, I mean, the significance of that effect must be a result of modelling, but it is, I think it's important to record the agreement that you are adding to a network that is already under significant pressure, aren't you? Yeah.
That's correct.
Just sticking with what Mr. Whittingham says about policy, just for a little more. So he just makes a point at paragraph 3.31 of his proof of evidence. He talks about policy 13 of the partial updates. This is the emerging local plan, the draft local plan, if you like. And that sets out requirements for transport assessments related to the movements. I think I'm definitely reading you the wrong paragraph there. Just bear with me one moment. Yes, if we go over the page, the actual policy itself, the draft policy, page 15. It talks about transport assessments being required to consider certain things, and if you look at Roman numeral 6, it talks about mitigation, including appropriate consideration of safety for all road users, highway capacity and amenity. And Mr. Whittingham makes the point that introducing more HGV movements on the road could in fact affect the amenity of existing users, particularly users on foot or on bicycle. Do you accept that that's a possibility?
So what was the question, sorry? Is it related to point 6?
Point 6 is relating to this, the consequences for the amenity of users of the highway, and I'm looking particularly at the effect of adding HGV movements to the amenity of cyclists and pedestrians. That could have an adverse effect on their amenity as they use the highway and they've got HGVs buzzing past them, couldn't it?
I mean, I think when you look at how we consider those more, I won't say subjective, but those subjective things like amenity, fear and intimidation, they are all effectively based on the scale of the change. So if you have got a road that carries very, very few HGVs or very, very few vehicle movements, and that you're then increasing that considerably, that has much more of an impact on amenity. That is not the position here. It is already an incredibly busy road. We've talked about the numbers. It's 16,000 to 34,000 vehicles a day. A huge number of HGVs that use it. That already has an impact on amenity. And again, when you look at the percentage change between what's there now and what we're proposing, they're very, very small changes just because there is so much movement, if you like, on the road already.
Well, the inspector I can't find the figures at the moment, but the inspector can obviously do analysis of how many additional HGV movements you're proposing compared with the original, and obviously reach a view about the significance of that. I want to move on to highway safety then, if I may. So clearly it's agreed in the statement of common ground that the threshold for the inspector is whether there's an unacceptable impact on highway safety as a result of the proposed development. And again, that's clearly a matter for his judgment based on the evidence that he hears. And so it follows he's not going to blindly follow what the County Highways Authority says, what the Road Safety Audit says, what Mr. Whittingham says. He's got to reach his own view. Do you accept that?
Yep.
All right. So if I could first of all take you to Mr. Whittingham's proof, paragraph 4.4. Yep, so he describes the site as being in close proximity to a number of amenities, obviously 2 schools, railway station, bus stops, sports facilities, etc. And he says this creates a volume of pedestrian cycle activity within the vicinity of the access. And then he provides a plan at figure 4.1. Don't suppose you disagree with any of that description, would you?
No.
No. And clearly, a number of the, as we've already discussed, a large proportion of the activity that's going to be generated by those amenities in proximity to the site could come from children, particularly those going to and from school. You accept that, I think, as well?
Yep.
Yeah. And then if I could ask you to turn to figure 2.3 of Mr. Whittingham's proof. That is page 21.
Yep, got it.
So you see there obviously a picture, as the point is that a large amount of the pedestrian cycle activity in the area is using the Danny King cycleway.
Yeah, I think again that isn't new information. We obviously, identified a very high level of use of that. We then surveyed it in 2017. We've then resurveyed it in 2024, and all of that information has been captured and assessed in the TA. And again, it's been part of us reaching the conclusion that the scheme, the site access, doesn't have an unacceptable impact on pedestrian or cycle safety.
Yeah, well, we're obviously going to break it down because there's a difference of opinion on that. But yeah, except there is data which we'll come to. Now, the cycleway, as I understand it, ends about 2.3 kilometres north of the site, just before the railway bridge. And I think it's right that on that part, once cyclists reach there, they have to then go on and share the carriageway with vehicles. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it does effectively, just before the railway bridge, the cycle route ends. I think we were there, sir, and we observed on site that people do cycle over the railway bridge, carefully and cautiously. That happens at the moment, and if you're a less confident cyclist, I'd suggest that is what people do. And if you're more confident, you cycle on the road.
Obviously, this particular area is a point which locals are particularly concerned about. I mean, obviously, we heard that evidence that no accidents have happened so far there, but they're concerned that there is a humpback bridge there. You can't see over it. So at the point at which people are entering the carriageway, there is limited visibility from drivers coming to the north, coming south. Would you accept that as a sort of description or characterisation of the problem that's created there?
Yeah, I think there's no disputing the fact that there is restricted visibility over the humpback bridge.
And that bridge is on the HGV route that HGVs will be using to access the site, isn't it?
It is, and I think, again, we've looked at it already, sir, but if I can just take you back to it in the rebuttal proof of evidence. I'm hoping this isn't an image that wasn't one that was displayed. 1.2, which is on page 13. So this effectively again shows, a pedestrian cyclist walking on the footway cycleway on the eastern side of the road, a pedestrian walking on the footway on the western side of the road, an HGV coming over the bridge travelling southbound, a cyclist on the carriageway travelling northbound, an LGV on the carriageway travelling northbound, and a number of cars. That is a situation that exists at the moment. And again, no accidents there. We are going to be adding HGVs to it, but we are not fundamentally changing the fact that that is how it operates at the moment.
Yeah, so let's just, in terms of the number of HGVs you're adding, I was looking for the statistic earlier, I found it now. But my learned friend in his opening statement said the annual average daily traffic flows along Hamble Lane are between 16,000 and 34,000 vehicles a day, which with 375 to 800 HGVs using Hamble Lane today. Now, you are proposing to add up to 126 to this. So, if you, obviously we can, the inspector, it only helps so much to play with statistics, but that's a 34% increase on the 375, for example. So the maximum increase is 34%. That's actually quite a chunky amount, isn't it?
I think the point is, though, that as a pedestrian or cyclist or as a driver, that you don't experience all 126 HGVs in the same way that you don't experience all 375 or all 850 at the moment. And we dealt with it in the proof, effectively looking at, what is your experience as a pedestrian if you've travelled 15 minutes on Hamble Lane. I think our numbers we looked at were to the north of the Hound Road roundabout, just because specific points have been made in relation to that section. But, effectively, so I'm just trying to find the reference to it again. Bear with me. Uh, 3.4.5. Yeah, so we've dealt with it there as a 15-minute journey as a pedestrian. You're currently passed by 370 vehicles and around 5 HGVs. That will change to 375 vehicles and around 7 to 8 HGVs. So that's the kind of key point, that we're not all of a sudden as a pedestrian, you're not going to experience being passed by 126 extra HGVs because you don't spend the entire length of your day walking up and down Hamble Lane.
No, but say you're a pedestrian, you use that road, say you go to school back every day along Hamble Lane. It is going to increase the chances of you sort of encountering an HGV on that journey, isn't it?
Yeah, mathematically, yes.
Yeah.
But you, instead of meeting, if you did the whole 15-minute section, instead of seeing 5 HGVs, you might see 7 to 8.
Yeah. So, and again, that is the materiality of that increase is a matter of inspector. But you do that every day. You encounter 2 or 3 more HGVs every day. To the extent that there's a risk associated with cyclists, pedestrians coming into conflict with HGV, that risk is increased, is it not?
But there's still the conflict point. There's still the conflict point to do with car traffic as well, and that if you look at that as the change of vehicles, you're going from being passed by, if you're a pedestrian, passed by 370 vehicles to being passed by 375. The percentage change obviously in HGVs is a bigger step, but you would still have had to, if you've done a 15-minute journey, you would have still had to negotiate, for want of a better word, Hamble Lane being used by 370 vehicles instead of, with the appeal scheme, being used by 375.
Yeah, but I mean, there is a concern. You detect that in what residents say as well. There is a particular concern about HGVs. They are higher up. There is that potential for conflict between HGVs and pedestrians cycle, and there's that sense of intimidation as well that Mr. Whittingham referred to. These are all things that will be appreciably greater as a result of your scheme, aren't they not?
I think you will be passed by more HGVs, but again, if you come back to what do the IEMA guidelines tell us when you're assessing fear and intimidation, severance, it is all about the rate of the difference between what it is at the moment and what it will be in the future, and they effectively fundamentally use percentage changes between vehicle movements and then HGV movements, and the fact that you have got so many vehicle movements and so many HGV movements, when we've assessed it, technically we're not changing any of those sort of thresholds.
I want to just cover up one point of principle with you now then, before I look at the site access specifically. But I mean, we're talking about highway safety. Do you accept that in order for development to be acceptably safe, that it should be acceptably safe all the time? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So that, in other words, I mean, it's only as safe as its least safe feature or period.
What do you mean, sorry?
Well, there are various features of development. You know, it might be said that this particular development is especially or more or most unsafe at a particular time of day, for example. When the inspector's judging the acceptability in terms of safety of this development, he's got to focus on perhaps on the least safe period, because if it's not safe, then it's not acceptably safe. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think I'd agree.
point.
I think it needs to be safe. Full stop. I think.
Yeah. And do you accept also that the fact that there are a significant number of children cycling, walking along the Danny King Way drives a more precautionary approach in a case like this?
So you're saying drivers have a...
No, drives perhaps the wrong use of word, but that where you're dealing with a situation where you have a high proportion of children who I think it'd be fair to say are more vulnerable road users, that when you're looking at that, you should adopt perhaps a more precautionary approach than you would in other circumstances.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to be involved with a scheme that involved, adults getting run over. I think the point is, our view is that it is safe. It needs to be safe for children. It needs to be safe for adults. It needs to be safe for everyone.
But in terms of the way that children use highway, you perhaps can't make the same assumptions that they will act as sensibly, not always, but as sensibly or predictably as adults. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think children behave differently. I think that is fair to say, yeah.
And that's a consideration that you have to bear in mind then when you're assessing the safety of, let's say, highway access where there are a number of children present. Do you accept that?
Yeah, I accept that. And I think that comes back to the point that, coming back to the sort of fundamental of it, Hamble Lane is used by large numbers of children at the moment. It is also used by large numbers of vehicles, large numbers of HGVs. We've been through the accident data. There are no accidents involving HGVs. When you look at the accidents involving children from the school, they are not accidents involving vehicles. So effectively, there was one where a cyclist hit someone on a scooter, and then the other one where a cyclist tried to sort of jump up the pavement and landed on some deterrent pavings. I think when we're assessing things, there is a motive point to it, which is not lost on us. But there is a point that actually, when you look at the facts of it, is it used by HGVs and a lot of vehicles at the moment? Yes, it is. Have there been any accidents involving HGVs? No, there haven't.
But I mean, it's also right, I think you'd accept that just because there have been no accidents doesn't necessarily mean there's not a risk or that it's acceptably safe either, does it?
I think when we assess things as professionals, we are ultimately looking at trends, trends in accidents as a way of determining the likelihood of something to happen again. I think if Hamble Lane was used by one HGV at the moment, could we say, adding an extra 126 movements, we've got lots and lots of empirical data to say it can be used safely by HGVs? No, we couldn't. But it's used by 375 to 850 HGVs a day. We've got that data for, I can't remember exactly, 9 or 10 years, I think it is now. No accidents involving HGVs in the context of that use of vehicles a day. My maths isn't good enough to times 370 by the number of days and the number of years, but it's a huge number of HGV movements that go up and down there in the context of no accidents.
Well, let's look now then at the sort of new feature that you're introducing into this highway network. Let's look at the access to the site. I think you accept in your proof that where a pedestrian or cyclist crosses the proposed site access, there is the potential for interaction between the HGVs coming in, coming out, and those pedestrians. You said that?
Yeah.
All right, so let's just get into the figures a little bit then, which is just what you want to be doing at 5 o'clock on a I don't even know what day it is, Tuesday evening. But if we go to your proof of evidence, at your table 3.1.
Yep.
So this is your projection, I think, of the sort of spread of arrivals and departures, which I think are based on other quarries that CEMEX operates. That's right, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So it is an estimate. It's not kind of set in stone.
Yeah, I mean, we've effectively taken the survey data from a number of quarries that CEMEX operate. I can't remember the exact number, but it was thousands of vehicle movements that were recorded, and the time periods. We've used the data for the times those HGVs arrived and departed, and then we have effectively factored those times by the amount of material that needs to be extracted and then brought in for restoration.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go through a little bit of maths now, but if it's it might be too much for me. If it's too much
need
for
a
you,
calculator.
at least the inspector has got the figures and his own time to do it. But sticking with the table then, so you obviously split phases 1 and 3 from phase 2 being the busiest phase in terms of HGV movements. So for phase 1 and 3, between 7 and 8 in the morning, you predict there'll be 8 to 9 arrivals, 8 to 9 departures. So I think it's sort of overall sort of up to 18 movements within that 1 hour window. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, and so if they were to be evenly spaced, then it would mean you have an HGV passing over the cycleway about every 3 to 4 minutes on average during that period of time. Do you accept that?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. And then in phase 2, obviously, you have a higher number. So you've got up to 24 if you add arrivals to departures within the hour. And so that during that period, during phase 2, you'd have an HGV passing over the access potentially as much as 1 every 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, and then if you then go to 8, between 8 and 9, you have for phase 2, you have 7 to 8 arrivals between 8 and 9. I'm not counting departures because obviously you have a condition that is going to prohibit departures between 8 and 8:45. I'll come to the effect of that. But you have 7 or 8 arrivals between 8 and 9, phase 2. So that's more than 1 every 10 minutes crossing over, more than 1 HGV every 10 minutes crossing over the cycle line. Yeah.
I think, 1 every 10 minutes there, if you actually stand by the side of the road, you stand there waiting at the crossing, or, stand where the point of the access is, and then imagine that you're waiting for 9.5 minutes, and then another HGV turns up. That's a long period between HGV movements.
Sure, but I mean, exciting as HGVs are, no one actually stands waiting for an HGV to cross them. Obviously, it just depends on what's facing a person at a time. If you've got a line of school children or whatever coming every 10 minutes or slightly more frequently, they are going to be interacting with an HGV, and HGV is going to come across their path, isn't it?
I think we can't say that they won't. I think the point is that there is a significant period when there isn't going to be a movement. There will inevitably be some periods when an HGV driver is approaching the access, and there are some children there.
Yeah. Okay. Now, as I said, this table doesn't itself account for the condition which you're proposing to prohibit departures between 8 o'clock and 8:45 in the morning, and I think it's 2:30 and 3:15 in the afternoon on Monday to Friday. And you do some what you call sensitivity testing of how this operates, because I don't think you have a comparable scenario to compare this with, for want of a better word, do you?
No, we've effectively tried to use logic in that if you are we're physically going to prevent HGVs from leaving the site. So they won't leave. There is a point where if I'm told the shop is closed for a particular period of time, I then don't decide to turn up and wait in the car park for 45 minutes until that shop opens. So what we've done is effectively say, well, what's a sensible approach to that? Are some people still going to turn up potentially when that restriction is in place? Yes, they might do, but will it deter some people? Yes, it will. that's the genesis, if you like, of the sensitivity test.
Yeah, you have, I think, made the assumption that the movements will basically be spread evenly throughout the window where they're allowed to come and go, or allowed to go, more like they're spread evenly. That's your assumption. I think at 2.2.7. Your second bullet, 50% of HVs will continue to arrive.
Is this it? Sorry, is this in the proof?
Sorry, this is your proof. I'm sorry. Yeah, 2.2.27, page 15.
Sorry, 2.2.
0.27, page 15.
Yep.
So this is the basis of your sensitivity testing, which is that you say 50% will continue to arrive during these periods, and they're going to be held on site due to the restriction, and the remaining 50% of those that would have otherwise arrived, you say will be spread equally into the preceding and following time period. That's the assumption which you've used for you.
Yeah, so we've basically said that, again, using the example of if I'm going to turn up at the shop and someone says the shop's going to be closed from 8 till 8:45, we're saying that some people will say, well, actually, I want to get there before, and move into the time period from 7 till 8, and some people say, well, I can't get there before, I'm going to turn up after, and then move into the time period after.
But just to stick with your shop analogy, if you're doing your shopping, you arrive at the shop just before closing time, you will see a rush of people leaving the shop just before closing time, aren't you? So if you're an HGV on the site, you are going to do everything you can to get out before the 8 o'clock kind of curtain comes down. So is it not more likely that you will see, in fact, a peak of HGVs trying to rush to get out of the site just before that 8 o'clock prohibition comes in? That's just natural, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to consider where the HGVs are coming from and going to, and that, they are effectively quite often coming from further afield, potentially within areas of South Hampshire, to either collect or deposit material. So it's it's not straightforward to say they're 2 minutes around the corner and can all of a sudden rush there. You do get the even spread by virtue of the fact that people are setting off at a particular time, but setting off from lots of different areas in South Hampshire.
But you have quite a number of HGVs arriving between 7 and 8. That's one of the busiest periods, according to the table that we've just looked at, certainly in the morning peak. So they're coming to either fill up or deposit, presumably. They're all going to want to get off the site before, logically, want to get off the site before 8 o'clock, aren't they? Because they don't want to then get stuck there for 45 minutes. They've got places to be. Time is money. That's just human nature, isn't it?
Yeah, well, to a certain extent, but they're also you've got to turn up at the site, you've got to collect the material, you've got to be weighed. So it's not a case that you can just turn up within 2 or 3 minutes and then all of a sudden be sort of turned around and leave the scheme. So I think that's where you're going to get a reasonable spread of people leaving.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm focused, you're saying turn up, I'm focused on people leaving. So people have arrived between 7 and 8, they're doing their thing. They are, instead of, you assume that it'll all just be spread out among that period, but I'm saying to you that logically there is going to be a rush to get out of the site before you're stuck there for 45 minutes. And that will in fact lead to a blip at around just before 8 o'clock, won't it?
Which I think is why we've effectively said, if we did nothing in terms of restriction, based on the movements from other schemes, we would have 23 HGVs departing in that hour period. And we're saying that will increase to 26 HGVs. And again, the blip you point out, we've actually said, well, it might be, if you break it down into 15-minute segments, we've got a slightly higher segment between 7:46 and 8 o'clock.
So obviously we don't know exactly how this will work out, but we just spoke about, so between 7 and 8, you have an HGV crossing over the access about once every 2.5 minutes. Actually, say between 10 to 8 and 8 o'clock, it might be even more than that, as you get a slight increase in vehicles trying to leave the site before the prohibition comes in.
Did you say between 10, sorry?
No, between 10, so 7:50 and 8 o'clock, you might have slightly more than, one every 2.5 minutes, because you might have a concentration of HGVs looking to leave the site before that 8 o'clock curfew comes in.
Yeah, it's feasible you might do, yeah.
Okay, so just want to now look at the sort of numbers as far as we can of children that might be passing the access at certain times of day. And so I would say to Mr. Whittingham's proof and tables 2.3 to 2.6 of the proof. Give you some page numbers for that. Yes. So that starts at page 7. And if I ask you to look at particular at table 2.5, which shows the total two-way pedestrian cycle movements passing the site during the AM peak periods. Do you have that?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so just a little bit more maths here, but between 8 and 8:30, you're talking, I think, roughly 8 and 8:30. You're talking 51 plus 44, so 95, and that I've worked out about 3 a minute, or 1 every 2 minutes, assuming they're sort of evenly spread out. Does that maths look roughly correct to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously you can tell that the vast majority of those will be children. There are a few adults, but mostly children.
I think you've got effectively again, the maths. You've got 31 children pedestrians, 14 children cyclists, and then 2 adult pedestrians, 4 adult cyclists. So the majority are children. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then if you just go slightly earlier, say the 7:45 to the 8 o'clock slot, where maybe there are a number of HGVs looking to get off the site before the curfew, for want of a better word, comes in. You have 13 in that period, and that's 12 child pedestrians and 1 adult cyclist. And so that works out at just under 1 a minute, I think, during that period, 15-minute period.
So between 7:45 and 8.
8, yeah. Yep. And then if you go to the PM peak period, and if you look at 3 to 3:15, you have 84. And
Sorry, 7:45 till 8.
7:45 till 8. So yeah, we've done that. I think
It's one every 5 minutes.
7:45 to 8. 13 people in a 15-minute period.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's about just under 1 a minute.
Yep.
Yeah. So then if we look at table 2.5, 3 o'clock to 3:15, and there are 84 people recorded there, and of those, none of them, I think, they're all children, except for an OAP cyclist who's recorded there. So that's 84. So that is something like 1 every 10 seconds passing by the site access. And of course, during that time, you still have your HGVs arriving at the site, don't you?
So during which time?
Well, during all of those times, you have HGVs arriving at the site.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think obviously we're saying that the imposition of the restriction will deter people from turning up, so you wouldn't have the same number of people that turn up if you did it unrestricted, but there will still be HGVs turning up.
Yeah. And so if an HGV, let's say an HGV arrives at the site between 8 and 8:30 or 3 and 3:30, effectively it's going to be confronted by a pretty steady stream of children coming across the path, isn't it? Just based on the usage numbers that we have here.
Yeah, I think there would be people walking and cycling on that footway cycleway. I think that is the same situation of a number of junctions on Hamble Lane, but also further afield, that when you're travelling along a road that carries so much traffic, when you have got pedestrian and cycle movements, you are inevitably confronted by pedestrians and cyclists being there. But again, coming back to the point that it is used by a huge number of HGVs, it is used by a huge number of vehicles. Are there lots of people being struck by those vehicles just because those vehicles are present? No, there are not.
No, but we're talking here about the an entrance to a quarry. We're talking an entrance to a quarry cutting across a cycle lane where, at certain times of the day, there will be streams of children walking to and from. That's not a typical situation, is it?
Well, I think, again, coming back to the point that we made earlier, you've got the Danny King cycleway that crosses, the access to the BP oil refinery that crosses the Danny King cycleway. Further south within Hamble, it crosses Ensign Way. Further south within Hamble, again, a route for people walking from Hamble to get to the primary school and also to get to the secondary school. Roads cross footway cycleways all the time, and that doesn't make it inherently unsafe.
No, but I mean, HGV access to quarry sites do not cross, footway cycleways with such extensive use all the time. That is an unusual circumstance, isn't it? You'd accept that? That's unusual.
It's less usual for quarry sites, but it is very usual for other uses that deal with HGV traffic. So you might get your warehousing, distribution, historically what you'd call B1 uses and B2 uses. Again, they are quite frequently in areas where there is footway cycleway provision, and that people do have to effectively cross side road junctions. So that is very common.
Well, so we don't have the data for those other crossings. We do have the data for this particular crossing in terms of the number of people crossing over. I suppose the inspector's got to reach a judgment on the basis of whether he thinks that is safe or not, doesn't he? Rather than having regard to sort of hypotheticals. Now, okay, that's a bit about that. So that's the circumstance into which we're introducing this access. Can I take you now to the RSA, and that's called document B54. I think we're now agreed, are we not, that the access arrangements that the auditors considered in this plan are, save for having been transposed, I think 5 metres to the south, are, I think, in all material respects the same.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is sort of directly applicable. I just want to take you to, if I just ask you to go to page 5 first of all. And if you it's point A3, and it's just to sort of cap off the observations about what the access site looks like. You see I think it's the second sentence under point A3. The auditors record observations made during the first site visit undertaken indicates that the footfall during these hours, I think that's in the afternoon. The footfall during these hours consists of groups of pupils spaced an estimated 5 to 10 metres apart that pass the site within a 5-minute window. I think they do explain when they did the site visit at the beginning of the road safety audit. I think so. Site visit, paragraph 2.5. This is just for completeness for use there. Paragraph 2.5 of that document, it says the site has been visited twice, once as part of the previous audit in May 2018 between the hours of 14:30 and 15:15, and again as part of this road safety audit during the afternoon on Tuesday the 28th of November 2022 between 12:15 and 3:45. So we're talking about an observation made during the afternoon.
Yep. We'd specifically asked them to visit during the school periods. And
they did, and they noted, as I said, again, a steady stream of children passing the access point. Now, as you know, Mr. Whittingham has identified a number of issues that are raised in the road safety audit which he is not happy with, and clearly there's a dispute between you and the inspector, you and not the inspector, but you and hopefully between you and the inspector, but certainly between you and Mr. Whittingham about whether those give rise to unacceptable highway safety. I mean, I accept that, but I'm going to take you through those as well, just for completeness. So the first one identified is, I think it's page 4, and this is to do with the geometric parameters for access, not allowing a small deviation from the swept path. Now, obviously we've looked at the swept path. I don't want to take you to those again, much is served by that, but I think it's not disputed that there is basically no margin. If you are in a 16.5 metre long articulated lorry, there is basically no margin for error when you're accessing the site. You accept that?
I wouldn't accept no margin for error. I mean, the swept path software itself is very conservative. There are things that, as Mr. Whittingham I'm sure would confirm, there are things that people can do in terms of manoeuvres Like, for example, pulling in and out of a car parking space with a standard 6 metre aisle, 2.4 by 4.8 spaces. We will do that on a regular basis, in driving and using any car park. If you try and do a swept path drawing of that, it's very tricky to do it because the software is, very conservative. So when we track it and there is effectively tolerance to the curb, you are tracking it on the basis of the software being robust anyway. And you need to bear in mind that the drivers that are driving these vehicles are all professional drivers.
Looking at what the road safety audit says, it says, based on the swept path analysis, and that's obviously what we've got, that's the data we've got to work on, it does say specifically no margin for error or space for even a negligible deviation from the path illustrated, particularly for the inbound movement. That is the conclusion that the auditors have reached, isn't it?
I think we'd gone back to the auditor and said, here's the drawings. Actually, we think there is clearance to the curb, there is tolerance. The point that we made about the type of vehicles that are going to use it on a regular basis, and then also the vehicles that might still use it but turn up much more infrequently. And again, on page 5, sir, the auditor very clearly, concludes that this addresses the road safety concern at this stage.
Yeah, we accept that is their view. It's not Mr. Whittingham's view. But just in terms of what the auditors record you as saying, this is the blue text at the top of page 5. You say, well, this is the worst case scenario. So it's been undertaken for a 16.5 metre long articulated vehicle to demonstrate the worst case scenario. But you then say it's envisaged that the majority of HGV movements will be undertaken by 20-tonne rigid vehicles. And on that basis, the auditor has decided that they're happy with the risk. But I suppose the point is that we don't know exactly here, or anywhere, I think, what proportion of vehicles will be 20-tonne rigid vehicles as opposed to 16.5 metre long articulated lorries, do we? Don't know exactly the proportions.
Yeah, I think it's not something we've submitted. We've discussed it with Cemex for this scheme and also other schemes, and it is, probably something in the order of 99% are the rigid 20-tonne vehicles, whereas more like 1% are articulated vehicles. It is rare that they have articulated vehicles. I think I would also just make the point on the swept paths. If you did swept paths for a 16.5 metre long vehicle along, the existing junctions along Hamble Lane, you would get very, very similar results to the results that we're getting. And again, those HGVs use those roads, day in, day out without issue.
Well, that may or may not be the case, but this was enough to trigger a concern, about among the auditors. They were concerned about what would happen where a 16.5 metre long lorry did try to access a site, and their concern is alleviated because, well, you say it's rare, but it doesn't mean that it's not inherently problematic because of the lack of margin for error. And you accept 1% or not, there will be occasions when 16.5 metre lorries do attempt to access the site.
And the swept paths that we've submitted, which again we've obviously looked at them, we're happy with them, the County Council have looked at them, they're happy with them. They do show tolerance to the curb for the wheel tracks, and they do show that the vehicle can make that manoeuvre. They're also, again, come back to the point, they are conservative when we do the swept paths. By their very nature, they are conservative.
Well, if the inspector follows what's said in the road safety audit, he is to agree there's no margin for error here. There's no margin for error on the basis of the swept path analysis that he's got, which means that any mistake made by that driver could result in a collision of some kind, could it not?
I think that point would apply to any single design of any single scheme or any single road network that you do. You don't, when we design things, you design it for the vehicle that's going to use it on a regular basis. You obviously need to check vehicles that are going to use it on an occasional basis. But the problem is, if you're designing it, if you're always providing more and more and more road space, you're ultimately just encouraging vehicles to turn quicker and quicker and quicker. Instead of putting Mr. Whittingham referred to the size of the radius, 25 metres or something, instead of putting a 25 metre radius on, we could have put a 30 metre radius. Instead of the axis being 7.3, we could have made it 7.5. We could have provided that tolerance. It was within our gift to do it. But the point is, you shouldn't be doing that because you're ultimately encouraging people to drive quicker, and you're increasing the width of the access where pedestrians and cyclists need to cross. It's getting that balance right of providing enough space so that vehicles can make that manoeuvre, which is what we have done, and not overly widening it to encourage people to drive quicker.
Well, hopefully we can at least agree this. The lack of the lack of margin for error in this particular case was of sufficient concern to arouse the interest of the road safety auditor. That can surely be agreed.
I think the response from the auditor that says that what we've done in terms of the drawings addresses the road safety concern at this stage.
Well,
I think that's incredibly clear.
What they say is it's the confirmation that the majority of vehicles that access a site will be 20-ton vehicles, which can manoeuvre safely.
Yeah, and that articulated vehicles will not be regularly reserved but can be accommodated, addresses the road safety audit concern at this stage.
Well, I'd still suggest to you that the concerns is raised, and that's not clearly is therefore suggests it's not a typical access. It's something that is of concern, the lack of margin for error. Now you say, well, it's addressed, and we would say, well, we'd say to the inspector, that's principally because you say, well, there's not going to be very many of them. But the point is there will be some, and that concern therefore persists, doesn't it?
I think the purpose of a road safety audit is ultimately to do an independent check on a scheme to make sure that the designer has considered everything, and effectively a second pair of eyes and a sense check on it. It doesn't mean that you have to agree with everything. It's, have you considered this? Yes, we have considered this. This is our response. What is now the auditor's view? And again, the auditor's view, it addresses the road safety audit concern at this stage.
Okay, well, as I said, we're going to agree to disagree on a number of these matters. Let's move on to the next issue that's identified by Mr. Whittingham. So that's page 5. He refers his concern, which is also highlighted by the auditor, relates to the change in the highway code, which means that vehicles or HGVs looking to access the site could be waiting in the carriageway for a considerable time, and that could then lead to vehicles attempting to overtake it, getting frustrated, or what is already a very busy line, trying to overtake it, or cyclists trying to undertake, and then that could give rise to collisions. So that's the concern that they raised, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. And obviously your response was to suggest that there'll only be arrivals every 6 to 10 minutes between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. So HGV arrivals. That's right, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, but nevertheless, when we've already looked, obviously, that at this time there will be a number of people travelling to the school. It's one of the busiest periods for people travelling along that pathway to the school. So there will be plenty of occasions, even if there's an arrival every 6 to 10 minutes, where an HGV is forced to wait while there could be a stream of children crossing over the access. I mean, that's perfectly conceivable, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we've dealt with it already in terms of the number of, the frequency of times that might happen. But there are circumstances when it could happen. Again, coming back to what does the auditor say about this? The last concluding line on page 7, so when he talks about the auditor's review of our response, he says, however, there is a risk, as there is at the majority of junctions that observe HGV traffic. I think the point is here, we're not doing anything, untoward that you wouldn't get at other junctions that are used by HGV traffic.
But I suppose the problem that my client's particularly concerned about is that this is a junction where we've been through this, but you do have significantly heavy use by children, particularly during that period, let's say 8 to 9 o'clock, and the RSA suggesting, well, the chances of this sort of thing happening are slim. Well, it's going to happen every day. Every day there's going to be, if there's 6 to 10 arrivals, if there's an arrival every 6 to 10 minutes between 8 and 10, and there are numerous school children going past that access, every day they're going to be confronting children crossing over that access. And so every day there's going to be this potential circumstance where they're having to wait in the middle of the road, in the middle of a congested road, with vehicles looking to try and overtake or undertake. So this is a real risk, is it not?
I don't think, we obviously don't agree that it is a real risk. I think, the point about if you wanted to sort of overtake, Hamble Lane there is straight, there is good visibility, people shouldn't be doing that, and it's not dissimilar to the situation with Satchel Lane, where children from the school cross that to gain access to the secondary school. Satchel Lane, the flows are much, much higher coming in and out of there, and effectively, any driver that wants to turn left down Satchel Lane is confronted with the same situation where there are school children crossing Satchel Lane. That is the case on many highways, not only Hamble Lane, but also many highways, anywhere.
But I mean, just going to the BP access, the Ensign Way access. I mean, obviously the inspector's seen those and can reach his own view about those. But I mean, Mr. Whittingham's clear that these are very different types of crossing. They're both straight crossovers. There's no bell mouth. It's a very different design there to what you have here. So the potential for impacts are different. It's a different type of junction.
I don't think I think the difference between them is that if you look at the access to the BP oil terminal, you are effectively having to cross the entire length of the road, if you like, in one go. You are giving way to traffic coming into the oil terminal at the same way that you're giving potentially way to traffic coming out of the oil terminal. Ensign Way is actually not dissimilar to what we're proposing, because there is the island in the centre, so you can cross two streams of traffic. And again, because the island is in the centre, you get a slightly wider junction to cross to accommodate the sweat paths.
So if we want to look at this layout of this junction in particular, so if you go to core document B83.
Just while we're doing that, where are you on time?
I'm running slightly behind. I think I've probably got slightly more than half an hour left, so 40 minutes.
Okay. We'll carry on.
Yeah.
We'll have to carry on.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll be less, but let's just deal with these. I'm conscious I want to give Mr. Howard the opportunity to respond to submissions I'm going to be making, but I'm also conscious that we've been to these documents now many times, so I'll proceed on that basis. So if you look at page 14 of core documents B83.
Is that a drawing, is it?
That's the drawing, yeah, drawing number 6. And I think Mr. Whittingham's concern about the way in which this has been designed, or one of his concerns, is that if you're a pedestrian or cyclist going south towards the access, in order to check that it's safe to cross, you have to look over your shoulder at a very acute angle, which is obviously very different, for example, from the crossings at the BP and Ensign Way access. And that is both unusual and unsafe, is it not?
I don't see how that is unusual or unsafe. You're going to approach it. You need to check over your shoulder as to whether something is coming. Because of the straight alignment of Hamble Lane, you can see if something is coming from a long way away. One of the things that we were asked to provide as part of the application documents was a drawing that showed the visibility from those crossing points, which is effectively it's the page after, and it's drawing SK10 and then drawing SK11, which effectively shows a pedestrian visibility display looking back over your shoulder, and then the next drawing, so drawing 11, is a cycle visibility display looking back over your shoulder that shows you can quite clearly see a vehicle approaching and turning into the site.
I mean, of course, again, this is perhaps one of those times when we have to be acutely conscious that we are talking about children, teenagers, children who don't behave perhaps in the same way as adults might do, and that this is something that the inspector's going to have to bear in mind when he decides whether this is safe or not, isn't it?
What, that children behave differently?
Yeah. We've been through that.
I think that's a fair comment.
Yeah, okay. And then the other concern, if we just go back to to diagram 6, and this was raised by the road safety audit, which is that your proposed design obviously does require cyclists, pedestrians going north or south to divert from the natural line to go across the sort of what you call the desire line to go across through the island, and the risk there is that people just won't bother and they will go into the into Hamble Lane to avoid it, and that could lead to an unsafe situation, couldn't it?
And I think that's why, in consultation with Hampshire, when we were designing the scheme, we've shown and introduced guard railing effectively to the north of the junction and to the south, and then also on the island, so that if you're going to make a decision that you don't want to stay behind the guard railing, you'd have to do that quite a way in advance of the junction. I think the point that you're making as well, the way we've designed it is to try to minimise the distance that we take people off the desire line and provide them with a crossing on that desire line because if not, the consequence is that people won't do that. And I think, if you look at the drawing, the crossing of the entry to the quarry, I wouldn't say that's really off the design line at all. It's effectively sort of in line with the island. And then we've only taken people into the scheme a very, very small, into the site access, a very, very short distance, probably 3 metres or so, so that they cross on the island, and you've got that ever so slight stagger, just so that we could get the design to work. I think the other point, what's the alternative? It's to take people all the way into the site, 20 metres, make them cross there, where you'd be crossing the sort of straighter section of road, and then walk back. Well, that is quite a significant diversion.
Okay, just bear with me one moment. Right. So it's obviously another feature of this access that pedestrian cyclists will have to walk through the hatched area, which is an area where HGVs will travel, and that's an unusual feature, is it not?
No, that hatched area specifically came about because of where the location of Hamble fire station is, and that there was a request. I can't remember where it exactly came from, but if you look at the swept paths of the HGV entering the site, whether it's the rigid vehicle or whether it's the articulated vehicle, they're not using the extent of that hatching. That hatching is there literally so that in the event of a fire on the site, a fire tender coming from Hamble itself wouldn't have to travel up to the Hound roundabout to U-turn, and that could turn right there in the event of an emergency. So it's not a section that will be used on a regular basis.
Okay, I want to move on now because time is against me to the impact on the road network, which I can cover more briefly, I think, than highway safety. I think it makes, I suppose the first point to note is that when the inspector's judging severity of impact, the MPPF requires him to look at all reasonable future scenarios, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, so, if he is of the view that by, for example, excluding the possibility of future growth from your model, that you have not had regard to a reasonable future scenario, then you would not be sort of complying with that requirement of the MPPF, would you?
Yeah, and I think the point there is that in all the evidence that we've submitted, and not only looking at the 2024 data, but looking back for all of the work that went into the submission of the application documents, and again, taking into account Hampshire's view on it, that if you look at what growth has occurred on the corridor historically, that wouldn't be a reasonable scenario because there wasn't any evidence of that.
Okay, again, sort of agree to disagree on that point. Let's go to the GE Aviation point. GE Aviation decision at core document L47.
So is that the decision itself, is it?
That's the decision itself, yeah, L47.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, you've got that's it. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, I have.
Yeah. Now, the GE Aviation site is actually, it's close by. It's just the other side of Hamble Lane, isn't it, from this development site? So in terms of location, it's very much a relevant decision. You accept that?
It's accessed off Hamble Lane, yeah.
Yeah. And this decision recognises that the junctions along Hamble Lane, the relevant junctions, are already subject to significant congestion at peak times. It's paragraph 37 of the decision.
Yeah, that is what the decision says, yeah.
Yeah. And again, paragraph 42 of the decision, this the final sentence, it's common ground that 4 of the junctions on Hamble Lane currently operate over theoretical capacity and are expected to continue to do so with the development in place. The future baseline scenario alone reveals significant increases in queue delays in some locations. Do you see that?
Yep.
And none of that has changed. I mean, there's no evidence that any of that has changed in terms of the baseline situation, is there?
I think there is. I think when you look at the modelling work that was done and that's referred to by the inspector in the decision, they are referring to results that we are not getting. I think it was a point that came across in Mr. Whittingham's evidence. They've referred to at the Portsmouth Road junction a delay in the morning peak of, I think it's 2.5 minutes in the base, increasing to 3.5 minutes in the future year scenario. That is not the impact that we're modelling. Our baseline is different to that. Our delay is the maximum delay. This is not the average delay, but the maximum delay increases from 117 seconds to 140 seconds. So I think that the evidence that was before the inspector is very different to the evidence that is before the inspector here.
But what we can agree and what we have agreed is we are dealing with a congested road network. A road network is already congested, aren't we? I mean, in that sense, the situation is
there are queues and delays on Hamble Lane. I think so. When we went to do the site visit, we experienced those queues and delays. So I think that's not in dispute. And
so the way in which the approach that the inspector takes to assessing severity in that particular context was to take the approach of looking at delays by junction arm and looking at the contribution that the development would make to those delays. And that's a legitimate approach to take to assessing severity, isn't it?
That was what the inspector said there. I think I would say that there is again, this is in the context of a slightly different policy position we are now. We've talked about Hampshire's LTP4. At the time when this decision was made, the county council were seeking, I think there was a request for £750,000 from the GE Aviation site to deliver capacity improvements along the corridor, because that was the strategy at the time, was to mitigate traffic increases from development with capacity improvements. That is not where the county council are now.
No, but I mean, we're talking here about the assessment of severity, aren't we? I mean, the measure that you use to assess severity, that surely makes no difference to how you go about assessing severity, as in you're looking at the extent to which you contribute to those delays. And he's narrowed in on those particularly difficult junctions. That is a legitimate approach to the assessment of severity, isn't it?
I think that's what the inspector has looked at in this instance, is the Tesco roundabout and the Portsmouth Road junction.
And previous decisions of inspectors can be sort of material considerations in planning decisions, can't they? Do you accept that? Yeah, and so this is something that this inspector will have to give careful consideration to in terms of deciding whether it's an approach that he wants to follow. Do you accept that?
Well, I think we disagree that, there's a point that we've already discussed, and again, conscious of time, don't want to repeat it, but I think it's a really important point, is that, we are different to this decision in a number of ways. The Satchel Lane decision as well, which came after the GE Aviation decision, makes reference to this. And ultimately the inspector concludes there, having assessed the impacts, that scheme was acceptable.
But in Satchel Lane, we touched on that, the inspector didn't find any increases above 10 seconds, did he?
That was what was referred to in the modelling that was submitted. I think the modelling that was submitted there was not as extensive as the modelling that was done for GE Aviation. Again, not as extensive as the modelling that we've done.
Yeah, but I mean, sorry, do you have something more? No, but I mean, it's certainly, it can't be disputed that in the GE Aviation case, as in this case, there are potential increases of considerably more than 10 seconds at certain junctions, aren't there? I'm going to go through details in a minute, but...
Yeah, the delay differences that we have are different. I think, again, pointing out to the point is that our delays are temporary. The delays that we've assessed are on a worst case basis. They're based on 144 HGVs, which is only for a period of extraction and restoration. We've obviously reduced that to 126. It doesn't take into account the movement cap. It doesn't take into account the mitigation. They're permanent. The number of vehicles per day generated is very different to what we're proposing. Obviously, yes, and it's accepted on Mr. Whittingham that the numbers that you
looked at were based on 144. We don't have the number. We don't know what those delays would look like for 126. We just don't know what the effect of that will be, do we? So I suppose, do you accept that the inspector's got to proceed on the basis of the numbers that he's got?
Yeah, I think we've assessed it on a worst case basis. You know, our view is that those delays are acceptable. That is also the view of the County Highway Authority.
Yeah. So let's just unpack briefly how the inspector in GE Aviation's approach things and compare it with this development, which is that's what Mr. Whittingham does. So look at the inspector's analysis at paragraphs 42 to 43. He says, particularly at paragraph 43, so having identified that there are issues of capacity, he says that those impacts should be considered as a whole, and there'll be a mix of positive and negative results at each junction. At both the morning and evening peak, some junctions would experience a decrease in queue delays. When comparing the two scenarios, most of the queue delay increases would be under 10 seconds. However, there would be some notable negative impact in specific locations. So that's the sort of thought process that he goes through there. Yeah, and then he then looks at those. So he's focusing on the particular notable negative impacts, and that's the approach that he's taking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so then he looks at those. And so paragraph 44, he identifies the Hamble Lane north arm of the Tesco roundabout, which in evening peak queues, the length increases, he says, by 1 minute to 3.5 minutes. And obviously that is an increase in percentage terms, going back to the maths, we're nearly done with that, of about 40%. Is that that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then paragraph 44 again, he refers to the A3025 Portsmouth Road right turn, and he identifies an increase of 30 seconds to 3.5 minutes, and that's about a 17% increase. Yeah, that's in the right ballpark. And he then, paragraph 44, regarded those increases as giving rise to a severe impact, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So then let's go to the modelling that you have carried out. So I think that is at core document B82. So if you turn to that, and I would find that. So core document B82, and I think you're starting at
TA addendum, yeah.
Yeah, TA addendum, page 22. If you turn to page 22 of that. And I mean, Mr. Whittingham, I think, has done an analysis of this in his proof of evidence. But if you look at table 5.6, Hamble Lane, Satchel Lane, if you look at the delays in the morning peak, do you have that, table 5.6?
Yep.
So you have an increase with development from 83 seconds to 120 seconds, yeah?
Yep.
So that's an increase of nearly 40 seconds, or about 50% in the AM peak for that junction, yes?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think, sir, just sorry, in the interest of balance on the point, if I can just also refer you to paragraph 2.45 of the Statement of Common Ground. So again, you know, this point about the results here are based on sort of layering worst case assumption on top of worst case assumption. That delay figure is obviously for the worst affected arm of the junction in the morning peak, based on a sort of worst case assessment, is only for one particular sort of time segment. In paragraph 2.45, we've effectively agreed with the county council, what is the experience that most people are going to have. And in the last sentence of that, effectively it says the increase in average delay per vehicle, so that's an average across everyone, is between 1 to 2 seconds in the peak periods.
Okay, well, that's Hamble Lane, Satchel Lane, and then table 5.8 is Hamble Lane, Portsmouth Road, one of the junctions that the GE Aviation decision, I think, considered, so table 5.8. And that's an increase from 170, so in the peak, morning peak, 117 to 140 with development. That's an increase of about 23 seconds, about 20%, yeah?
Yeah, and that's the one, again, we've done the comparison to already in my evidence in chief there, where we've talked about the delays that the inspector considered in the GE Aviation decision. It was 2.5 minutes in the base, increasing to 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, but it's still a delay in the base of just under 2 minutes, and increasing by about 20%, isn't it?
Yeah, on the worst performing arm in the worst period, based on a worst case assessment. And again, without wishing to sort of overload you with references, so again in paragraph 2.47 or 2 of the Statement of Common Ground, we've agreed with the County Council that, again, looking at what's the impact for most people. So the last sentence of that, again, the increase in the average delay per vehicle using the junction, so this is Hamble Lane, Portsmouth Road, is between 1 to 3 seconds in the peak periods.
But we're just looking at the approach taken in GE Aviation and obviously mapping onto that. And you can. We'll just complete the sequence, but I'll come back to GE Aviation and the link between the two in a second. So, finally, table 5.9, Hamble Lane, Lionheart Way. Table 5.9, that's Hamble Lane and Lionheart Way. And particularly, the Lionheart Way bit in particular, you have 79, morning peak 79 seconds without development, increasing to 119, and that's a 50% increase of about 40 seconds, isn't it?
Yeah, again, in the morning peak, worst case impacted a hum, worst case assessment. If you look at the PM peak, the delay doesn't change on that arm at all, so it goes from 24 seconds to 24 seconds. Again, Statement of Common Ground, paragraph 2.48, we talk about what's the impact for most people, on average at that junction, and effectively the increase in average delay is between 1 and 6 seconds in the peak periods.
But if you just to cap this off, then to go back to GE Aviation, the inspector in that appeal did take the approach of looking at the peak periods at the worst junctions, and if you do adopt that approach for your proposed development, you get pretty similar results, and those are results that the inspector in that appeal decided were severe, don't you?
I think the results are very different. We talked about it earlier. The Portsmouth Road junction, effectively, they were considering an increase from 2.5 minutes to 3.5 minutes. We're considering an increase from 117 seconds to 140 seconds. Again, worst case assessment, worst period. GE Aviation obviously impacts in the morning and the evening peak. Our impacts, as Mr. Whittingham, acknowledged, are principally in the sort of morning period. That's permanent. We're temporary. It's a very different case.
All right. Well, I'll leave that to the inspector to form his own judgment on. I want to move on now to mitigation. So obviously we've established that the County Highway Authority's view is that, and the Minerals and Waste Planning Authority's view is that mitigation is required to make this development acceptable, isn't it? It's their view.
Yeah, it's their view that mitigation is required. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the Statement of Common Ground, lists no matters of disagreement on this. So I assume you accept that mitigation is required to address the impacts of this development.
Our point is that it's required to comply with policy, not required to mitigate a severe impact.
So in that sense, on our understanding, we can obviously hopefully get some clarification from the County Highway Authority, but there is a difference between you and the Highway Authority on that point, because they seem to be suggesting it's necessary to deal with the actual adverse impacts of this development.
I don't think that's correct. I think the reference that was referred to earlier, which is under, it refers to the contribution and the condition restricting vehicle movements. So it's not just to do with the contribution. Mitigates the impacts of the HGV traffic generated by the development. I think, again, when you go back to the earlier sections of the Statement of Common Ground, effectively we deal with under from 2.44 onwards in the Statement of Common Ground, all of the impacts at Hamble Lane, Satchel Lane, Hamble Lane, Hound Road, all of the junctions, and then effectively, what's the conclusion from that? this is a negligible increase in vehicle movement. Sorry, so this is under paragraph 2.54 at the bottom sentences. This is a negligible increase in vehicle movements. The impacts of them are not severe, which is the test for purposes of paragraph 115 of the MPPF.
All right, well, look, the inspector can read that document for himself. We referred to paragraph 2.72. I'm not inclined to go around the houses on that again, but the point I make is that this is mitigation that is specifically described in the Statement of Common Ground and which is agreed to be required for this development. Yeah, okay, thank you. Now, in terms of where that mitigation is described, 2.63 of document D20 specifies the highway mitigation works, and then it says the above highways mitigation, paragraph 2.64, the above listed highway mitigation works are shown in principle and shaded blue on the drawings included in Appendix E. Now, we'll go to Appendix E in a minute, but this is clearly setting out what mitigation is required, and so anything less, the provision of anything less than this is by definition less than is being required by the authority, isn't it?
Sorry, can you rephrase
Yeah,
the question?
that's fine. No, that's fine. This is clearly specifying what mitigation the authority thinks is required to render this development acceptable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's effectively setting out what they're going to spend the financial contribution on.
Because it's what they think needs to be done to make this development acceptable.
I think the point is there's a policy position whereby the County Highway Authority require improvements to Hamble Lane, to walking and cycling. It's set out in Eastleigh's policy that they will take contributions to that. If some tactile paving, if the scheme changes ever so slightly, that doesn't make the development unacceptable. The point is, cumulatively, developments need to contribute to walking and cycling improvements because that is a matter of policy.
There has to be some specificity to it because you have to establish if you're going to seek this contribution that it is in fact necessary. And of course, this is one of the concerns that the authority had all along. They wanted to know what the works were going to be used for and how it was going to work. So there has to be some specificity to it, and there is provided here in the Statement of Common Ground.
Yep.
Now, in terms of the feasibility of delivering these, now Mr. Whittingham deals with this obviously at length in his proof of evidence, and the inspector we've been through the pictures that he gives, and the points he makes are that in various places it's not going to be possible to provide the full 3 metre width. In various places, you're going to be significantly impacted by trees. In the case of the allotments, it's really unclear whether you can deliver a path at all, potentially, or in the same place, or whether it's going to be acceptable. So there are, in fact, a number of significant doubts about the feasibility of delivering this package of works that's been identified, are there not?
No, I disagree. I think we've set out, in terms of the allotment section, that there are a number of different options that would still deliver effectively, what is the scheme aims at doing. It's about improving walking and cycling provision on Hamble Lane. It's about improving access to the station. It's about improving a route that's used by people to travel to the Hamble School, to Hamble Primary School, to access the Hamble Rail Trail. The exact detail of the scheme may be slightly different because once you've got more information, you might design something slightly differently. But the principle of what it's trying to achieve is clear.
But as you accepted, there has to be some specificity. We can't just say, well, in principle, there's going to be some kind of betterment. There's going to be, something. There has to be enough to overcome or to make this acceptable. And our point is that that's been specified by the local, by the County Highways Authority, and actually you can't deliver what's been specified, can you?
But I'm not sure what you're suggesting we can't deliver. The points, the paragraph, using the Roman numerals, the first one, improving the existing shared use footway cycleway on the western side of Hamble Lane from the railway station to the access to Hampshire Constabulary headquarters. There's lots of scope to improve that. The points that Mr. Whittingham's made is that the northern section, if you look at it on the ground at the moment, is constrained obviously by the level difference for the embankment which supports the road that goes over the bridge. Our point on that is that Hampshire actually are the freehold owner of the land to the west anyway, so they could use that. Even if they can't use that, you could still deliver some improvements to that section that would make it wider and better for cyclists than it is at the moment. Dealing with the point where we've got the lay-by, again, to retain the lay-by, you could still widen the footway cycleway behind it, you could still widen the footway cycleway to the south of the lay-by, all the way up to Hampshire Constabulary's headquarters. I think the drawings and the information don't detail, we're going to do exactly half a metre here, exactly this here. It's the sort of intent of the scheme. And there is, in my view, sufficient information and as much information as we would be provided by Hampshire on other schemes or by other authorities.
Well, there is a disagreement on that. I'm conscious of time and I want to just spend the last 10 minutes, I think I reasonably can get away with, dealing with the cost of mitigation. So I think the inspector's just going to have to note disagreement and refer to Mr. Whittingham's proof and evidence on that point. So if I could then come on to the costs then. It's been agreed that £500,000 contribution is what's necessary in this case. That's right, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Now, I just want to obviously unpick exactly how that £500,000 figure has been arrived at. Now, your proof of evidence at paragraph 3.6.11 you say there, feasibility drawings have been prepared and a cost estimate for the works included in the committee report has been provided by the County Highway Authority. So the cost of the works, in your evidence is that the cost of the works is based on the works included in the committee report. So have I understood that correctly?
Yeah, the reference to 500,000 is in the committee report, yes.
Yeah. Well, let's look at the committee report then and what that says. So that's core document E1.
So E1, did you say?
E1, E for echo, yeah. It's a big document. If you have it electronically, it's page 275 of the PDF. And if you are on paper, the document doesn't have page numbers, but it does have paragraph numbers, and it's just under paragraph 973.
My access to the documents is just timed out. Which is
No, don't worry, it always happens at the worst times.
No. If you got.
Oh, excellent. Well, while we turn it up, I think we can maybe make productive use of time by just looking at what is now proposed to be delivered. So that's core document D20. We can come back to the committee report. Core document D20 and appendix E. It's actually the very last page of the statement of common ground that. Thank you. Thanks. I'll stick with D20 for now, and then we'll come back to it. Thank you very much.
the last page.
The very last page, yeah. You see that feasibility stage, costs works
Yep.
estimate or works cost estimate. So this sets out the work that's included, and these 4 bullet points there, work to various provision or improvement of various shared use footways, etc., crossing improvements as well. But in terms of the distances of path that we're talking about here, we're talking about 266, 200 and 275, and that's where Mr. Whittingham gets his 741 metre figure from. Do you see that?
Yep.
Yeah, and so the cost of those works overall is estimated to be 300,000, and then overall 495,000, and that's consistent with the £500,000 figure. So that's what is now being said can be delivered for just under £500,000. Do you accept that?
Yeah, I think they're approximate distances. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, approximate distances, but well in excess of approximately 741 metres. Yeah, approximately. Not in excess of, sorry, I'll start again. They're approximate distances, yeah, but you add those approximate distances up, you get approximately 741 metres, don't you?
Yep.
Yep, okay. So that's what's now being said can be delivered for £500,000. If we could go then back to the committee report, if you've now got that.
So what page?
Sorry, yes. Right, it's after paragraph 973. So I don't think that's got page numbers.
Yep.
Yep. So you see the table there, talks about, and obviously your proof of evidence referred back to this table, and it says cost of work, including clearance, 200 metres of new shared surface, plus crossings, 300,000. So there's the 300,000 figure, but that's based on 200 metres of new shared surface crossing, not 741 metres. Do you see that?
I think this was the point that we started with and we dealt with, was that Hampshire have confirmed effectively that that was referring to a sort of part of the works, not the entire extent of the scheme, and was ultimately just a sort of a typo, which again, I think the letter that is going to be submitted to, I forget the date, but it was effectively between Clyde and Co and Lee Day seeks to confirm that. We've then gone back to Hampshire, subsequently following a request from the HPDG to provide a plan that shows the extent of the work, putting it all together onto one drawing, putting a box around it and making it clear what the contribution is to deliver. And that plan effectively shows the extent of the works that are described in words in the 106, confirming it is the whole scheme, not 200 metres of the scheme.
Yeah, so you say your case is that it's a typographical error. Now, could I then take you to inquiry document 2? Sorry, we've been there before, but not for a long time.
Which is 2.
Hopefully you can provide some reassurance that we're almost there.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's Mr. Whittingham's inquiry note, inquiry document 2.
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah, so right at the back of that, there is an email. You see that? Yeah, so there's an email dated Friday the 31st of March 2023, and we don't know exactly who it's sent to, but it's sent from someone at Hampshire to someone at Cemex and someone at iTransport. I don't know whether that was you or not, you may not remember. But clearly what is said there is, hi, I've discussed with the team who oversaw the feasibility work for the Hamble Lane scheme, talks about how the scheme was identified, and then in the middle it says the cost for 200 metres of new shared surface, including traffic management, stat and contingency, is forecast at £460,000. Do you see that?
Yep.
Yeah. Now, are you saying that that's a typo as well, or?
I mean, I think we've been back to the county council specifically to confirm this point, and they have confirmed that it is the full extent of the scheme that's described in the Statement of Common Ground. Again, we've gone back to them with a drawing with a an extent of work shown, and again they've confirmed. I think it was a point that was made this morning that if it was going to cost more than £500,000, why are the county council not asking for more than £500,000?
Well, we don't know. We don't know. But we do have to reach a view about where that figure comes from. And your client's saying, well, it's a typographical error in the officer report. But if it's a typographical error in the officer report, apparently it's also a typographical error in this email. And you say, well, things have changed. Okay, well, let's then look at Appendix A to Ms. Kirby-Hawkes' proof, which is core document. I think it's core document K32. I think this is the last document that I need to take you to. Yeah, K32. Do you have that document, Mr. Howard? Yeah, and this is the document that we can ask Mr. Kirby, Miss Kirby-Hawkes this tomorrow, that she took comfort from when she was determining that the £500,000 was indeed the correct or appropriate figure. Now, if you turn to, it's not paginated, but if you have it electronically, it's on the 3rd page, and there is a table at the bottom of that page. Do you have that, Mr. Howard?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you see that table again. That's the same table that you find in the officer report.
Yeah,
So
it's the
another
same table.
typo.
It's the same table that's effectively just been copied across. So that, it's not a case that error has been reproduced separately. It is the same table. I think there is a point about what is the cost of highway works. If you look at the cost of in the Spons price book, which effectively gives a rate for new footway cycleway construction, that is giving a rate of about £45 a square metre. If I do some very quick maths and say it's 3 metres wide, what am I delivering? So that's what, 600 square metres of new footway cycleway construction at £45 a square metre. That gives me a figure of £27,000. That is very different to the figure of £500,000 that's been asked for.
But we know how the £500,000 has been worked out, because the County Highway Authority goes on to say, well, these are the comparables that we used. So if you go down to page 6, this document, you have various examples given: Elmley Road, Many Down Initial Works, Brighton Way Track, Stoneham Lane, Eastleigh. Now, obviously, it's too late, frankly, to go through the maths of that in detail, but it doesn't take much to see that the maths of that is in no way compatible with delivering 721 metres for less than £500,000, is it?
I mean,
it just doesn't add up.
If you actually look at the details of the schemes, though, the Elmley Road scheme, just taking one for example, there are lots of footway cycleway improvements that are delivered as part of that scheme, but there is also extensive reconstruction and resurfacing of the carriageway that goes into the cost there. So it's, they're provided for sort of comparative purposes at a high level, but actually when you look at the detail, if you're resurfacing a couple of 100 square metres of road as part of the delivery and improvement, because you're putting in, I think that involved works on the approach to a roundabout that then needed various sections to be rebuilt. That is why all of a sudden you go from, if you look at a linear meterage, you don't necessarily get the same answer because there's lots of bits that are included in them. And again, Many Down, it's not shared use. We're not talking about improvement. Brighton Hill, the Brighton Way cycle track, they are, new segregated cycle tracks with all of the things that go with them, not improvements to existing shared use routes or new shared use routes.
Yeah, but you're proposing a mixture of new and improved routes. But look at Many Down, 180 metres costs £300,000. So how do you get to 741 metres for that? You can't get there.
Yeah, I don't know the exact detail of that, but again, coming back to what's the price of a square metre of footway cycleway construction? If you're just saying it is for 600 square metres because it's 200 metres long times 3 metres wide at £45 a square metre, that's only £27,000.
Right.
Where's the rest that gets you to £500,000?
With respect, we don't have that in evidence, and that was never put to Mr. Whittingham, so I can't ask him to confirm that. What we do have is the basis upon which the County Highway Authority said it reached a figure that you now say was erroneously based on 200 metres. But in fact, as Mr. Whittingham said, that marries up pretty well with the delivery of 200 metres for £500,000, which is the figure that is repeated not once, not twice, but 3 times in 3 separate documents that your client now seeks to say is a typographical error. And what we say is that simply makes no sense, and it's just not a credible figure, is it?
Yeah, I think we think it is a credible figure.
Okay, well, I don't think I can take that much further.
I think we spent possibly 3 hours on a costing figure. I'm just going to suggest that if you've got any doubt about it, why don't we just ask the County Highway Authority again as to what their cost is for the scheme? We believe they've already done that and provided that information, but it seems a complete waste of inquiry time to be debating over what we understand to be a typographical error. The third party doesn't think so. We just ask the County Highway Authority.
We can, but I was going to go further than that, because if you're quoting there from, and I can't remember the document, it's not SPONS, is it?
Yeah, it was
It's
SPONS,
SPONS, which is an authoritative document in terms of construction costs, then it would be helpful to possibly provide some evidence that says, well, these are the true construction costs from SPONS, so it's an inquiry document, and this is how it equates to a length, which can then be tested with the authority as well. Because if we're based here on SPONS, which is accepted as a costing, a good practice in costing, then we can look at that, and then I can make a judgment as to whether or not that's reasonable or not. Even more so if the County Council were to confirm that.
I'm very happy with that. So I'm just thinking we're spending a lot of inquiry time.
And I'm not trying to undermine your case, Mr. Fulbrook. I'm just trying to say, well, if there's an agreed costing method that's just been raised, and I know it's accepted construction industry-wide as a method, then let's just see if we're right or wrong here, because it's a pretty important point.
Well, I mean, that's the whole point. It is a very important point for my clients and for the local community. I mean, it is the basis upon which the Minerals and Waste Planning Authority withdrew their objection to this appeal. So I simply do not accept that this is a waste of inquiry time. And I do take quite significant exception to that. My clients do not, and they have been looking for an answer to this question for a very long time. Very disappointing that it's still not at all clear what the answer to that question is.
Well, I think there is a way forward for me to get some more evidence that suggests, well, actually, on the basis of SPONS, which is, I will accept SPONS unless somebody says, well, actually, in this case, it's absolutely wildly out. It shouldn't be. That this is how you can calculate the cost of a 3 metre wide shed provision.
So obviously, if that's an approach you want to take, and I would flag that this is an issue which we've raised in our evidence. So it's surprising that hasn't been done now. But
I think because of the length of time we've taken, I think we need to have a look at this, because I can't leave it. It's a point I can't leave hanging, particularly if there's a method of calculation that is acceptable. But we need to do that exercise.
So of course, I accept you need to have the best evidence that you
Absolutely.
can. All I'd say then in relation to that is that if there's a process going to be undertaken, it's obviously got to involve Mr. Whittingham as well. He has to have the opportunity to comment on anything that's put in and provide his own view of what the costing should be. So that's all I would ask for.
It's not a big exercise. So I don't see any reason why by the end of tomorrow the exercise shouldn't be concluded.
And so the waste of inquiry time I'm talking about is debating the point rather than going straight to the answer. And my understanding is that the Rule 6 party has already asked the County Highway Authority under a Freedom of Information request, and they already received an answer. The costing was for the entire scheme. They may not be happy with that, but then that's why let's get an objective measure, a benchmark, to see which figures are correct. I'm perfectly happy with that.
I absolutely understand the reasons why, because you've not seen the evidence as to how has it been costed in. You've just had the evidence that says, well, that's the price. And we've confirmed it's a price, but we do need, for the purpose of the exercise, to understand in a little bit more detail where that SPONS calculation takes us. Then it will tell us if we're wildly out or not.
Well, so obviously, if that's the process you want to follow, then of course you must have the evidence you want, and all I would ask is for Mr. Whittingham at least to have the opportunity to comment on that.
Absolutely. I would expect that there's, if possible, some kind of agreed basis of that calculation based on SPONS, based on the length of the shed surface, based on the width, it's a mathematical calculation that gives you a net result. Should do. But I'm sure there'll be more intricacies in that when it comes to the point, but let's at least give it a try.
Well, thank you, Sam. I mean, on that basis, and then I think that does conclude the questions that I have for Mr. Howard. You'll be pleased to hear, and obviously, hopefully, this is an issue that we can pick up offline, as it were.
I appreciate that, Mr. Fulbrook, and please don't accept me as saying that's trying to undermine your case. I'm trying to get some common ground where there's clear disagreement on what is an extremely important issue as far as this appeals.
Absolutely. And all I would say, and I accept that entirely, so, and all I would say is that it's not the case, just the case that we don't have the evidence about how it was calculated. We have evidence about how a figure is reached, and it bears no resemblance to this, as you've seen.
Absolutely, and I understand that. I absolutely understand that point, and that's why we need to test that again a little bit further.
So thank you.
I did say at this point, people who participated in the inquiry could ask questions of Mr. Howard. If people want to speak, can you just tell me your name and then I'll bring you in. I'm going to deal with it directly straight in front of me. Vicky Hillman. Please, you might need to shout up, Miss Hillman, because it's a long way. Yeah, just ask a question. You need to put your microphone on.
Yes, we would have done, yes.
You talked about delays at junctions. So I assume it would be fair to say that you acknowledge the fact that traffic makes it idle for several minutes or queuing at junctions along Hamble Lane. Would that be fair?
Yes, that would be fair, yeah.
Did you also provide data or advice to air quality assessment services on how to model the junction with their analysis?
Crikey, we're going back a long time now that we did that. I don't know, I'd have to check.
So I just have one further question. So they disclosed their junction model analysis to say that they have based their modelling on the assumption that vehicles decelerate to 20 kilometres an hour, that's about 12 miles an hour, only within 25 metres of the junction, and otherwise travel at constant speeds of 30 or 40 miles an hour, and on the remainder of the route highly at speed limits. Would you say that that is a fair assessment of modelling those junctions on Hamble Lane?
I think it depends, because you'd have to probably try and do some work, in off-peak times. I suspect that you'd actually be slightly quicker than that, but in the peak times you'd slightly be slower, so I think it would need a bit of delving into the detail of that to work out the exact answer.
If I could just add one point to that. I think during those peak times, we know based on residents' experiences and based on your own experience, which you admitted to earlier, that you get caught in that traffic. Therefore, do you think it's feasible that that particular way of modelling those junctions underestimates the amount of time the traffic is sat idle whilst waiting?
I think we'd have to look at the detail of it. I must admit, it wasn't something I was expecting to be asked on the air quality work that was done.
One that points that for your benefit, Mr. Longington. The reason I ask this, and the reason why this is crucial, is because that data is used to model the emissions that are emitted from these HGVs. And HGVs put out significantly higher than low NOx emissions when they're idling than they do travelling at speed. Therefore, it is plausible, highly plausible, that air quality data is wrong.
Sorry, if I could just
I'm going to deal with the gentleman to the right. It is you, you end up now coming back to the elections.
Sir, could I just intervene on a housekeeping point to begin with? Those members of the public speaking from the gallery will not be picked up in the broadcast. So just to make you aware of that, they will be picked up if they were to use that space.
Is it better if they come and sat here?
Would, yes.
In which, if you can come to this table here and put the microphone on, then you'll be picked up. That's it.
Yeah. My name's Robert Hillman. Obviously, not obviously, but I'm married to Vicky Hillman, who you just heard from. I just have 2 or 3 pretty quick questions, actually. One's very practical. In the tables that have been talked about quite a few times, where you're comparing in your statement of case and statement of common ground, where you're comparing 22 with 24, what is the 22 survey you're using? Because you'd had one in April, and I think you had one in October as well.
Yeah, so the 2022 surveys that we refer to are effectively the suite of manual classified counts that we undertook all the way on Hamble Lane, which I think are the October ones.
Okay, and where can you point me to where that data is? Because I've really struggled to find it in all the documents. In the first time I saw it, it was in the Transport Addendum Part 1 in November 23, and it's mentioned in the text, but there's no reference to where it might be in an appendix. And in the appendix, the April 22 data is there, but it's repeated twice. So I'm just wondering if it, where it is, frankly, because I've not looked at it.
Yeah, so it should be in Appendix I, which is turning count and queue length survey data.
Yeah, I think there's some turning count data there, but what I'm interested in the counts that are being used later on in the comparisons. So the counts per hour at the different sites.
So we'll have taken effectively the sort of, depending obviously which location we're referring to. So the sum of, if you were looking at, let's use a Tesco roundabout just for ease of reference. If we've talked about flows south of the Tesco roundabout, we'd have taken the sum of the movements from the arm to the south of Tesco from those turning counts and then put them into a table to give a link count.
Okay, so they're not really directly comparable to the 24 ones because they're ATC counts, I believe. So they're sort of a fixed location. You count how many cars going past, but in October 18, you've done a different exercise.
Yeah, we've done the sum of all the arms of a particular movement. But if you, using the Tesco one just for ease of example, if you surveyed the section of road with an ATC to the south of Tesco, you're effectively capturing all the traffic that's moving north-south along that. If you then sum all of the arms of all of the traffic for everything going into the junction northbound, that gives you a northbound flow. If you then sum everything that's coming, if you turn left out of Tesco, if you're travelling southbound on Hamble Lane through the roundabout, you'll get effectively the southbound flow as well. Okay, it sounds quite a convoluted way of doing it. Have you published the results of your sums? Yeah, so Appendix I should have all the raw data in that we've collected. Raw data, yes, but have you published the results of adding all these turning points together so we can see in every hour what the counts are? Well, if you wanted to, you could effectively sum exactly as we've done, the left turns. Well, no, I as an interested party, I'd like to see what the numbers are myself. The ones that you've only produced, I think, the numbers for what you've called the peak hours, which is 8 to 9, I think, 9 to 10. Yeah. You haven't produced the whole day. Yeah, I would like to see those, if that's possible. We've not done summary tables of them, but all the data is there. But you must have those summary tables. Well, we'd have summarised the periods that we've summarised in the report.
So you haven't haven't looked at every hour during the day then? No, for 2022, we won't have summed 12 till 1 just for argument's sake. That's quite interesting because I have a quick question about peaks. I'm going to speed up. I don't have much to ask actually.
No, I'm not asking to speak.
Oh, good.
I thought you were going to say something as a statement.
Oh no, it's a question about peaks. So in these tables that have been spoken about quite a few times today, you've compared, I think, in the afternoons between 4 and 5 and 5 and 6, between 20, 22, 24 and maybe 21 or 17.
2025, I think we looked at as well, didn't we?
Yeah, and the 25 one. Okay. Why did you choose 4 and 5 and 5 and 6 for that table?
I think we were effectively when we looked at the 2022 data, the peaks are actually slightly split peaks. So when we've done the modelling work, we've actually modelled 7:30 till 8:30, for example, because actually the period when traffic flows are highest is between 7:30 to 8:30. But we've done it for those hours because otherwise it becomes a series of numbers that is just it's very difficult to sort of explain and draw conclusions.
So in the afternoon, what you use 4 and 5 and 5 to 6, I think. Why did you choose those in the afternoon to do that comparison?
Well, we would normally, when we do traffic work, we would do 8 and 9, 5 to 6. We've done 4 to 5 because I think effectively, I can't remember the exact details, but it is in the work that we've submitted that I think the peak becomes effectively slightly before 5 to 6. It might be 4:15 till 5:15 maybe or something. But we've just tried to effectively summarise the data for both hours that then include that peak within the peaks.
So in 2024, I think you think that you've said that the most recent data is the most useful data, and you don't have a problem with the 24 survey. I'm going to come on to that in a minute. You think that survey is okay, don't you?
I think the 2022 surveys we think are what we should be using to
the
model the
2024
impact
survey.
of the development. The 2024 surveys, I think we acknowledge there are some days where there were roadworks. When we've done a comparison of the days when there were roadworks and the days when there were no roadworks, there isn't a huge difference between them.
Okay. Do you know what the peaks were in 2024 in the afternoon? Do you know when the peak was?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I think for one of the sites, there are 2 sites you have the data for. For one of them, on every day, it was at 3 o'clock. And the site, I think it was at 3 o'clock for 2 of the days. So would it be correct to think that is your intention to compare peak with peaks?
Well, I think so. When we've done the operational assessments, we've gone through and worked out what is exactly, the busiest hour of the day. So we've not just gone, what's the peak hour, what's the standard approach, 8 to 9, 5 to 6. We've picked out which are the busiest periods. And if you bear with me a second, I will find those references. So yeah, we went through the data and effectively broke it down by 15-minute segments, which gave us in 2022 what were the busiest periods. So actually 7:30 till 8:30 in the morning, and then 4:15 till 5:15 in the evening. So those are then the peaks that we have used for the purposes of the traffic modelling.
So in the tables, in the first column, it says that the hours you've chosen are 4 to 5 and 5 to 6. So are you saying that the numbers that are in those cells are not actually for those hours, they're for different hours?
No, the numbers in the tables to try and provide a meaningful comparison between huge amounts of data of what was collected in 2017, 2022, 2024, 2025. We've just tried to keep it as whole hours because otherwise it just becomes too confusing to do it.
I appreciate that, but then it means that you've compared the peak, possibly, because I haven't seen this data from October 22. No one's seen it. No one's seen all the hours, so we can't tell whether you've actually chosen the peak.
I think the hours are in Appendix I. The 12-hour data is in there.
Okay, I'd like to see it. I haven't seen it. I've looked for it. But you've compared them with non-peak hours in 2024. The non-peak hours are obviously going to be lower than the peak hours in 24.
I think the problem is you start comparing, the analysis becomes too confusing and not meaningful. I think the point is when we've surveyed, we've done the most comprehensive turning count surveys, which are what the basis of the modelling was for. We've then gone into it, worked out what is the busiest hour within those survey data, 7:30 to 8:30, 4:15 to 5:15. That is what we've then modelled. You could.
That's not what you've reported in the tables, though, that I'm talking about. You talked about these tables a lot today.
No, but the tables were to provide a comparison to say what we have modelled is robust and appropriate.
It's not though, is it? Because if you're comparing the peak in 2022 with a non-peak hour in 2024, that's not robust.
I think you start comparing split peaks. So you start saying, well, that's the
that's what you. That is what you should do. Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh.
If you're interested in his answers, then
sure.
Yeah, I think the purpose of those tables was to not revisit the traffic modelling. The purpose of those tables was to say, we've done 2022 survey data. We think it's robust. The County Highway Authority think it's robust. there's been a lot of local concern about whether the data is robust. Okay, we'll go and do another survey. We'll then compare, what were the flows in those periods. Again, we could compare 7 till 8, 8 to 9. You could compare 7:15 till 8:15. So we'd just be comparing data to data, but it doesn't change the point that when we've done the modelling work, those were the periods that were the busiest, and that's what we modelled.
I understand that, but can I just ask you could compare the peak in, say, 2022 with the peak hour in 2024 quite easily, could you not?
Yeah, you could, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I've got just a couple of other things, please. With regard to when you worked out the distribution of trips, we were told that it was based on looking at 3 sites. I think you mentioned this earlier, actually, in thousands of data points. Could you just say, do you know what the average amount of movements were per day on that data that you used?
Off the top of my head now, I know the point that's been made that they were generating fewer HGV movements than we're proposing. I think the point is, though, that I'm sure it was 5,000, the time of 5,000 movements that we've looked at. So we've taken a significant data sample, said, at what point are those vehicles leaving? And we've then applied that to the number of movements that we're going to generate based on volumes.
Yeah. Okay, I understand that. Do you think? Okay, well, I'll just tell you there were 19 on average per day versus 144, which was the comparison you were making. And just another quick question about HGVs movement in regard to the conversation about safety. You mentioned numbers of 375 to 850 per day, I think. Is that across time, that range, or is it across different locations?
So that is effectively, there are sections of Hamble Lane where there are more HGVs, so towards the northern end, and then at the southern end, less HGV movement. So
right, so the relevant number for the conversation about safety is the number of HGVs that are in the proximity of the entrance and of the school.
Well, I think the point has been made about the overall impact on Hamble Lane. So we've tried to present the data for all of Hamble Lane.
Yeah, but I'm asking, if you don't, sorry, don't mean to cut you off, but the conversation about safety was all about the entrance, and it was all about the proximity of children. Is it not the case then that we ought to be, the number of HGVs that is relevant for exercise is the number of HGVs that are in that location?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's why we've presented the sort of, the range. I'm not saying the lower range doesn't apply near the school.
Yeah, okay, good. I just wanted to make it clear. And just the final thing then, because I was mentioned several times about this Carmageddon survey. I'd just like to ask you a couple of things about that. When you did that survey, you would have seen that you saw and you wrote about the fact that the numbers were obviously quite low. You would have probably noticed that at the top of Hamble Lane, the numbers were very low in some places. In I think south of Tesco's, they were about 27% lower than in 22. What was your interpretation of that? What did you think when you saw numbers that were that low?
So you're referring to one particular movement?
I'm referring to a peak hour. I think it was between 8 and 9. Tesco's, north of Tesco's, I think going south. The average across all of them was low, as you pointed out. I'm just pointing out the most extreme one. It was down 27%. I think earlier, if I'm right, Mr. Strong, I think you referred to a number of a fluctuation of 5% as being quite significant. And just in context, this was 27%, which is a big number. I'm just curious as a...
You can't ask questions, Mr. Strong.
No, I'm not asking, I was just... Okay.
So you're looking at southbound.
I think it was southbound. It was. Yeah, I think it was. It's pretty obvious which one it was. It was a big drop.
I mean, we'd surveyed 878 movements southbound between 8 and 9 in 2022. And then in 2024, the southbound movement was 823.
Okay, it might not be that one, but what's the biggest drop in the morning? North of Tesco's. Or will you just take it on my word that it was about 27%? Because the question is not really about the precise number, it's what your interpretation is of
We
having a
probably
very
need
small
to move
number.
on if we can't find
Yeah.
the number. Can you rephrase the question so we can deal with what your concern is?
Okay.
Well, I think we've reported the numbers, northbound, southbound in those periods. I think, the numbers are what we've reported.
Okay, and so some of them were considerably lower than in 2022.
So
if you look at the
in
appendix,
2024, they were lower.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, considerably lower.
Yeah.
So what's your interpretation of seeing numbers that are considerably lower than 2 years earlier?
Well, I think we've suggested that it doesn't show continual growth along Hamble Lane.
Okay. Do you think it could show that the traffic situation has considerably had deteriorated a lot, and in fact traffic was virtually gridlocked?
I think virtually gridlocked, that is not reflected in the data.
Okay.
If it was virtually
okay. Let me rephrase that. Can I rephrase it?
If it was virtually gridlocked, in 2024 when we surveyed it, we wouldn't have been capturing, 1,933 vehicles between 7 and 8, 1,915 vehicles between 8 and 9.
Would you agree that it's possible that the traffic was considerably slower moving and therefore the numbers were lower?
Well, it's possible.
Right, and so do you think that having heard a lot of evidence in terms of not just one newspaper article, but there were several, there was a lot of stuff on social media, there were warnings about traffic being chaos that week. Do you not think that maybe a more reasonable explanation is that week was actually very bad in terms of traffic, and traffic was slower?
When we then, we did the specific comparison in response to the criticism of when that data was looked at. We looked at it in the days that,
Okay, sorry, carry on.
We looked at it in the days that were affected by the roadworks. We looked at the days that weren't affected by the roadworks.
Can I interrupt? I'm sorry, you didn't. You looked at the difference between the night at which the junction was closed, before and after. If you read the newspaper articles and you listen to what the local residents have told you, that whole period was very poor. So if you really wanted to understand whether it was anomalous or not, you'd want to look at the whole week compared to the previous weeks and maybe subsequent weeks. Did you do that?
We collected data for that period, and
Right.
again we've compared it to the data that we've collected in 2022, which again I know Mr. Whittingham has acknowledged that there is no issue with that data.
Yeah, I'm not talking about 2022, I'm talking about 2024.
The 2022 data is the data that we've used for the traffic modelling to assess the impact of the development.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the 24 at the moment, which you made quite a big part about in your proof of evidence and your statement of common ground. And lots of people have told you that was a very anomalous week.
Yeah, no.
And you seem unwilling to accept that.
We've looked.
Do you seem?
We've looked at.
Am I right in thinking you're unwilling to accept that?
We've looked at the HPDG data as well. That was collected in 2025. We've looked at the peak hours in that data. That wasn't data that we commissioned. That wasn't a time period that we chose. That was a period that was chosen by the HPDG.
Yeah, I'm not asking about 2025.
But what does it show in the peak hours? It effectively shows on the southern end of Hamble Lane, the flows went down in all of the peak hours. They also went down in a 12-hour period. At the northern end of Hamble Lane, 3 of those 4 hours in the morning, again, traffic flows all went down in 2025. That wasn't our data. That is just the data that's been presented by someone else.
With great respect, I've not asked you anything about the 2025 data. You've just brought that in. I've asked you about what your opinion is of the 2024 data. That's partly why I'm interrupting. Okay.
You asked, you put to him that it was not anomalous. You weren't prepared to accept an anomaly. You tested it, just explained. You tested it against the 2025 data. It's not anomalous. That's why he asked.
I don't accept his answer at all.
Okay, I'm going to push it
Okay.
to be quick because we've got a lot of people and time's moving on.
Yeah, okay. Just one final thing then. Did you look at the speed data then or during that week at the northern part of Hamble Lane?
So did we look at what data?
Did you look at the speed data?
As part
Because
of the
that would be a very
comparison-
quick thing to check to see whether or not traffic was moving slowly or not. So at the northern part of Hamble Lane, which is the contentious area, did you look at that?
Yeah, we didn't, when we presented this data, we didn't look at the speed data, but I think, the point that traffic was moving slowly, that the differences in the data are not borne out by the fact that traffic wasn't moving.
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
I think the flows themselves don't, there is clearly a difference between them, but again, when we've looked at unaffected by roadworks, during roadworks, the differences between them.
Sorry, just have to say that again. You haven't looked at the period unaffected by roadworks and the period affected by roadworks. I know you keep saying that, but you haven't. You chose a cut-off, which was the evening of the close of the slip road. That if you read the newspaper articles and you listen to what everyone's told you, that whole period was very, very busy and congested the whole week. Okay, that's the end of my questions, unless you have any for me. Okay, thank you.
Somebody, yeah. I'm going to take two more and then we're going to call it a day, I think. So that one and that one. Introduce yourself and ask your questions, please.
Hello, my name is Christian Walton. I'm the Vice Chair of Governors at the primary school. I've heard a lot today and I have some specific questions in relation to how it affects our children. Mr. Howard, a lot has been made about the short time exposure that the odd HGV will have on children as they walk to school. Do you know the extent of the catchment of the Hamble school?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't know.
The Hamble school extends north of the M27. That's 2 miles. How long will it take a child to walk those 2 miles to school?
I'll have to try and work that out. 35 minutes, probably.
35, 40 minutes. How many HGVs will they be exposed to on that journey?
I think we'll point out if you've got children walking from north of the M27, that's a very long journey for people to walk for a primary school.
As someone that has deep interaction with the schools, I see children on Hamble Lane, walking down Hamble Lane to get to school for 8:45. They're walking down the road at 7:15 in the morning. How many trucks will they encounter, given that trucks can still access the site at that time and leave the site?
I think between 7 and 8, we're talking about 26 HGVs extra.
So they're going to encounter 26 HGVs?
If they were walking on Hamble Lane for an hour, then it'd be 26, but you've said 35 minutes. But I think bearing in mind that you're only walking up to the access, at which point you wouldn't be walking past any extra HGVs for the primary school. You're probably talking about 13 HGVs if you did the entire length of Hamble Lane on a footway. I think there are sections of Hamble Lane, though, that you don't need to walk along Hamble Lane. There are effectively routes that run in parallel that can be used to avoid walking on Hamble Lane.
So why would children, if they're coming from the north of the Hamble school catchment, take an indirect route to school by going off onto side roads?
Well, there's routes, for example, where you've got up at Tesco to the west of Hamble Lane there. I can't remember the name of the development, but the development was built in relatively recent time, has effectively got pedestrian connections that run all the way through that you don't then need to walk the section of the
So you're
dual carriageway.
speculating that the children may take a longer route to school?
If I was walking my children to school that way, now I would walk that way because it's a quieter, more pleasant route.
So our observations are that the majority of the children going to the Hamble school are older. Do you believe that their parents would walk them 2 miles to school and back every day?
I thought you were referring to the primary school.
No, I said the Hamble school. The Hamble school is the secondary school.
I think I would, secondary school kids, I think would still walk that way. When we've been to the site, you see very, very few secondary school children walking that northern section.
So what times were you observing Hamble Lane then?
We've been there from 7 in the morning all the way through to 10, and then been back for the afternoon as well.
And at what locations?
When we've been to the site, we've not just stood on one section of Hamble Lane. We've driven up and down, we've walked, we've cycled up and down.
Okay, then I assume that you did that without taking too much, paying too much attention.
That's a statement.
Sorry.
I'm not going to record that.
No, that's fine. Moving on, in 2023, the primary school submitted a Freedom of Information to Hampshire County Council relating to the mitigation, specifically how the council concluded that it was safe for unladen HGVs to continue to arrive at the site while our school children are arriving at school. The response we received is that this information is not held. If it is not held, how therefore can this mitigation be reasonably proven to be effective? There is no risk assessment to support this timing. Have you done a risk assessment in conjunction with the Highways Authority to conclude that an unladen vehicle arriving at site is safer than a laden vehicle leaving?
I think we've assessed the impacts of the scheme as the county council have. I don't know the detail of the FOI response that you received.
So you have done a risk assessment, is that what you're saying?
We've looked at the risk as part of our work, yes.
So you have done a risk assessment?
Not a risk assessment in the conventional
So how
sense that
can you
you'd refer
conclude,
to.
if you've not done a risk assessment, how can you conclude that this mitigation will be effective?
Well, I think we're assessing the risks on the basis of, the current traffic flows on Hamble Lane, the current use of HGVs on Hamble Lane, what is the change, what is the historic accident record. That is the assessment that's been done.
So there's no risk assessment specifically that evaluates the risk reduction and mitigation by restricting vehicles leaving the site?
Not to do with the mitigation. It's not.
So how
it's
can
not
it be a mitigation if there's no risk assessment?
We don't do a risk assessment of highway mitigation schemes in that way. That's not how it works.
Okay, thank you. Following on from that, there's been a lot of talk about that, and you mentioned in your response to Mr. Fulbrook that you hope that the restrictions will deter HGVs. Does this mean that you don't actually have control of the vehicles arriving?
Yeah, I think the point, we're restricting HGVs from leaving the site, because the problem is if you try to restrict HGVs from arriving, if you gate the access for the 45 minutes, just for example, and an HGV does turn up, then it's got to, effectively it can't turn left into the scheme, and then there's a risk that it travels further down Hamble Lane, and the sort of restriction or the benefit of the restriction that we're trying to impose is then lost because people drive down, have got to find somewhere to park, have then got to come back to the site. I think we know it's going to be effective in terms of vehicles exiting the site. We have done a reasonable assessment of what is the impact of that restriction on vehicles arriving, which again we've agreed with the Highway Authority. There's a logical assessment of that and the benefit that we think it's going to have, which is all in the documentation.
So use of the word hope implies that you're not 100% sure.
In the traffic forecasting work, in traffic modelling work, whether that's for quarries, whether that's for commercial developments, whether it's for residential developments, we can't guarantee what every single person is going to do. We have to base it on, what data do we have, what experience do we have, what's that going to look like, and make reasonable assumptions on it.
So would you be happy for your children to come to school based on someone making an assessment based on hope?
Well, I think the point is that people currently walk along Hamble Lane. It is used by large numbers of HGVs, large numbers of vehicles. That happens at the moment, day in, day out. People do walk to other schools, not just in Hamble. My children walk to school along a B road. There's a section of narrow footway where they have to, effectively navigate that section of narrow footway, for want of a better expression, and they do that safely. And there's no reason, the interaction, just because you have vehicles, you have HGVs, you have people, you have footways, that doesn't make it inherently unsafe. That isn't what the data is telling us.
So how many how many quarry entrances do your children pass on the way to school?
No quarry entrances, but they do walk along a
I'm
B
going
road.
to pull you back to technical evidence because you're asking personal questions of the witness. I can't allow that, Mr. Walton, I'm afraid.
My next question relates to fear and intimidation. In the original application document, CEMEX's own document stated that great levels of fear and intimidation occur when volumes of traffic are in the range of 1,200 to 1,800 vehicles an hour. They also stated in that same document that the base flow was 1,370 vehicles during the morning peak, precisely the time when our children are going to school. So by implication, does this not mean that our children will be subjected to great fear and intimidation?
I think the point is that assessment, and it was one that we were trying to make earlier, is that is the existing condition, and there are thresholds in the ES and that we're not changing those thresholds. It gives a band, and it says this is a level of traffic that would be associated with the great level of fear and intimidation. That is the situation at the moment. What is the situation in the future following the scheme? In the busiest period, it is still the same level of fear and intimidation. It's not being changed. That's the point.
So just because it's high, it's okay to add more vehicles into that are going to cause fear and intimidation?
That is the way the assessment guidelines work. It's to do with the relative change.
Okay. Thank you.
We should try and area.
Yeah. In the audit report, the Fenley document that's been talked about a lot, and the reason I have concern about that is because we have children who use the path going to swimming during the day. The audit team had concerns that a large vehicle deviating from the path illustrated would encroach the proposed footway, which could lead to a vehicle to pedestrian or cyclist collision, strike the proposed curbing as well as guard railing, leading to a loss of control type collision, or encroach on the opposing lanes into the path of oncoming vehicles, leading to sideswipe type collisions. This relates to the 16.5 metre vehicles. Is this assessment still the case?
I mean, we've gone over that at quite length, and given the time, I'm not sure we want to go over it again. I think the point is that
a simple yes or no would be fine.
We've responded, and the safety auditor confirms and agrees with our assessment that there isn't, we have addressed the concern effectively.
But this is still in the audit report, and the answer you gave, they then said, you said, but we won't use 16.5 metre vehicles very often.
That's not the answer we gave. The answer we gave is much more complicated than that. It's to do with how many vehicles are using it on a regular basis. What is in frequent use of a 16.5 metre articulated vehicle. We've been through the sweat path drawings. They show tolerance to the curb. They show clearance. We've designed it in an appropriate way. The County Highway Authority have checked it. They're comfortable with the design. Again, the software is robust. This is effectively the way that audit reports are written. They raise the potential risks, if you like, and then it's what needs to be done to address those risks and how is it dealt with.
So we're effectively relying on the applicant just not using the 16.5 metre.
No, that's not the case at all. No.
Okay, that seems to be how I interpret the report. Great pains have been made to point out that there haven't been any accidents related to HGVs or any pedestrian or vehicle incidents. Are you aware that there was an accident on the 19th of March 2024 when a child was hit by a vehicle adjacent to the Hamble garage immediately south of the railway bridge?
Yes, so we've looked at, so what was that,
19th of March 2024. And this is one of our concerns. It's a particular concern of the Hamble School because their children stream across the road to the north of the bridge. And as has been alluded to in proofs earlier, that is a blind humpback bridge. And all it takes is an HGV coming over the top with children crossing the road to be hit. And I'm just curious if you're aware of that accident or if it's been considered.
So what was the date of it again, sorry?
19th of March 2024.
Whilst he's looking for that, so I'm going to limit you to another couple of questions,
Yep.
and then we're going to have to move on because for the health and safety of all of us, we
Yeah,
need to take
that's my last question.
Yeah, so the latest data that we could obtain was up until February 2024. So that's not captured in the data that we've got.
Okay. So that may be something that you may want to consider. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. There are two more people. I'm going to pick two more people and then that's it. The gentleman at the back of the blue shirt and the gentleman on my, I do apologise, a lady on my left. I did that the other last time we were here as well, so I do apologise. Thank you. If you can just be mindful not to ask questions that's already been asked.
Certainly.
Mind your name?
Sorry, the name is Brian Timbrell. I live within 100 yards of the proposed entrance to the quarry. My questions hopefully will be around transport because I want to understand a bit more about it. I think we've created and understood some common ground this afternoon and this morning that Hamble Lane is indeed congested and that if the project goes ahead, will be adding to the congestion, if only marginally, and there will be a loss of amenity, such as it is. So if we start from that point of view, what I wanted to understand was how you go about your cost-benefit analysis. Obviously, you've mentioned the marginal increase of seconds you think in journey time. But a cost-benefit analysis, have you taken into consideration that cars have multiple occupants, as do buses? There are businesses who've said they're concerned about extra journey times, emergency services the same way. So my question is, how do you actually do a total cost-benefit analysis with all those factors, thinking about as well how long this is going to take, how many days in a year, and so forth?
I think the practice when we, you do cost-benefit analysis for looking at scheme delivery. So if you were delivering a new section of bypass or a new walking and cycling improvement, as a big strategic package of works, you might do a conventional cost-benefit analysis, work out savings in journey time. That isn't the way that we assess development proposals. Effectively, we're looking at, what are the impacts? Are the impacts of that development unacceptable? Obviously, clearly, we're concluding that those impacts are not unacceptable. There is then a sort of wider planning balance on that point that, there will obviously be some impacts from development, but there are also some benefits, but that's a planning balance point. It's not a, cost benefit analysis. Like you couldn't say, we're going to save £1 or whatever. That's not the way developments are assessed.
Right. So if we nail it down then to what you have done as a cost, you said a few seconds extra journey time. I would suggest to you that if you aggregate it all up, salami it up, think of what that means in terms of extra fuel consumption, pollution, road wear, acceleration, and so forth. Your analysis seems a little weak. So I'll leave it there unless you want to.
Yeah, I think you could say that about the delivery of, not just this proposal. You could say that about the delivery of all the new homes that the government want to deliver. That ultimately there will be some impacts, but that doesn't mean it's not right to deliver new homes. It doesn't mean it's not right to extract minerals in the ground that are needed.
Well, I wasn't saying what is right and wrong. I was interested in understanding.
Questions only.
Yes. My second question is. My second question, Chair, is about common ground again. We all, I think, understand that time is relative. I just make the point and ask you, in your analysis of the project, do you think it is reasonable to rely on an argument that seems to have come out today, looking at other inquiries, that this is just a temporary issue? It actually will span the time that the children are in education. It will span the lifetime of many people who are local residents. So do you think it is reasonable to suggest that this should go forward on the basis that it is a temporary matter?
I think that's part of the case that we're making, that it's temporary. It's not the only case. But it is ultimately temporary, as a matter of fact.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ward. The last person, forgive me, you'll need to
That's okay.
explain your name again.
Okay, thank you. Susie Thompson. So thanks, just to wrap up. You've talked a bit about the transport mitigation, talked a lot about transport mitigation. And the footpath is to get people out of cars, reduce traffic, encourage sustainable transport. And it's the policy that you and HCC have adopted to encourage residents to get off the Hamble lane by improving the sustainable transport. So that's what a lot of this focus has been, a lot of this cycleway and stuff has been. So I've got a few questions relating to that. First off, have you assessed what people are using their cars for and the distances they're likely to be able to walk or cycle instead of travel by car?
We don't look at, we don't do journey time surveys as part of the work and say, where are you going to or from? No, we don't do that.
Yeah, okay. So, again, the mitigation you say is to get people off the road. And you focused on getting people, therefore, to a station, which arguably you could use the train to get to work. if they are assuming that a number of those at peak times are actually commuting, it seems to be commuting hours and stuff. Now, are you also aware that the train goes once an hour and there's pretty bad connections to get to anywhere?
I'm aware it goes once an hour. I think it does ultimately provide access to a range of destinations, and part of the purpose of the mitigation is delivering and focusing improvements on access to the station, because it then does give you the opportunity. You don't need to cycle 5 miles just for argument's sake just to get to the centre of Southampton. You could cycle to the station as part of a shorter journey, use the train, and then cycle to your destination in Southampton. It also does pick up routes that are used by people to get to schools. We had from Mr. Whittingham's brief earlier about the lots of service and facilities in the area. It does ultimately pick up journeys. When you look at Hamble Lane at the moment, are there people that walk up and cycle up and down it? Yes. Will they benefit from those improvements? Yes.
So are you also aware that there's no secure cycle parking at the train station?
Yep.
And so then when we're talking about the costings of this mitigation, should surely account also for secure cycle parking. And if someone can't cycle or doesn't like cycling and they maybe walk, is potentially another 20 or 30 minutes added onto the journey. The train station is not in the centre or well placed for most people to access.
I mean, you can take your bike on the train as well. That is an option. I take my bike on the train quite a bit, and there is a point, and it comes out in the Statement of Common Ground about proportionality. The local cycling and walking infrastructure plan identifies effectively a network of routes, not just on Hamble Lane, but all the way across Eastleigh. It would be entirely unreasonable for us to contribute or to deliver all of that in the same way that it would be entirely unreasonable for us to deliver all parts of mitigation.
So your mitigation, though, is taking people to a part of the public transport network that actually isn't very functional. I could rephrase that into a question.
I think we would say that it is functional.
It goes once an hour, and it doesn't connect once you're in Southampton. If you miss your connection, you're another 40 minutes there, and then at this end you've got another half an hour.
Yeah, but
It's probably a large part of the reason that people don't use the train station, and you've based your mitigation on the assumption that you're going to expand a footpath and a cycle network to get people off the road, but you haven't actually assessed what people are doing in their cars. So you've made this assumption to a train station that even if you were going to reduce that bit of transport and just maybe go by car there, you can't park, you can't be dropped off, you can't pick up, there's a lay-by.
But I think, isn't that the point about, that's why we're trying to improve walking and cycling access to the station, because, you can't park, you can only be dropped off. It's not only improving access to the station, it is about improving the facilities on Hamble Lane that are used to get to a range of destinations. I think an hourly train into Southampton, again, if you work in the centre of Southampton, you've got to compare what's the journey of, driving all the way into the centre of Southampton, paying for parking, all of the things that go along with that, or if we've got some really good quality walking and cycling infrastructure to get to the station, it's only hourly, but I can cycle to the station, I can take my bike on the train, I can travel all the way into the centre of Southampton. It's about that opportunity. You haven't assessed what people are using the Hamble Lane for. And if, just to clarify that point, if you are driving to Southampton, which is the direction the train goes, you would be turning off at the Netley roundabout and going there. You wouldn't be travelling up the top of the Hamble Lane. So your mitigation is flawed because you haven't assessed.
That's a statement, and I can't allow you to make representations again. I can only allow you to make questions, and I'm going to push you because of time.
Yeah. So, what conversations have you had with the train providers and the bus providers to improve that part of it? Because you're currently, or do you recognise that you are currently providing part of the mitigation for sustainable transport?
We're improving access to the station for people to walk and cycle, as well as improving walking and cycling infrastructure along Hamble Lane.
Okay, I'm going to leave that there. But my point is that you haven't assessed that in any way to actually formally deliver on sustainable transport, which you're claiming. I have one more question, very quick. What are the provisions in place to manage HGVs arriving when the gates are shut at 7 at night? And I ask this because where are they going to rest for the night? Recently, last couple of weeks, we've had sewage tankers coming, emergency works for the sewage leak that was over in Walsash. And the sewage tankers have been parking, have arrived, and they can't be dealt with at the time or whatever it is, and they've been parked around the village. And then early dog walk, I go past and there are people sleeping in their vans and getting dressed on the pavement. So where are the provisions for the HGV drivers when they arrive at 7? What's going to happen to them when they can't get onto the site?
I mean, they'll be told when the site closes, so they will know.
They're going to get stuck in traffic coming down the Hamble lane.
I think I'd have to just check with Cemex. I mean, that is ultimately something that they would have to deal with at all of their sites. My understanding is that obviously there are the hours when the quarry is operational. There is space on the site as part of the plans that you can store vehicles. I certainly don't think they encourage people to turn up and park overnight.
But is this traffic restrictions, or the Hamble lane is probably not a usual lane that goes to a Cemex site? It presents unusual. Do you believe it presents unusual circumstances or not?
But I think you're just talking about people turning up out of hours, which could happen anywhere. That could happen at any single quarry.
You could start at the top of the Hamble lane at 6:30 in the evening, or even at 6 in the evening, and not make it to the bottom.
But I think if you look at the numbers that turn up, it is predominantly driven by trying to get material to and from construction sites. That if you look at the movements, there's very, very few movements at that tail end of the day.
But there are no provisions currently made if they arrive and the gates are shut.
Yeah. Ultimately, if you turn up out of hours in the same way that if you turn up at any quarry out of hours, we're not providing parking for them on site now.
But this is in the middle of a village, isn't it?
But I think the point's been made. I understand the point you're making, that there isn't any provision for parking if people arrive out of hours, the gate shut. I've got it. I know I'm cutting you off, but I don't want you to labour the point because I've got the point.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strawn, how long do you think you're going to be in re-examination, and do we need to think about an alternative which puts a witness in some compromising position? I'm entirely in your hands. I can wait, or I can defer well tomorrow, but I'm conscious what that means.
I think, in fairness to the witness, because re-examination is sometimes the hardest part of giving evidence, I should probably do it tomorrow morning. I can probably be shorter if I do it tomorrow morning because I can review my notes and line them up. I haven't got a lot, but I don't think it'd be fair to do it now. Right. But I don't think that presents a problem for Mr. Howard. He can avoid speaking to all of us, and he'd probably be relieved not to speak to any of us.
I'm going to have to rely on your professional position in terms of your obligations in not speaking to any member of the team. I assume you would be content with that, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Fulbrook, are you okay with that? I mean, as a professional witness, I'm sure he wouldn't, and I'm sure none of us would.
No, exactly. Yes.
And in fact, he doesn't stay with us at the hotel. He's a local, so.
Are you content?
Yes, yes, of course, yeah.
Local-ish.
Thank you very much. All right. We've still got the contingency of Thursday. I'm mindful of that. Hopefully tomorrow we won't have the degree of technical interrogation that we've had today. I'll make an assessment as well tomorrow as to whether or not we need to give you, in particular, some time about closing submissions. And I'm quite prepared to look at the afternoon of Thursday if that would help, because I'm conscious that you two have got some work to do. And we've got closes on Thursday. So if we have got spare time on Thursday, I'm absolutely open to a later start.
Thank you.
That's a matter for you too. If you feel you wish that, I'm absolutely content to do that because you've got some work to do. If that's all right. I've even gone to the point where I've deferred them to virtual submissions and closings because there's no interrogation by anybody. So we'll see where we are, because I'm very conscious that it's extremely important in this case that you've got time to write your proper closing submissions.
Yes, so well, that's very helpful, and we might come back to that. The reason I say that is it's very good that we've sat late to get through the evidence, but it has consequently eaten into time when I was anticipating to be writing up the evidence from today. So it has a knock-on effect. So I'm
I'm just pointing out that that is a helpful indication about even the possibility of virtual closing.
Okay. It would be next week, probably, because I can't do Friday. I'm not around at all on Friday for various reasons, but I will do closing submissions if you need to do that. I did it last week on another case, so I don't have a problem in doing it on this case because it can be live streamed anyway.
Let's see if we can revisit that. Perhaps
Absolutely.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Said enough. It's God knows what time, 7:15. We've been here now for
12 hours.
10 hours. Right, at that point, the only thing that we need for tomorrow is that, if we can, by close tomorrow, that information about the costings on the shared surface based on the SPONS data. So if you can just have a think about that, something tomorrow, not for tomorrow morning, but something during tomorrow, and that would be helpful. It's 7:15. We've all had enough. At that point, the inquiry is closed and we'll resume tomorrow at 9:30 with re-examination. Thank you.